Chapter 51. Eletrocuted. Zhongheng said nothing after that. The moment the enemy took out the plasticine, he knew it was useless explaining anything to them. The group allegedly believed that Fan Mainan was the mysterious woman in sunglasses who had appeared at the auction that day. The three powerful guilds and the Players' Chamber of Commerce offered handsome and lavish rewards for her capture, and as of now, she was like a walking cash bag that would make any player go after her. The jacketed man with the bleeding nose took out a white glove from his pocket and slipped it over his hand. He snapped his fingers, and blue electrical arcs started dancing around them. The leader who was standing nearby swallowed a pill. 10 seconds later, the muscles of his left arm began to bulge, ripping his sleeves apart. His arm size had now tripled, brawny and strapping like a world weightlifting champion. "If I were you, I wouldn't fight back. Otherwise, things might turn ugly," scowled the jacketed man. "Just save us all that trouble and surrender now." "Is that so? I'm afraid you will be troubled for a while, then." Zhongheng pulled a folding knife from his backpack side pocket. Although he had fought multiple enemies in one go before, this was his first time going up against numerous players simultaneously. "In that case, let's fight. Once we capture you, we'll become the richest players on the planet." The leader then lifted a decorative stone on the grass beside him and hurled it at Zhongheng. It was hard to describe just how powerful his left arm was, seeing how the rock he threw flew towards Zhongheng like a smoking cannonball. To avoid the incoming blow, Zhongheng ducked immediately and rolled on the ground. Simultaneously, the jacketed man made his move as well, undoing a copper chain accessory that was on his jacket and held it in his gloved hand. He instantly conducted the electricity on his hand to the copper chain. Then, he threw it at Zhongheng in a fury, who had thankfully blocked the electrified metal with this backpack. At the same time, the second enemy on the other side charged at Zhongheng as well. It appeared that this little team must have been together for a while now, seeing how they executed almost perfect teamwork. Generally, a team like that wouldn't carry too many game items on them, allowing them to focus on bringing out the item's full potential. Just like the glove that could generate electricity, the jacketed man had figured how to use a copper chain to carry out a mid-ranged attack. Besides, a chain would be a lot more challenging to defend than bare palms. However, Zhongheng's skills went beyond their expectations. As they didn't use too many game items to fight, Zhongheng managed to block a joint attack from two assailants with his folding knife. Though it seemed Zhongheng was on the losing side, it was worth noting that he was fighting two opponents that were using supernatural powers against him. A player who relied purely on his combat skills. The leader and the jacketed man glanced at each other, surprised by Zhongheng's expertise. At the same time, they were relieved. Battles between players were notoriously unpredictable, especially when they encountered unfamiliar players with unfamiliar game items. Even a single game item could drastically change the outcome of a battle. Initially, they planned to become invisible by using a game item, hoping to keep Zhongheng under control. Unfortunately, instead of getting their bounty, Zhongheng managed to free himself, and the jacketed man's nose had been bleeding until now. To stop the bleeding, he had stuffed tissue up his nostrils. What worried them the worst, however, were the unique game items that Zhongheng possessed. For now, they might just be overthinking it. When Zhongheng appeared before them, he held a longbow. Supposedly, that was supposed to be his most potent weapon. The game items he possessed were most likely related to bows and arrows. To block the frontal assault, he had to drop his bow earlier. After that, he switched weapons to a small knife, and although Zhongheng's skills were more than adequate, a simple folding knife wasn't quite enough to defeat enemies of that level. He also faced the charge chain and empowered arm, gaining no subsequent advantage in the battle. His enemies overpowered him from the beginning, and if he was carrying any powerful items, he would have used it long ago. Now that they figured out the whole thing, the four wanted the battle to drag on for no longer. They weren't worried that they couldn't capture Zhongheng. They were instead concerned that other players would know their whereabouts and come here to share their victory. So one of the men who was restraining Fan Mainan let her go. He took out a dart from his pocket and aimed at Zhongheng's eyes. However, the situation suddenly changed. The knife in Zhongheng's hand disappeared, and a look of horror flashed through the leader's eyes. Moments later, he held his neck and stumbled 2 steps backward. The knife that disappeared from Jongheng's hand was now stuck in his throat. This sudden turn of events had rent the group speechless. No one knew how Jongheng, supposedly losing, had managed to strike a lethal attack. When that happened, a thought seemed to cross the player's mind with the dart, and he immediately aimed it at Fan Mainan. Right before he could do that, the sound of a gunshot rang in the air. Jongheng pulled out a Lego M1911 infused with the infinite building block from the backpack. The first thing he did was to eliminate the darted man. When another enemy realized what was happening, he reacted instantly, running toward Fan Mainan and hiding behind her. He then reached into his pocket and drew out a knife. Jongheng did not hesitate. He pointed his gun at Fan Mainan and pulled the trigger again. Fan Mainan closed her eyes, and the next moment she felt something warm splattering on her neck. At this point, she could finally free herself from her captors. Jongheng had just solved the most troublesome part of the battle, always confident that he was good enough to defeat his opponents. It would be pointless if he won and Fan Mainan was still held hostage. They could easily use her to threaten him. However, after Fan Mainan had been rescued, Jongheng found his other arm entangled with the copper chain. A cruel look flashed through the jacketed man's eyes, and a powerful electric current ran through the copper chain directly to Jongheng's heart. It was his first time getting electrocuted. As the powerful current coursed through his cells, his muscles convulsed, his pupils dilated, and he was unable to react. His limbs lost all strength, and he felt as if his heart had stopped beating. This process lasted for about a few seconds, but it was then that a knife pierced into the jacketed man's chest. Subsequently, the man fell to the ground. Fan Mainan was lying on the jacketed man's chest, and she was trembling. This was her first murder, but she couldn't care less about how she felt right now. She dropped the knife in her hand and ran to where Jongheng fell. "Hey, are you okay?" Chapter 52. Telepathy. When Jongheng opened his eyes again, he was back on the rear bench of the Lexus. Fan Mainan and Hanlu were both staring at him. "Did we leave the park?" The first thing Jongheng did was to check his body. Except for feeling a little weak, there were no apparent injuries since he wasn't electrocuted for too long. He was much relieved when he saw that no permanent damage had been done. Yes, Fan Mainan nodded and looked a little guilty. "Sorry, it is my fault this time. I almost caused you a great deal of trouble. I knew she never liked me, but I didn't expect her to go to this extent. She plans for me to take the blame. What is really going on between you and that woman?" "About that. It's hard to explain the whole thing to you, but let's just say that we are from the same faction," Fan Mainan smiled bitterly. "She has always regarded me as competition, though, and we have way different personalities as well." Jongheng looked at Hanlu. "Can you leave us for a bit?" "Of course." Hanlu opened the door and walked out of the car, leaving only Jongheng and Fan Mainan. After Hanlu left, Jongheng looked at Fan Mainan. "What is your relationship with the god Loki in Norse mythology?" Fan Mainan raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. "When did you find out?" "Since the mysterious woman appeared at the auction. I had a vague conjecture, but things got clearer once I understood the game. Your acting is very close to the god of lies and tricks. Are you his agent?" "No, we are not his agents. At best, we are regarded as backup," Fan Mainan sighed. "You can say that we are all on the inspection list. And you trust your competition." Our relationship is kind of complicated," Fan Mainan hesitated. "Well, she is my sister." "Sister? What kind of sister?" "The kind of sister bonded by blood, but she was given away by my parents when she was very young, so I can probably understand her resentment towards me. But it doesn't change the fact that she is my sister. Besides, I just learned about that not too long ago. She is also the one who introduced me to the god." "Were you a player before this?" "No, I was just an ordinary person before that. No one understood the rules when giving out those invitations. In theory, anyone could get an invitation and participate in the game. But if you don't have one, you can't enter the game. There is another way to enter the game in this world, and that is to become an agent. But you said you are not an agent. Yes, but that god is extraordinary. Ancient and sacred vows do not work on him, and he can turn the impossible into possible. Since you haven't received the invitation letter, why did you want to enter this world, and why did you have to become Loki's agent? I have my reasons, of course. Fan Mainan tried to squeeze a smile. I've said too much, I can't go on. Trust me, I can take care of myself. Considering what happened, I doubt it, said Jong-hung, but that was all he said, not asking any further. He paused for a while. Can you still contact your sister? We haven't resolved the problems caused by the Dreamland of Death. Based on what I know about her, she usually disappears after doing that, but I can give it a try. How do you plan to do it? You said you don't know where she is, and you can only try asking her out. Actually, we used to communicate telepathically with each other when we were small, but I didn't pay much attention to it at that time, Fan Mainan replied. I always thought they were hallucinations. When I was in 4th grade, I accidentally fell from the stairs and hit my head real hard. I fell into a coma, and it was then that I experienced something phenomenal. I felt my soul entering another body. I was conscious, but I couldn't control that strange body, much like a bystander. It happened another time when I was in high school. I got hit by a football flying from a distance, and they brought me to the infirmary. A similar thing happened again. This time I saw my face in the mirror. Hold on, to be exact, it was my sister's face. A man hugged her waist from behind, and I could feel his breath on my neck. It itched, and I almost lost my first kiss. Fortunately, I regained consciousness as soon as I was taken into the ward. I never told anyone about this, including my sister. It seems that your sister didn't like telepathy, or she wouldn't have let you take the blame. It's because you can use the ability to lead the 3 major guilds to her capture, said Jong-hung. What should I do to knock you out? Now here's the problem. My telepathy doesn't work every time I become comatose, Fan Mainan said bitterly. And I am afraid of getting beaten as well. What should we do then? I read up a little about telepathy, and many theories suggested that the closer a person was to death, the greater the probability of triggering the telepathic abilities. Fan Mainan sighed. Try drowning me. Are you sure? It won't be pleasant. For a $1 million luxury car, it's worth trying. Nah, I'm kidding. Isn't she your friend? I can't just watch her die like that. Fan Mainan shrugged. Besides, there is still you. You'll make sure I won't die, right? Han Lu opened the door. How's the talk going? Do I need to wait a little longer? No, we are done with our discussion. Can I visit your mansion next? I have always been curious about the life of the rich. And I can sign the transfer agreement for this car as well, said Fan Mainan. No problem, welcome to my place, Han Lu nodded. The sun is coming up soon. I'll get the maid to cook us some breakfast. I think I shouldn't be eating anything as I don't want to be throwing up all over your bathroom. An hour later, the 3 arrived at Han Lu's residence. Fan Mainan looked calm and composed, still in the mood to admire the wall's oil paintings. Jong-hung noticed, however, that her right hand was holding her sports clothes. It seemed like she wasn't as calm as she appeared to be. Where is the bathroom? I'll bring you there, Han Lu said. However, she didn't expect Fan Mainan to look at Jong-hung nervously instead of going straight to the toilet. Jong-hung turned around to look at Han Lu. Give me a clean towel, and don't let anybody come in. Chapter 53. Drowning. After closing the bathroom door, Jong-hung did not turn on the faucet right away. Instead, he looked at Fan Mainan with worried eyes. We may be able to find other ways. You don't have to do this. Yes, you are right, but your friend probably can't wait that long, Fan Mainan insisted. She took a deep breath and turned on the faucet of the bathtub faucet. I will struggle, and I might try to catch a breath. You, however, have to make sure that my nose and mouth do not leave the water. Fan Mainan paused. Set the time to 4 minutes. If it is too short, I may not be able to look for anything valuable. If it is too long. If it is too long, you may suffer irreparable brain damage. Even if I manage to save you, you'll probably be a vegetable forever, Zhongheng went on. When a person is in a hypoxic state, it only takes 5 minutes before the brain cells start dying off. So, I have to resuscitate you within 5 minutes. Well, glad you know, Fan Mainan replied. Okay, I have nothing else to say. She glanced at the bathtub again, but it was only filled halfway. Fan Mainan then unbuttoned her coat, leaving only her innermost vest. Although she tried her best to behave like she usually did, her aggravated breathing exposed her inner feelings in such moments. Zhongheng was carrying her away from the monster when the two first met, and he realized then that Fan Mainan was very light. She usually preferred to wear loose clothes, and it wasn't easy to see the shape of her body. Now that she had taken off her top, Zhongheng found the girl to be extremely skinny. There was almost no flesh around her bony arms. Fan Mainan wasn't used to being stared at like this. She turned around, hugging her arms around herself. Why is it so cold? She muttered. I'll ask if there is anything that can warm you up, said Zhongheng as he opened the door. Fan Mainan stopped him before he could leave. No, this is fine. It won't take long anyway. After that, the two spoke no more until the bathtub was filled. Fan Mainan reached out to test the water temperature. Let's begin, she replied with clenched teeth. Zhongheng nodded. Fan Mainan rarely had such a grave expression on her face. Since she had made up her mind, there was no delaying it. As she immersed herself in the water, the entire world around her fell silent. Her black hair floated like algae, and she exhaled a string of bubbles from her mouth. From the top, she looked like a mermaid living at the bottom of the sea. This beautiful picture didn't last too long, though. Soon, Fan Mainan started to choke for breath. Her survival instincts pushed her to keep raising her head, but her decision kept her in the water. Her lungs were bursting for air, and Fan Mainan struggled harder than she ever did before. When she simply couldn't do it anymore and was about to resurface, a steady hand kept her head below the water. The water in the bathtub started to splash around violently. Fan Mainan's flailing became more and more intense. In the end, her desire to breathe surpassed everything. She desperately tried to push Zhongheng's arm away, clenching it with her dying breath until blood started oozing out from the wounds. Despite her best, or rather, dying efforts, she was still unable to raise her head. As quickly as it began, Fan Mainan's struggles became lesser, as she used up the last of the oxygen in her lungs. It was also an absolutely tormenting process for Zhongheng, especially when Fan Mainan was drowning in the bathtub, and he had to watch her desperate struggles. Not only could he not help her, but he had to shove her into the abyss with his own hands. Those who had a weak heart would have collapsed in a moment like this. However, Zhongheng managed to place his arm on Fan Mainan's head from the beginning to the end, even after she caused him to bleed. However, in the end, Zhongheng hesitated for a while and grabbed Fan Mainan's hand. It seemed the girl had exhausted all strength. Her struggling finally slowed, and when she finally stopped moving, Zhongheng pulled her head out after 5 seconds. It appeared she was no longer breathing at that time. A minute and a half passed. Zhongheng swiftly laid Fan Mainan's body on bath towels that had been placed on the floor. She looked like she was asleep, and with her wet dripping hair stuck to her forehead, she seemed like a frail and beautiful creature. Zhongheng then stared at the minute hand on his watch. For minutes seemed like forever to him. Zhongheng began to bring her back 20 seconds earlier than the agreed time. He placed both hands on Fan Mainan's chest and gave her cardiopulmonary resuscitation. However, she didn't respond even after some vigorous pumping. Her eyes were still tightly shut, and she wasn't breathing. Immediately, Zhongheng put Fan Mainan's head on his knees, blowing air into her mouth while pumping her chest as he went along. He repeated the process. After a few minutes, Fan Mainan's carotid artery finally began pulsating, albeit faintly. Jongheng gave up on pumping her chest and continued to blow into her lungs. When both of their lips separated, Jongheng reached out again to check Fan Mainan's pulse. She slowly opened her eyes, and the two looked at each other. Then, without warning, Fan Mainan began to cough violently, and she couldn't help but retch her guts out on Jongheng's thigh. She hadn't eaten much since the evening, only chugging down some beer and having 2 bags of sunflower seeds at the KTV. Hence, she regurgitated the undigested parts of the snacks. Jongheng was surprisingly not disgusted. He quickly propped Fan Mainan against the bathroom wall, before wiping her hair and cheeks with a clean towel. I saw her, Fan Mainan whispered weakly. We can talk about it later. Jongheng shushed and brought the girl he had just killed and raised some water again. Let's rinse your mouth first. Fan Mainan stretched out her hands, but she almost dropped the glass. Thankfully, Jongheng managed to catch it before it landed with a crash. Jongheng fed Fan Mainan some water. Let me help you. Fan Mainan took a sip, rinsed her mouth, and spat it out into the toilet bowl next to her. Sorry about your pants. I didn't mean it. It's nothing compared to keeping your head in the water, said Jongheng. For a moment, I was distraught that you won't save me, or you didn't save me in time, and my brain suffers from irreversible damage. Fan Mainan took 2 breaths of air greedily. I'm pretty sure that I won't do such crazy things again. Chapter 54. Journey. Fan Mainan plopped onto the sofa, holding a cup of hot coffee. So, she just boarded and went straight to the first-class cabin? It's probably first class, I guess. I have never flown first class before, but it looked pretty luxurious, and there were many snacks on the table, and it made me hungry. Speaking of which, when can we have breakfast? Soon. The maid's getting it done, answered Han Lu, as she wondered what must have taken place between Jongheng and Fan Mainan in the bathroom. Something had definitely happened between them, and although they did their best to behave as normally as they could, Han Lu could sense that Fan Mainan's attitude towards Jongheng had shifted slightly. A plane? Know where she's headed to? Jongheng asked. Fan Mainan subconsciously made a small gesture, blocking Jongheng's view with the cup, but after realizing that it may have been inappropriate, she abruptly took a sip, nearly burning her tongue in the process. A map was spread out in front of her, and she was probably studying the itinerary. There was a place on the map marked with red ink. That's probably where she's headed. Well, it seems like we'll need to take a trip, said Jongheng. We don't know if she will be staying for a few days or leave immediately after a quick day trip, so we must hurry. The sooner we leave, the better. In fact, we can book the tickets now. My assistant will take care of that. Just give me your identification and address, and she'll book us the earliest flight. Han Lu stood up and turned to Fan Mainan. You don't look so good. Get yourself a good rest before we hit the road. And you, she turned to Jongheng. What is the measurement of your waist? I'll get you some new pants. No, I'm good, Fan Mainan protested. Well, why not? I'm the one who can't sleep here, Han Lu retorted. If you guys are not well rested and refreshed, how are you going to help me solve my problem? After Jongheng and Fan Mainan wrote down their personal information, Han Lu excused herself as a phone call came in. The 2 remaining people in the room looked at each other. The atmosphere began to feel a little awkward. Both Fan Mainan and Jongheng had consciously tried to forget everything that had happened in the bathroom. The chest compression and artificial ventilation were both standard procedures of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Jongheng did not overthink it, but whenever his lips left hers, their eyes would meet, and any well-endowed human being would start thinking about something else. Fan Mainan wanted to say something witty to hide her own feelings, but she had no idea what to say since she was never one to speak first. Thankfully, it wasn't too long before the housekeeper began serving breakfast. The sumptuous feast incorporated fresh fried eggs, bacon, salad, cheese omelette, and hot milk. There were even Chinese soy milk and fried dough sticks. At the sight of the minor banquet, Fan Mainan squealed in delight. She had not eaten much since last night, not to mention how she belched everything out after the less than comfortable sedive. Right about then, Han Lu was finished with the phone call and went to join them. I didn't know what you fancied, so I had the housekeeper prepare a little bit of everything. Go ahead and help yourselves. The plane tickets are booked. The driver will pick us up in 20 minutes. Fan Mainan was still a little weak from her near-death experience and last night's lack of sleep, and as soon as she sat on the plane seat, her eyes shut almost immediately. Han Lu tossed Zhong Heng a bottle of iodine and a pack of cotton swabs and pointed at the wound on his arm. The world that you both live in. Do you come across danger every day? No. We're no different than the average person most of the time. I'd consider this an out-of-the-ordinary condition. Zhong Heng tore open the packet of swabs. If he hadn't discovered that Han Lu was a Dreamland of Death target by accident, Zhong Heng wouldn't have taken the initiative to find the mysterious woman through Fan Mainan, nor would he have involved himself in the affairs of the three major guilds. Fortunately, when Zhong Heng visited the player forum later, he found no further developments in the small park last night. Fan Mainan had disposed of the 4 bodies, and she was going to give Zhong Heng the game items, but he refused to accept them. As of now, Zhong Heng didn't know how many people knew about the team of players looking for the mysterious girl, and the game items they had seemed to be quite distinctive as well. So, if someone did recognize them, it would mean nothing but trouble, which was why Zhong Heng decided that Fan Mainan should hold on to them for now. He would wait for the whole thing to subside before dealing with the game props accordingly. How do you feel now? Zhong Heng asked Han Lu. What else could I be feeling? It's been 24 hours since I last slept. I can only say, well, I'm still hanging on. Han Lu shrugged and took out a cosmetic bag to fix her makeup. The dark circles under her eyes and the paleness of her skin were barely visible under the concealer, but the tiredness in her eyes was plain to see. You can sleep if you're tired. Don't worry about me. Don't worry. All we have to do is find that woman. She should know how to solve your problem, Zhong Heng comforted. Han Lu smiled. This is a very unusual trip for me. I have a crucial meeting to attend later, and I have an appointment this afternoon with 2 friends. But since last night, it seems as the only thing accompanying me is good old caffeine. My mother kept saying how you're a natural-born fighter, the strongest woman she had ever met, said Zhong Heng. Oh man. No, that's actually your mom. She has never been able to beat me at backgammon, yet she still enjoys the game. Han Lu took a sip of tea. I have never been much of a believer of the notion that taking a trip or climbing a mountain could cleanse the soul and change a person's view, but I have friends who completely changed after going through certain experiences. There was this friend of mine who climbed Mount Everest and was nearly killed by an avalanche. After returning, he completely switched from being a lavish young man to a vegetarian and a devout Buddhist. Han Lu paused. Only when facing life and death situations will people realize what is truly important to them, right? And maybe this is it for me. I just hope I can survive to tell the tale. You will, Zhong Heng answered conclusively. An hour and a half later, the plane landed. It was drizzling outside, and the temperature was low. Fan Mainan woke up from her sleep and found herself covered with several blankets. Have we arrived? She rubbed her eyes and asked. Yes. I checked the local news while you were sleeping, and I'm afraid it ain't good, Zhong Heng said. Chapter 55. The flu. So? Hit it. What's the bad news? After having a well-deserved rest, Fan Mainan finally seemed to be in better spirits. She pulled off the blanket shrouding her body. I found the city that we need to go to. Recently, there has been a significant rise of patients over there. Who? Fan Mainan raised her eyebrows. So? We got caught in a flu outbreak? Now, when is that seasonal flu again? If I remember correctly, the peak of seasonal flu period is from December to March or May next year, said Han Lu. Fan Mainan looked at Zhong Heng. I hope I'm worried for nothing. Zhong Heng said nothing more after that. However, Fan Mainan became vigilant after hearing the news. Well, Maybe your worries are not unfounded after all. Based on my understanding of her, she hardly goes out unless there is something significant. This time, she happens to be heading to a hospital. Wait, you're not telling me that this flu has something to do with her, right? Hanlu had this incredulous look on her face. Influenza is a respiratory disease caused by influenza viruses. It usually spreads by close human contact and pollutants around us. It's just a common infection. Hanlu suddenly paused. Sorry, I'm still trying to understand your world. Before this, I never thought someone could kill me in my sleep. Welcome to this bizarre world, Fan Mainan said. Anyway, we better be prepared. Let's buy some face masks when we get off the plane. After disembarking, the three people discovered that the actual situation was a little more severe than they initially thought. 1/3 of the people they met on the road had masks on, and every last stock of Isatis indigotica and vitamin C were sold out in pharmacies. There was, however, insufficient clinical data to prove that these two supplements could indeed prevent colds, but most people still had the impression that the over-the-counter remedy would help in some way. The three bought the last 2 boxes of masks on the shelf after hopping around for different pharmacies. The mask's price had increased by at least tenfold, but a woman busy stockpiling up medical products succumbed to the obscene amount of money Hanlu offered. Grabbing the cash, she hurriedly left the place and went to a different pharmacy. So finally, the three of them managed to purchase the necessary medical equipment to protect themselves. You are right, said Fan Mainan. This flu is abnormal. If we are right about it, the source of the problem is probably the hospital. We only need to find your sister this time and get the Dreamland of Death's cure from her. It is best not to be distracted unrelated issues, Zhong Heng said. Roger that, concurred Fan Mainan. Since their target had arrived an hour and a half before them, there was no time for a little R&R. After purchasing the masks, they immediately rushed to the hospital. The hospital was also the busiest during flu season every year, and to cope with the sudden influx of the sick, many extra doctors had been drafted in. And this year's situation was unique. Thanks to the prolonged working hours and insufficient rest, the medical staff's immunity was also declining, especially when facing so many infected patients were all in a day's work. As a result, a large number of doctors and nurses started to fall sick. The hospital was short-staffed of staff, where the number of patients in the hospital's lobby now rivaled a large-scale spring festival event. There were parents with children, young with the elderly, and even couples cuddling with each other. The corridors were filled with a pungent mix of body odor and powerful disinfectant. Not helping with the situation were the incessant wailing and crying of little kids. It is not easy to find someone in a place like this, Hanlu lamented. What does your sister look like? Can you at least give us a simple description? Telling you how she looks is practically useless, said Fan Mainan. As long as she puts the plasticine on her face, she can have a brand new look. It's how she has evaded capture from almost everyone from the 3 major guilds. It seems like we have to carry out Plan B, said Zhong Heng. I don't know, we still have a Plan B, wait. What is Plan B again? Fan Mainan stuck her scrawny body to Zhong Heng as much as possible to prevent her from being shoved around by the overwhelming crowd. What is your sister looking for? She seems to have done lots of research before she came to this hospital. Yeah. I saw her notes and the map. She eliminated a few places, compared them with some markers before finally circling this place. She seemed to be looking for something or someone. In other words, we can find her as long as we find what she is looking for, Zhong Heng concluded. You are right, but didn't you say we shouldn't get distracted? As I said, the plan has changed. Okay, no harm giving it a go, Fan Mainan shrugged. Hanlu frowned. Sorry, but I don't get it. If we are not looking for your sister now, then what should we be looking for? Assuming my sister is related to this large-scale outbreak, we will most probably find her as long as we find the source of the flu. I can understand this part. I mean, what is this source that you are talking about? It could be anything. A book, a piece of expired cheese, a plant that makes you sneeze, or perhaps even a rag. I don't know, but the good news is, my sister doesn't know the source of the infection as well. It's like a treasure hunt. Let's see who can find it faster. Bear in mind that she has done more research than us, and she's ahead of us by an hour and a half. Try to look for patient 0, Jong-hung said. Even if the patient is not the source, he must have come into contact with the source somehow. That's right, but how are we going to find this patient 0? After all, many people come to the hospital every day because of the flu. Well, we can narrow down the suspects. Since your sister targeted this hospital, there is a high probability that the first patient is still here. I can try hacking into the hospital's local area network, check the records, and look for those admitted because of flu, replied Jong-hung. I didn't see you during the winter holidays, and have you acquired a new skill? Fan Mainan asked in surprise. Could you be a true genius, then? Now, why I can't see it in you? Instead of teasing me, why don't you think about what your sister would do in the face of such a situation? Did we miss anything? Chapter 56. Sick bed. The three found themselves an empty office and sneaked into it. When Jong-hung turned on the computer to check the hospital records, Fan Mainan used her plasticine to make a new face for herself. Han Lu was the most nervous among them. Although she had encountered all kinds of incidents in the capital world, this was her first time sneaking into somebody's office. She was asked to stand by the door to keep a lookout for anybody that might come knocking. It's okay, Jong-hung told her. If someone comes in, knock them out before they can scream. Han Lu glanced around anxiously, picking up the lamp beside the examination bed without hesitation. After a while, Fan Mainan had finished constructing a new look for herself. Now, she looked like a completely different person. Jong-hung's eyes opened wide at the female version of Ma Wei in front of him, and he was at a loss for words. Can't you change to a more normal look? Fine. Fan Mainan reconstructed her face again, and when she raised her head, the person looking at him now very much resembled Hayasuka. She then blinked at Jong-hung. Bid. 5 tilde. Do whatever you want as long as you are happy. Jong-hung's hands were still on the keyboard, and soon, he managed to enter the hospital's patient management system. After a thorough search, he singled out a little girl named Wang Shuang. She was admitted 2 weeks ago, just when the number of flu patients in the hospital started to rise significantly. She had been here for more than 10 days, and her condition had only gone from bad to worse. Each time she was about to get better, her condition would worsen again, and this situation had repeated twice. Her attending doctor could not figure out an effective way to cure her completely, so the hospital called on all of the resident doctors to try to find a way. Nonetheless, despite pooling together some of the brightest minds on site, they failed to improve her current predicament. Jong-hung tore off a post-it note and wrote down the girl's ward and bed, as well as 3 other seemingly suspicious patients. Suddenly there was the sound of a key being inserted into a keyhole. A chubby man in a white coat opened the office door, and he just walked in naturally without any second thoughts. However, the sight of Jong-hung and Fan Mainan inside his office had him startled. When he wanted to look at the sign outside the door, a lamp hit him hard on the head, and he fell to the ground without getting the chance to say a word. Han Lu closed the door behind her as quickly as she could, then dragged the man to the sofa. She noticed that Jong-hung and Fan Mainan were staring at her. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Han Lu asked. No, this is my first time seeing a rich person beating someone up. That was awesome. Fan Mainan said truthfully. Jong-hung got up and checked the unlucky man on the sofa. Since the back of a human head was a very fragile part, those who had not received professional training in that area could cause paralysis or even death when hitting somebody at the back of their head. Fortunately, Han Lu was female, and she had also not slept in a long time. Hence, there wasn't much energy left in her when she hit the man. The hapless guy was out cold and would probably only wake up after a while. Initially, Jong-hung mentioned that he wanted to do it himself, but he did not expect Han Lu to react so quickly. Luckily, she caused no major trouble. Jong-hung put away the post-it note. "Let's go," he said. The three slipped out of the office again, and Hanlu still seemed a little excited while they were on the way to the ward, probably intrigued by the way that she knocked the man out. The fatigue on her face had been reduced as well. After a while, they passed the nurses' station. At the moment, the hospital was short-staffed, and all nurses were all busy with their tasks, so there was nobody to notice them when they passed it. Zhongheng followed the signs and found Wang Shuangshuang's ward. According to the patient management system records, Wang Shuangshuang was 13 years old this year, and she should be in junior high. Her classmates were all in school, but the girl could only lie on the hospital bed with her school bag lying silently on the bedside table. A woman who seemed to be her mother sat by her bedside. Zhongheng looked at Fan Mainan. She was carefully observing them through the window for a long time. She then shook her head. It can't be her. Her appearance might change, but the way a mother looks at her daughter can't be faked. We found the target now. What should we do next? Hanlu asked. Good question. It seems like my sister hasn't found it yet. We should find a less conspicuous spot and wait for her to show up, Fan Mainan replied. Well? Any suggestions? She turned to ask Zhongheng. Zhongheng did not answer in a hurry, only answering after a while. This is a twin-bedded ward. Who is the patient next to her bed? To maintain the patient's privacy, a curtain acted as a partition in the middle of the room. Since it was drawn, it was impossible to look at the other bed from the window. About this? I'm afraid I'll have to ask the nurse before we can know, Fan Mainan said. Forget it. I'll go in and take a look myself, replied Zhongheng. He then walked into a ward next to him. A nurse had just pushed the medicine cart in. She quickly bent over, tied a rubber tube around the patient's wrist before applying some iodopher on the back of the patient's hand. While the nurse was concentrating on treating the patient in front of her, Zhongheng quietly sneaked out a bottle of levofloxacin, a pair of syringes, and 2 infusion stickers from the cart. He took the syringe apart by removing the needle, and once that was done, he put it on the back of his hand and stuck an 4 infusion sticker on it. He connected the other end with the levofloxacin, held it, and pretended to walk into the wrong ward. He walked into Wang Shuangshuang's ward without paying attention to the girl and her mother near the door. Zhongheng lowered his head and drew the curtains open. To make it seem as if he'd entered the ward by mistake, Zhongheng put on a stunned expression. He took the opportunity to look at the patient on the bed next to Wang Shuangshuang. He found an elderly old man who was asleep, and his wife sitting next to him on the visitor's chair. She was peeling an apple, and when she saw Zhongheng, she was taken aback. Zhongheng apologized to the grandmother, drew the curtains shut, and walked out of the ward. How did it go? Asked Fan Mainan. Zhongheng tore off the infusion sticker from his hand and threw the syringe and levofloxacin into the trash can next to the bathroom. I'm not sure, but the patient next to Wang Shuangshuang doesn't look right to me. It shouldn't be bedtime now. Even if the old man is a deep sleeper, he should have woken up during the infusion. I saw his 4 infusion bottle. The bottle was new, and the drip just started. The wife, knowing that her husband has fallen asleep, is still peeling the apple. She looks suspicious to me as well. But as Zhongheng walking, he saw a nearby woman in a hospital gown holding a thermos flask secretly watching them not far away. When Zhongheng looked at her, she instantly threw away the flask in her hand and bolted toward the stairs. Chapter 57. Elevator. The commotion in the corridor didn't last long, and the situation soon calmed down. After that, the old woman peeling the apple stood up and walked to the door with a hunched back. Placing her wrinkled face on the glass, she looked left and right, ensuring there were no threats in the corridor. After that, she straightened her back a little bit and nodded, stretching out her hand, and pushing the door open. However, something cold and hard stopped on her waist. Don't shout, and don't do anything unnecessary, Zhongheng said. We are not from the 3 major guilds. We just want to ask you a few questions. The old woman began trembling. She then turned her head with a smile on her face. It was as if she didn't understand what Zhongheng said and hoped he could repeat it. You can continue your acting, But believe me, you are not going to like what happens next, Jong-hung said. He had completely kept the old woman under control by holding her hand tightly. With that, she wouldn't be able to use any game items. After that, Jong-hung led the lady to get the elevator. To the regular passerby, Jong-hung looked like a kind young man helping an elder. This time, however, the expression on the old woman's face finally changed. She opened her mouth and was about to yell for help, but she felt a knife slicing through her right arm. Jong-hung then used the remaining infusion patch and stuck it on the small wound. As I said, you will receive a more severe injury if you don't behave. After seeing blood, the old woman became compliant again. Jong-hung pressed the down button on the elevator, planning to take the old woman out of the hospital first. To avoid the other target's suspicion, Han Lu and Fan Mainan were tasked to go after him. Jong-hung was the only one remaining in the ward area. They agreed to rejoin outside the west gate of the hospital afterward. So far, things were going well. According to Fan Mainan, the woman in sunglasses was different from other players. She had always been alone and had no other companions. The woman who ran away suddenly was just an ordinary person she had hired for help. From here, they realized that she was cautious and cunning. No matter where she was or what she was doing, she would always leave a safe exit for herself. There was a high probability that the old woman was her only way to escape this hospital. This was a city she wasn't familiar with, after all. She had only arrived an hour and a half before Jong-hung and Fan Mainan. Hence, there was not much room for preparation. Jong-hung didn't understand one thing. She had found Wang Shuangshuang one step ahead of them, but she did nothing about it, pretending to be the patient's family next to Wang Shuangshuang's bed instead. Fortunately, such things weren't that important anymore. For now, Jong-hung wasn't concerned about what happened in this hospital. The most urgent thing was to make the woman in sunglasses spit out the method on lifting the Dreamland of Death's curse. The elevator indicator lit up, and the doors slid open. A male doctor and 2 nurses pushed an electric hospital bed towards the elevator. The patient on the bed seemed to be in poor condition, and so were the expressions on the faces of the doctor and the nurses. They looked anxious and unsettled. The male doctor accidentally bumped into Jong-hung, immediately grabbing him and apologizing. Jong-hung told him that it was fine. He stepped aside to let them enter the elevator first before he and the old woman entered. The cramped conditions inside the elevator did no help to the worsening air quality. Jong-hung's throat started to itch as well, now that he'd been in this hospital for some time. He could not help but start to cough. Instead of getting better, though, the discomfort in his throat only got worse. Jong-hung kept hacking more frequently, and at the same time, his temperature began to rise as well, coupled with a pounding headache. The old woman next to him looked at him in surprise. Something seemed to cross her mind, and she suddenly became excited. Jong-hung realized that there was something wrong with his body. At the same time, he ruled out the possibility that he was attacked by the girl wearing shades. Jong-hung held onto her hands all the time, and she shouldn't have possibly gained access to any game items. Besides, the outbreak had broken out here even before she came to this hospital. Jong-hung quickly thought about what happened earlier. Something wasn't right when the male doctor bumped into him. The doctor had grabbed his arm to stop him from falling. Immediately, Jong-hung lowered his head and looked at his wrist. That was the only spot that the doctor touched him, and now, the area had turned a purplish-black color. Jong-hung realized that he could no longer remember the male doctor's face, but he still remembered his tag, feeling like he had seen the name before. After he captured the girl with shades, he didn't think much about other things. It was then that he remembered where he saw the doctor's name. He was Wang Shuangshuang's attending doctor. At this point, Jong-hung finally figured out what the woman with shades was waiting for in the ward. Her target wasn't Wang Shuangshuang, but her attending doctor. He was probably the source of this flu. It did not take long for Jong-hung to sort out everything. The elevator had just gone past 2 floors, and a patient at the back was trying to squeeze forward, obviously trying to get out of the elevator as soon as possible. Once everyone had gotten off the elevator, Jong-hung suddenly stretched out his hand to block the elevator door. He pulled the girl with shades out. Until now, Jongheng had no idea what the doctor did to him. The only thing that he knew was that his current condition wasn't just the simple flu. His condition had deteriorated faster than he expected, where his temperature had been rising steadily, and now, his vision was beginning to blur as well. At the same time, his lower abdomen was hurting too. He was gradually becoming weaker, and quickly too. The moment Jongheng got off the elevator, he immediately pressed the up button again. The top priority now was to return to the previous floor and find the male doctor who did this to him before his strength was utterly depleted. Unfortunately, it's too late. The old woman finally spoke again. She eyeballed Jongheng with a hint of mockery. Who is that guy? Have you heard of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? The old woman leisurely asked. The white horse rider in the New Testament, Revelation Pestilence. Jongheng felt nauseous when he heard that. Is that guy an agent of the plague? Agent? No, that's the pestilence himself. There was a growing excitement in her eyes. I have been looking for him for a long time, and I would like to thank you. Otherwise, I don't think I would have found him. At that very moment, the intense cramps in the abdomen had blurred Jongheng's thinking. In less than 2 minutes, he had almost lost all strength to stand. The old woman looked at him with a touch of pity. Well, you aren't the first to die in his hands, nor would you be the last. Chapter 58. Rider of the White Horse. I watched as the Lamb opened the first of the 7 seals. Then I heard one of the 4 living creatures say in a voice like thunder, "Come." I looked, and there before me was a white horse. Its rider held a bow, and he was given a crown, and he rode out as a conqueror bent on conquest. New Testament of the Bible, Revelation, John. It wasn't Jongheng's first time encountering a biblical creature. Before this, he dealt with the mess left by the jealous Leviathan, one of the 7 deadly sins, but he never actually saw the monster. Compared to demons like the 7 deadly sins, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were even more famous. These 4 horsemen were super big bosses who would only appear before the end of the world, each representing plague, war, famine, and death. Their appearance marked the demise of humankind and the dawn of Judgment Day. Jongheng was in horrible shape right now. He could see the other elevator arriving on this floor, but even simple movements proved a gargantuan task for him. Rather than saying that the lady in shades was still under his control, he was the one relying on her to keep him from falling over. Even if he successfully made it upstairs, he was helpless against the horseman in his current state. The lady in shades reached into Jongheng's pocket, took out his phone, and tossed it into the nearest bin. He was so weak that he could not even stop her. Sorry, but it looks like I won't be answering your questions. Jongheng could not deal with her right now. The moment the elevator door opened, he attempted to step forward, but his legs were so heavy they might as well have been made out of the lead. He exerted nearly every ounce of strength in his body and only managed to make one small step, his feet barely touching the ground as it landed. Losing his balance, he stumbled to the floor. His vision was getting blurry, and his forehead was burning. It felt as if his brain was about to crack open. The woman in shades played along and put on an expression of dismay. Seeing the dismal situation, other patients quickly called for doctors and nurses. Jongheng could hear the sound of a stretcher rolling on the tiled floor, but he could barely see anything. His lips were moving, but he could scarcely utter a single word. Fortunately, he was quickly carried onto a stretcher. A stethoscope was pressed against his chest, with a doctor asking him for his name and emergency contact. There seemed to be many onlookers, but no one noticed that the elderly lady with him disappeared. The latter had slipped into the bathroom amid the commotion, and when she re-emerged, she had become another person. She watched as the doctors wheeled Jongheng into the emergency room before she left through a safe route and returned to the 6th floor. Now, she was standing outside Wang Shuangshuang's ward, and through the glass, she could see that the male doctor from the elevator wasn't inside. But the lady in shades was in no hurry. The doctor had arrived on this floor not too long ago, and it was improbable that he would leave so soon. But since she knew his identity now, finding him shouldn't be too difficult anymore. so she hopped from one ward to another, searching for the man. Nonetheless, even as she approached the end of the corridor, she still had not found him. Just as she was beginning to doubt her suspicions, she spotted the doctor walking out of the male restroom, shaking the water off his hands before stepping into the treatment room. The lady in shades did not hesitate, immediately following behind him. When she pushed the door open, however, the room was empty. While she was still swallowing down her shock, the door suddenly shut behind her. The doctor appeared behind her like a ghost. He then released the doorknob. "Are you looking for me?" "Yes, my lord." The lady in shades turned around with excitement glamming in her eyes. She had waited for this moment for far too long now. "Aren't you with Loki?" "Does he know that you're here looking for me?" the doctor asked, removing the surgical gloves on his hand. "No, coming here was my own idea. It had nothing to do with Lord Loki. If you know me well enough, you should know that my 3 friends and I prefer taking from people rather than giving," said the doctor in a very condescending tone. "Whatever it is that you want from me, my advice is for you to forget that stupid and unrealistic idea as soon as possible." The lady in shades went down on her knees. "Look, I'm not asking for your kindness. I came here to make a deal with you." "Who are you to make a deal with me?" the doctor sniffed. "I'm not one of those Northern European guys, and I don't need to give a face to Loki. I know what you want, and what I want, only you can give," said the lady in shades. Hanlu and Fan Mainan had been waiting for an hour outside the hospital, and still, there was no sign of Zhongheng. Concerned, Fan Mainan called his cell phone, but no one picked up. Could something have happened to him? Hanlu asked, worried. That's very unlikely. With that guy's skill and composure, he's always the one who gets to beat people up. I've never seen anyone taking advantage of him. Even my sister is no match for him. The assurance managed to put Hanlu's mind at ease, albeit just by a little. But then, he couldn't possibly be so indisposed that he couldn't pick up the phone. Fan Mainan paused to think, and since she was unsure, she called again. 10 seconds later, someone finally picked up. Fan Mainan exhaled in relief, but alas, it was the voice of a stranger that greeted her. "Who are you?" the voice on the other line demanded. "And who are you?" Fan Mainan asked in return. "Even if I tell you my name, I'm afraid you wouldn't know who I am. I found this phone in the bin. Are you a friend of this phone's owner? Where did you say you found the phone again?" Fan Mainan's eyebrows furrowed. "In the hospital's trash can. If you made those calls earlier, I wouldn't have found out that there was a phone in there," said the person on the other end. "If you're a friend of this phone's owner, then you better come get it quick. I'm here with my wife for a pregnancy checkup. We'll be leaving in about 20 minutes. Give me 5. I'll be right there." Fan Mainan hung up. "What happened?" Hanlu asked. Fan Mainan bit her lip. "I don't know. Zhongheng's phone was found in the trash can, but I don't know if this is a trap from my sister or not." "Who?" "Anyway, that guy is probably in trouble. I'm going back to find out. You stay right here." "We better go together," Hanlu said. "If anything happens, I could be of help. I believe I've proven myself in the office." Chapter 59. Split up. "You are his family." The lady doctor looked at the 2 people standing in front of her. "Close enough. I am his sister, and she is his." Fan Mainan hesitated. "Girlfriend." Hanlu continued. "Great. We have been looking for his family. He's not in good condition now," the doctor went on. "His fever is not dropping, and his temperature has exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. I've just given him an injection bring the fever down. Who will pay for his consultation and treatment? Give me the bill." Hanlu took the bill and hurried to the payment counter. "We just heard the broadcast." "What happened to him?" asked Fan Mainan. "He was fine when we separated 10 minutes ago." "That's what we are trying to figure out. Since you are his sister, do you know anything about his medical history?" Anyone in your family experienced something like this before? As far as I know, he's always been in good health. I can see the looks healthy as well. When we found him, he had fainted outside the elevator. So we've done some checks on him, but I can't give you an answer before the results come out. It would be best if you prepare for the worst. He's really not looking good. As soon as the doctor was done talking, a nurse ran towards her. Dr. Ju, the patient is critical. His temperature is still rising, and his breathing is becoming more and more difficult as well. Sorry, I'll have to check on my patient now. The doctor put on a mask and strode into the emergency room. What happened? Han Lu asked after settling the bills. I don't know, but I believe he needs our help right now. Whatever or whoever that made him sick, the source should still be in the hospital. Modern medical procedures may not solve this problem. We must find that thing that dropped this grave illness on him. Only that thing can save him. Fan Mainan frowned. I strongly recommend that you stay here this time because this matter is far more dangerous than we could ever imagine. How do you know what I imagine? Han Lu said calmly. Did you think you could understand the truth of this world with just a few words from us? Fan Mainan shook her head. This world is far crazier and a hell lot more dangerous than you think. I haven't closed my eyes for nearly 40 hours. Whether this incident happened or not, I'll be like a crazy woman anyway. Han Lu gulped down another can of coffee in an increasingly futile attempt to keep herself awake. Fine. Time was quickly running out, and no one knew how long Zhongheng could last. So Fan Mainan did not try to talk her out of it anymore. She rubbed her chin in contemplation. First of all, we must determine where Zhongheng was attacked. Before we went after the bait, and let's assume Zhongheng found my sister and successfully kept her under control, wasn't he supposed to meet up with us after that? So the question is, why did he come to this floor? Because he realized in the elevator that something was wrong with his body. You might be right. Zhongheng is usually very calm and cautious. He wanted to get off the elevator after realizing that something was wrong, which explains why he wanted to return to the previous floor. In the end, he passed out in front of the elevator. Fan Mainan bit her lips and continued to analyze, so the thing that caused his sickness should still be on the floor where Wang Shuangshuang is. And this thing apparently didn't attract his attention in the beginning. Hold on. There are still many areas that we need to cover. We'd better check the surveillance video to find out what happened to him. How do we get the surveillance video? I'll take care of it. Fan Mainan said. In that case, let's split up. I will go up and see what I find first. Your sister doesn't know of my existence. It should be safer if it's me, said Han Lu. Okay, be careful. 10 minutes later, Fan Mainan looked at the male security guard who fell into a coma in the men's toilet cubicle. She took off the clothes from him and put it on. Now, she had wholly transformed into the security guard. Fan Mainan locked the door, put up a cleaning under process sign at the toilet entrance, and returned to the monitoring room. The guard's partner saw him come in. What took you so long? Something wrong with your kidneys? No, I ran into Dr. Ju. Someone passed out in the corridor just now. Dr. Ju wanted to know why, so she asked us to send her a copy of the surveillance video. His partner showed a look of surprise. Unless the chairman approves, no one is allowed to view the surveillance video. Dr. Ju should know about this. Yes. I know the rules, but we have an urgent situation now. A patient is in grave danger, and he might die if Dr. Ju can't find the cause quickly. We can talk about the approval later, said Fan Mainan. Wow, did you take the wrong pills today? The eyes of the guard's partner widened. Don't you know that rules are rules? Doing this will cost us our jobs. He paused. I don't want to see someone dying either, but this is a hospital, and people die here every day. All we have to do is to do our jobs well. You're right, Fan Mainan sighed. Trust me, I don't want to do this to you either. The partner was a little puzzled. Who? Without warning, the paddles of a defibrillator suddenly landed on his chest. "Sorry, nothing personal." Fan Mainan flipped the switch, and the security guard started going into a violent fit. When Fan Mainan turned off the switch, the guard's body dropped off the stool like a rock. At the same time, Han Lu had also arrived on the floor where Wang Shuangshuang's ward was located. The atmosphere on this floor hadn't changed much since they left. The corridor was swarming with patients and their family members. A matron was scolding a young nurse loudly for apparently losing a patient's medicine. There were tears in the nurse's eyes. She was giving an injection to a patient earlier, and when she turned around, a bottle of levofloxacin and a syringe had strangely gone missing. The head nurse was after her now, demanding for the poor junior to pay up for the missing items. Han Lu walked towards them and asked, "How much is it?" "I will pay for it." The head nurse seemed a little surprised. "It's not about the money. I want her to remember this lesson. I don't think she has done anything wrong. There are so many people in the hospital now, it is impossible to pay attention to every single person around you all the time." Han Lu took out her purse and drew 1,000 yuan from it. "Will this be enough?" The nurse was a little embarrassed. No. I'm the one who lost the medicine. Let me pay for it. And according to the hospital's regulations, we can't take money from others." "It's okay, consider it a donation then. After you pay for the medication, you can give the rest of the money to those who need it." Han Lu then put the money on the nurse's desk. "Hey, let me ask you a question." "Sure, ask away." "What is it?" Thanks to Han Lu's timely interruption amid the argument, the nurse's mood had improved a lot. She now felt that there were still many good people in this world. "Have you been at the nurse's desk recently? Have you seen any new visitors?" "A new visitor. We have it in the registration system, but I am afraid I can't show it to you," the nurse apologized. "Can't you, perhaps, do something?" Han Lu asked. "You can ask me to register too, then pretend to let me take a quick peek of the records. You don't have to take any responsibility." While the two were talking, the treatment room door opened, and a woman walked out of it. Chapter 460. Heart. The junior nurse was stunned since the other person didn't look like a patient at all. After coming out, he did not walk to the ward but instead headed directly to the elevator. The nurse opened her mouth to say something in an attempt to stop the woman but hesitated the moment she remembered the mistake she made not too long ago. She wasn't about to shoot herself in the foot again. However, the expression on her face had captured Han Lu's attention. She noticed something wasn't right. So, she turned behind. "What's wrong?" Just then, another person walked out of the treatment room. The nurse breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the man with a sweet smile on her face. "Director Kwong." The doctor with the surname of Kwong nodded at the greeting. Seeing that the nurse's expressions had returned to normal, Han Lu did not ask any further questions. She continued focusing on the visitor list, still thinking about looking through all those names as quickly as possible. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable sense of fear surged through her body. That sense of fear came and went quickly, passing by like a flash of light. Had it not been for the horror that Han Lu saw in the nurse's eyes, she would have suspected that the fear wasn't real. The doctor then asked in a deep voice, "How is the patient in bed 203? The nurse patted her chest. "She seems better today. I took her temperature just now, and the fever has subsided." "I hope she is okay," said the nurse with concern. Han Lu shuddered a little when she heard that, but nonetheless, she kept her feelings under control. Number 203 was Wang Shuangshuang's bed. The identity of the doctor in front of her with the surname Kwong was revealed. He was Wang Shuangshuang's attending doctor, and his sudden appearance made him a suspicious person. With his presence, it wasn't hard to connect what happened between him and Zhong Hong. Han Lu's heart started beating faster. It should have hit her a long time ago. All the while, she had been focusing on the visitor list to the point she forgot that hospital staff was obviously free to leave the hospital whenever they wanted. Han Lu tried her best to remain as calm as possible, not forgetting what Fan Mainan told her before this. If Jong Hung was on the verge of death because of this Director Kwong, it meant this person was extremely dangerous. Just then, the phone in Han Lu's pocket started ringing. Han Lu glanced at the caller ID. It was Fan Mainan. Grabbing the opportunity, she walked away, finding herself a corner that no one noticed, and answered the phone. The two of them almost said the same thing together, "I might have found him." Han Lu paused. "You first." "I watched the surveillance video." Jong Hung bumped into a male doctor before getting into the elevator. After that, something bad happened to him. After descending 2 floors, he exited the elevator with my sister. I think he wanted to head back to look for the doctor, but his body wouldn't allow it. Soon after that, he lost consciousness on the ground, said Fan Mainan. "Did Wang Shuang's attending doctor go by the surname of Kwong?" "He's standing next to me right now," whispered Han Lu. "Yes. That's why I called you quickly. It means the person who walked out of the same room with him was your sister." Fan Mainan hesitated. "That's right." Right now, her sister was planning to leave the hospital, and Jong Hung was in a critical situation. It was time for her to make a decision. Han Lu quickly came up with an idea. "I'm keeping my eyes on him. Come here quickly." "Okay." Fan Mainan said nothing after that, knowing that although Han Lu was in a sticky situation, it was her utmost priority to rescue Jong Hung first. "Wait for me," she said and hung up the phone. On the other side, Han Lu pretended to talk while secretly keeping her eyes on Director Kwong. It seemed Director Kwong didn't notice her at all, and once he was done talking to the nurse, he walked directly to Wang Shuang's ward. Han Lu breathed a sigh of relief as she saw the director walking away. She swiftly put away her phone. Now, she only needed to wait until Fan Mainan arrived. The next moment, however, something slapped her neck from behind. Han Lu had no idea what happened, and before she knew it, she was dragged through the wall into the ward and slammed heavily to the ground. When Han Lu saw the expressionless face of Director Kwong staring down at her, the fear in her heart quadrupled. She could not help but let out a loud scream. Director Kwong remained in his position, looking at her with indifference. There wasn't a hint of emotion in his eyes, causing an endless chill of despair to run through Han Lu's heart. She became even more horrified when she realized that no one could hear her scream. The 2 patients on the bed were in a deep sleep, let alone those outside the ward. This happened a mere 5 seconds after Fan Mainan hung up the phone. No one could hear her cries for help, so naturally, no one would come and save her. Han Lu crawled towards the door, trying to escape the ward. But when she wanted to grab the doorknob, she found out that the door couldn't be opened no matter how hard she tugged at it. Banging the door desperately with all her strength, she attempted to attract the attention of those outside the ward. Alas, it was as if the world had forgotten her. After that, Han Lu heard the neighing of horses. The ward lights were dimmed, and Director Kwong had a crown on his head. He was holding a peculiarly shaped longbow made of human bones. He spoke with a voice so loud, it was as if the entire earth could hear his bellows. "The day I descend on earth will be the day the plague goes rampant, and all humans will suffer." He then slowly raised the longbow and aimed it at Han Lu, now completely overcome by terror. However, neither Pestilence nor Han Lu noticed a dark figure sneaking in from the window. Director Kwong pulled on the empty bowstring. Although there was no arrow, Han Lu felt the unprecedented fear of death haunting her very being. Just when she was sure that she was about to die, a sharp scalpel stabbed into Director Kwong's back. Ironically, not a drop of blood came out of the wound. Director Kwong frowned, slowly turning around to see who this brazen attacker was. Jong Heng, however, wasn't bothered to look at Director Kwong at all. He held the scalpel tightly, seemingly focused on his actions completely. Jong Heng pulled the knife all the way down, slicing the target's back wide open. A few seconds later, something magical happened. The top part of the wound had already begun healing, and it was obvious that some supernatural power was repairing the director's body. The part that recovered was as smooth as a mirror, and there wasn't even a scar. Director Kwong sneered at Jong Heng as if to mock his inability to maim his target. However, Jong-hung would soon do something really unforgettable. Without warning, Jong-hung shoved his entire hand into Director Kwong's open wound as if probing for something. Director Kwong's expression changed for the first time. After a while, Jong-hung's right hand stopped. He had finally found what he was looking for. Director Kwong roared furiously, "How dare you!" But before he could finish, he was put to a stop. Jong-hung's right hand left his body abruptly, and on the palm of his hand, there was a beating black heart. Chapter 61. Killing God. Jong-hung clenched his fist and squeezed the black heart with no vacillation, and bright, black, blood oozed out of it. At the same time, the horse stopped neighing as well, and the previously dim room was now bright again. It was at that time Han Lu felt as if she reconnected with the world again. The sinking feeling of desolation and loneliness had disappeared. The shock that she experienced, however, would never fade. Director Kwong's body seemed to be frozen, the anger on his face sealed in forever, his mouth wide open like a roaring lion. And behind him stood a man covered in black blood. It was like David facing Goliath, every inch of his body was bathed in black. Han Lu's heart started thumping in her chest again. In the end, Director Kwong lost his vitality, and his body plopped to the ground. It also indicated that this short but perilous battle was finally over. Jong-hung. Han Lu finally recognized the person who rescued her during the critical moment. Jong-hung stood there with his eyes closed, motionless as if he had not heard his name being called at all. When Han Lu started getting worried, Jong-hung suddenly spoke up. "Can you help me find some clothes?" "Okay." Han Lu was back to normal when she heard Jong-hung speaking. She was reluctant to take her eyes away from him. Being the woman she was, Han Lu had dated all kinds of young and handsome men, including a club's young master, a buff young man from the gym, and even several celebrities. All of them were in excellent shape, to say the least, but for whatever reason, their muscles seemed to lack a sense of beauty, not unlike expensive and fragile glass toys displayed before a store's window. Han Lu opened the cabinet beside her, finding a set of sportswear that belonged to one of the patients. She quickly grabbed it and handed it to Jong-hung. "How did you end up like this?" "I climbed from the window in the emergency room. My clothes are still there." Jong-hung tore off the infusion sticker on his hand, turned on the faucet in the bathroom, and washed off the blood on his body. "Are you okay? The doctor told us you weren't doing so well." Before Jong-hung could reply, Han Lu's phone rang again. She immediately answered the call, where a very anxious Fan Mainan came over the line. "Where are you? I didn't see you in the hallway. What happened?" I'm in Ward 207, and the situation is a bit, well. It's hard to explain in words," said Han Lu. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of the ward pushed open from the outside. Fan Mainan saw the corpse of Director Kwong on the floor. After that, she saw Jong-hung, stark naked and wet, coming out of the bathroom. Suddenly, her cheeks turned red. "Seems you are enjoying what you see too." Han Lu handed over the sportswear to Jong-hung, and he quickly put on the pants and jacket. The showcase of nudity was finally over. Fan Mainan closed the door behind her immediately. "Who can explain to me what in the world is going on here? How did you get yourself into the rescue room, and how did you get out?" She turned to look at Jong-hung. "The person your sister wanted to meet here is Pestilence, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse," said Jong-hung as he picked up the bone bow on the ground. "We met outside the elevator, and he touched my skin. After that, I felt like smallpox, flu, and the plague all attacked me at the same time." "The 4 horsemen of apocalypse? Pestilence himself? How did you defeat him?" Fan Mainan asked in bewilderment. "I'm not so sure myself. I thought I was going to die too. I almost expired in the emergency room. My respiratory system was failing, the temperature kept rising, and my head hurt like hell. I couldn't speak, and even opening my eyes was almost impossible. All I could hear was people walking around me and talking," related Jong-hung. "Then my heart stopped for a few seconds. It felt like the whole world had quieted down. I vaguely saw that the heart rate monitor had flatlined. But the best thing? I didn't actually feel sorry for my own death. In fact, I felt nothing during that time. You were dead. For a while, I believe. Jong-hung said. Who saved you after that? No one. I don't remember what happened in those few seconds, but somehow, I opened my eyes and I found myself to be healthy again. I had no fever, headache, or nausea, and my strength had recovered. However, I also saw a doctor holding defibrillator paddles in her hand, and she was about to place them on my chest. I didn't want to get shocked, so I had to knock her out and the nurses around her as well. After that, I climbed through the window and returned to this floor. I happened to see that Hanlu was in danger from outside the window, so I quickly crawled in to help. You survived the plague? How is that even possible? The 4 horsemen of apocalypse are supposed to be powerful enough to destroy the world. Fan Mainan's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. But compared to that, I can't believe that you managed to kill Pestilence. How the hell did you do that? How did you know what his weakness was, and how did you accurately pinpoint it? I wish I can answer all your questions, but unfortunately, I can only tell you that I wasn't thinking back then. I acted entirely by instinct. When I was young, though, my parents told me stories of many myths. Maybe 1 or 2 of those mentioned the weakness of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, said Jong-hung. He squatted down and picked up the crown on and the peculiar bone bow from the ground. The bone bow was his most significant yield yet after a fight. However, there was no way of knowing what it could do before it was sent to be appraised. But being equipment of a horseman of the apocalypse, he couldn't be wrong about its prowess. Director Kwong's body had decayed and melted at an incredible speed before finally turning into a pile of ashes. If it were not for the black blood on the ground, it was as if the situation never occurred at all. After that, Jong-hung and Han-lu stayed behind to ensure no one would enter the room. At the same time, Fan Mainan stole a few detergent bottles and brushes, and the 3 of them started cleaning up the blood on the ground. The 2 ladies were still in shock after witnessing what happened earlier. Han-lu witnessed the battle with her own 2 eyes, and when the bone bow was pointed at her, she almost stopped breathing. This was her first time getting that close to a celestial being, and before the scalpel stabbed Pestilence's back, she thought that this was the day she would die. The scene where Jong-hung extracted Pestilence's heart would now be forever imprinted in her mind. Although Fan Mainan did not witness the battle, she experienced a greater shock than Han-lu since she knew exactly how powerful the 4 horsemen of apocalypse was. They were different from those so-called gods that had lost most of their supernatural powers over time. The world had not forgotten the existence of the 4 horsemen of apocalypse. Looking at the flu that had affected the entire city, one could witness just how mighty these demigods were. It would be nothing less but an incredible feat if a mortal killed one of them, even if it was a sneak attack. Chapter 62. Resonable Inference. The 3 quickly cleaned up the ward as soon as they could. After that, Han-lu and Fan Mainan took the bone bow and the crown, wrapped them in sheets, and left the hospital with the elevator. Jong-hung, on the other hand, climbed through the window and returned to the emergency room to take back his clothes and personal belongings. He then left the hospital quietly. The 3 regrouped in the car once outside the hospital. Han-lu still seemed a little shocked. I still can't believe that you killed a horseman of the apocalypse, said Fan Mainan as Jong-hung opened the door. Jong-hung sat down, closed the door, but only shook his head. It is meaningless discussing stuff like these at the moment. We came here to find your sister, but it appears we have lost her again. That's the problem. To be honest, I don't want to be fooled again. This doesn't feel good. Fan Mainan smiled bitterly. We may still have another chance, said Jong-hung. What do you mean? Why did your sister come to find Pestilence? The 3 major guilds wished to bring her in, and she obviously became furious about it. Is she trying to eliminate the 3 major guilds with the help of Pestilence? Fan Mainan fell into deep thought while touching her chin. It's not easy to kill so many players in one go. Even when it comes to deities, only a few of them could carry out such a feat, and Pestilence is one of them. She may have gotten what she wanted from the deity. Hold on. It's not easy to ask for the Pestilence's help, and I'm afraid it must have cost her dearly in exchange for whatever favor she needed. Their first contact is only a speculation. There should be follow-up contacts. This is our most reasonable inference for now, Jong-hung said, pulling out a Samsung Galaxy while at it. I got Pestilence's mobile phone. They may contact each other again, but why must they do it through mobile phones? Because it is our only clue now. Jong-hung turned on the laptop beside him. I can hack through the phone's lock screen password and check out his contact list. Since it was all about Han Lu's fate, she was naturally nervous and on edge. When did you see them coming out of the room? Jong-hung asked Han Lu. At about 11:03 or 04, replied Han Lu replied. She closed her eyes, rummaging through her memories. It was 11:03. I looked at the wall clock at the nurse's station. The last incoming call on the phone was at 10:20 in the morning. It couldn't have been her. Jong-hung turned to the contact list and continued to scroll through it. Most of the contacts here are colleagues from the hospital. I don't see anything suspicious. If this is the case, we can only wait for the person to contact us. I didn't expect Pestilence to be so dedicated in his hospital work. Jong-hung turned to Fan Mainan. You have the ability to change your voice when you pretend to be someone else. Can you imitate Pestilence's voice? Yes, but I have to hear him speak first. It's easy to acquire his voice. Since he was the director of this hospital, he should have some videos on the internet. Jong-hung quickly found a panel of experts on infectious disease and epidemiology organized by the Municipal Health Ministry. Pestilence had been invited as an expert to speak at the summit. The whole situation seemed like an ironic piece of black humor. Fan Mainan paid attention to the video. After a while, she cleared her throat, and she started to speak in the voice of Director Kwong. Under the leadership of Deputy Mayor Gui, we shall build a harmonious and caring doctor-patient relationship together. Han Lu nodded. Overall, you sound just like him. However, I think you should carry a more indifferent tone. Roger that. For now, we'll just wait for your sister to contact Pestilence again. Can you still take it? Jong-hung asked Han Lu. I'm still fine, Han Lu said. I did some research earlier, and I found out that the longest time somebody didn't sleep is 10 days. However, it also said that I'll start hallucinating after 5 days, and brain damage will kick in after 7. I can become completely delirious as well. We will find a way to lift the curse within 5 days, said Jong-hung. If it doesn't work, it seems I'll be swallowing more water in your luxurious bathtub, Fan Mainan sighed. Then, where should we go now? Han Lu drank another can of coffee again. Before the curse could be lifted, she had to drink coffee as if it was drinking water. Let's head back, Jong-hung insisted, taking a can of coffee for himself. You need to rest, but that doesn't mean you can fall asleep. If Pestilence plans to deal with the 3 major guilds that we're going after, the battlefield would be in the city where we live. Okay, then I will ask my assistant to book the return tickets. Give me some time to deal with my own stuff. I'll meet you at the airport later. Jong-hung contacted the bartender lady and asked for the address of the city's checkpoint. Having just acquired 2 pieces of equipment from Pestilence, he could bring the crown onto the airplane but not the bone bow. He also knew that using a commercial courier service to deliver the bone bow was unreliable as well. Hence, he decided to employ the special logistics service offered by the checkpoint. The advantages of using this service were clear. It was guaranteed to be safe and fast. There were 0 chances that the package would be lost in transit. Of course, such perks always had the same setback. Similar to the services offered by all checkpoints, it was extremely costly. The delivery of 1 game item required 15 game points, and 2 things needed 20 game points, which was almost equivalent to a whopping 800,000 yuan. It was very much like daylight robbery. Unfortunately, Jong-hung had earned many game points from the whistleblower quest. Fan Mainan and Jong-hung then went to the checkpoint together. After Jong-hung paid the fee, Fan Mainan pulled him to a corner. You know that even if you did find my sister, she might not know how to deal with the Dreamland of death, or maybe there's really just no way to lift the curse. Zhongheng nodded. I've taken that possibility into account. So, should we tell her about it? I will wait until the time is right, Zhongheng said. When is the right time, then? When we are sure that we have no way to lift the curse. She may die of pain. It's still better than giving up at the last minute right before she gets saved, Zhongheng said. Now, the only thing that keeps her alive is the faith that we can save her. If we tell her the truth now, she may not even last 5 days. You're the boss. You have the final say. Fan Mainan shrugged and stopped arguing. Thanks. Zhongheng paused and looked into Fan Mainan's eyes. For what you did for me before, I haven't had the chance to say thank you. Oh, are you talking about the time when I stuck my head into a bathtub full of water and almost drowned? It's a pity that I couldn't find my sister in the end, not to mention how we almost got killed by pestilence. If you need any help at all, please remember to come to me. Wow, this sounds sweet. Fan Mainan blinked. Then, I'll take it seriously. Is it true that you are powerful enough to kill the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? How could I have not found out about this? Are you really that good? Chapter 63. Changes. Upon returning to Beijing, the 3 went their separate ways for the time being. Zhongheng was pretty lucky. There had been no roll call on that one day he missed class, and once he arrived at the campus, he headed straight for the showers. It was around 3 in the afternoon, so the public bath was barely occupied. Zhongheng stood under the shower, letting the water wash away the residual black blood on his body. Though his body had recovered, it was still better to be safe than sorry since the blood belonged to one of the 4 horsemen. Zhongheng lathered himself up with a grand amount of soap, then rinsed himself with warm water. He repeated the whole process twice for good measure. He looked at his right arm. The needle mark had disappeared, only less than 5 hours since he pulled it out. Zhongheng did not tell Fan Mainan and Hanlu the entire truth after surviving that deadly plague. He experienced changes, to put it simply, especially during the few seconds when he stopped breathing. He did not entirely lose consciousness, and during that time, he witnessed something so bizarre it couldn't even put it into words. After he opened his eyes, other than his body's self-healing property becoming stronger than the ordinary person, he did not sense any other differences. His strength, agility, and reflexes were the same as before, and other than taking advantage of a sneak attack, he was able to kill the horseman mainly because the latter underestimated him. The horseman did not expect Zhongheng to rip his heart out like that, which explained the trace of anger and confusion in his eyes. Zhongheng had no way of knowing what happened to himself or what was happening. Thankfully, his new self-healing ability wasn't nearly as exaggerated as the horseman, not noticeable unless one paid close attention. As for any other hidden changes, Zhongheng would need to keep an eye out for the time being. After his shower, he set aside the worries about his body, put on a pair of slippers, and went to the market to buy a bottle of black tea. During checkout, however, he realized that he had left his campus card in the public shower. With furrowed eyebrows, he reached into his pocket for his mobile phone, but then, a hand with a campus card reached out from behind him to pay for the drink. Zhongheng turned around and found himself standing face to face with Shen 1111. She smiled at him. It's on me. Thank you. Since a bottle of tea wasn't that expensive, Zhongheng didn't refuse the offer. How have you been? Shen 1111 asked. About the same, attending classes, playing games, and reading books in the library. Zhongheng twisted open the cap of the bottle and took a sip. Really? But I didn't see you during Computer Essentials class. Hey, I'm not implying anything. It's just that. I heard from Xiao Xiao that you happened to pick the same elective as I did. Oh, something was going on with my mother's friend, and I couldn't make it, answered Zhongheng. Your mother's friend? Han Lu. Shen 1111 raised an eyebrow. How did you know? What you should have asked is who doesn't know. Your 2 roommates have been telling everyone that you know Han Lu. They might as well have printed flyers for it. Okay. I'm just kidding. It was Xiao Xiao. She probably heard it from Wei Jiangyang, Shen 1111 said. Well, I gotta go. I have a class in the evening, and I've got assignments waiting for me. I need to head to the library. She took out her phone as she got up. Oh, by the way, a few friends and I set up a WeChat group for dealing with that kinda stuff we faced before. You can recommend it to anyone who needs help. If they are facing any difficulties whatsoever, they can always leave us a message. When our people see it, they will offer advice, or even help if necessary. Zhongheng received the QR code Shen 1111 sent. When he scanned it, it led him to a WeChat group called Stranger Things. God knew if the player forums had inspired Shen 1111, but it was evident that she was moving farther and farther along the path she carved for herself. Whether it was the Anti-Alien Invasion Welfare Organization or the WeChat group, her desire to help ordinary people hadn't changed since the beginning. And according to Fan Mainan, more and more players have agreed to join her, and they have even attracted the attention of several local guilds, which had also added to her workload. This meant that for Shen 1111, getting some time to study quietly in the library was becoming a rarity. She even considered taking a break from school. Zhongheng signed up for a WeChat account with the phone that Ding Sai had bounded to his bank card and left a message in Stranger Things. I have a friend who received an extraordinary picture. What should we do? In less than 2 minutes, he received a reply. What kind of picture? When Zhongheng briefly described the picture that Han Lu received, the other party suddenly sounded anxious. They replied in mere seconds. From now on, please do not allow her to close her eyes. Where is your friend? Zhongheng began to type something, but a thought crossed his mind, and he scrapped it. He put his phone back into his pocket. From the way the person reacted, it was apparent that nobody had any ideas on how to solve it. Zhongheng was only giving it a try, though. The Dreamland of Death was recognized among the players as an incomprehensible killer. Even after the 3 significant guilds invested enormous amounts of manpower and material into investigating it, they had yet to develop any concrete solutions. Other people aside, if Shen 1111 had found a solution, she would have published it on the internet as soon as possible to keep more people from being harmed. At present, the most reliable solution was to find the lady in shades. But Fan Mainan still had not contacted him yet. Obviously, she hadn't yet heard anything about it. Zhongheng failed to think of a better solution, and all he could do now was to keep waiting. What he did not expect was that the wait would last as long as 2 days. It had been 3 days since Han Lu last slept. 80 hours without any sleep was causing her to feel increasingly anxious and depressed. Han Lu was mentally more substantial than most people, but even so, her patience was running out, and the endless doses of caffeine gave her a weary look. She was almost at wit's end. When Zhongheng arrived at her place after class, she threw a tantrum, throwing things around the house because the housekeeper was too noisy while preparing food. Han Lu's eyes were bloodshot, and the moment she saw Zhongheng, she collapsed on the sofa as if she had lost every ounce of energy. She slowly rubbed her temples in despair and despondency. Zhongheng noticed a pile of documents on the coffee table. Are you still working? What choice do I have? I have to keep myself busy. Han Lu smiled bitterly. Otherwise, it would be just too difficult. I am at the point where I'm willing to exchange half of my assets for 1 hour of sleep. Just 1 hour would suffice. Chapter 64. Dating. Zhongheng took the coffee pot from the maid and poured a cup for Han Lu. Interesting. I used to like coffee. I even flew all the way to bloody Ethiopia to buy coffee beans. But now, the very smell of it makes me feel like puking. Han Lu lifted the cup, only to put it down moments later. She looked into Zhongheng's eyes. I need you to tell me the truth. Do you really have a way to help me? If I can choose how I die, I don't want to die at work suddenly. At the very least, I should get 4 or 5 young and ripped men to keep me company, perhaps lie in the bathtub with me. Might as well spend some money and pamper me before I die. I'm trying. You know well enough that an answer as such is not good enough for me, said Han Lu. Zhongheng opened his mouth, but his phone vibrated at the same time. It was a WeChat message by Fan Mainan. There was only one sentence, and he could see it without unlocking his phone. She called me. Zhongheng got up. Let's hold on for a little longer. We'll be getting an answer soon. You have been holding on for so long, and if you give up now, all that suffering will be wasted. I know what a sunken cost is. Zhongheng walked to the door, and Han Lu spoke again. If you still can't catch her this time, can you take a few days off from school? Why? I have many friends, but none I want to see before my funeral. And your mother may not be able to come back in time. I don't want to leave this world alone. You are not going to die yet, Zhongheng said. Since you managed to escape from pestilence, there is no reason why you can't survive this crisis. Late at night, in the suburbs Tilda. Although there were still vehicles passing by the overpass, the streets were practically deserted, and there wasn't a soul to be seen. The lady in shades emerged from the darkness. Her red high heels tapped the ground with a distinctive click, and from the steady but slow steps, it was apparent she wasn't in a rush. The first thing that she did was to take out a pair of night vision goggles from her handbag. After putting it on, she strolled around the area, making sure that no one would ambush her. Only after she was certain did she take off the goggles, tidy up her clothes, and walk towards the meeting spot. Pestilence had agreed to meet her in front of a newsstand that was now closed. The lady in shades re-examined whatever she wanted to say in her mind. Compared to their first meeting, she was now more relaxed. Since Pestilence had agreed to meet up with her, it meant that he was interested in making a deal. However, she was about to come face to face with a demon of sorts, and regardless of how much she wished she could put her mind at ease, there was no way she could fully relax. The lady in shades arrived at the newsstand 5 minutes earlier, and at the same time, left an escape route for herself. To do that, she had paid 10,000 yuan to hire an amateur driver who could come and get her within 120 seconds if something went wrong. After becoming public enemy numero uno of the three powerful guilds, many thought that she would be found after going into hiding. For now, however, she was very much alive and well, and in addition to her superb ability to disguise herself, being extremely meticulous had also helped a lot with her cause as well. Right now, she wasn't even trying to defend herself against pestilence. After witnessing firsthand the creature's power in the hospital, she knew there was nothing she could really do if the celestial being really wanted her life. She continued waiting before the newsstand, taking constant glances at her watch. Only less than 2 minutes were left before the meeting commenced. She didn't have to wait long before faintly seeing a dark figure wearing a crown and holding a longbow coming to her from a distance. The silhouette looked just like one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, not to mention how it looked down on her in condescension. Then, in just a few seconds, it turned away, disappearing into the night. Now, the lady in shades became increasingly nervous. She then noticed another figure walking toward her. Pestilence had changed his appearance to Director Kwong, and considering the human image the creature carried, it made most situations less stressful for the unexpecting spectator. The teleportation she witnessed earlier had also left her deeply impressed. No wonder Pestilence was known as an entity powerful enough to destroy the world. His otherworldly powers were simply unfathomable to most. "My lord," cooed the lady in shades, her greeting as respectful as ever. Director Kwong had a blank look written across his face. He kept the same pace, walking to her a step at a time. "Have you made up your mind? Just follow my method, and we can reproduce the Spanish flu of 1918. Your name will definitely be remembered by the world again," said the lady in shades before pausing for a moment. "I'm not talking about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I'm talking about you, Pestilence. You will become everyone's worst nightmare. In fact, you're the first horseman that walked the earth, which is why you deserve to become the leader of the 4. Whether death or war, how could they compare to you?" "Extend your hand," Director Kwong interrupted her with a commanding tone. The lady in shades didn't hesitate and immediately stretched out her right hand. Director Kwong took out something from his pocket, leaving a hint of confusion in the lady's eyes. The object looked a little strange. Based on its design, it looked like a regular everyday item, squarish in shape, and looked a lot like a power bank of sorts. Anyone would pass off unnoticed if they had such an object in their hands. However, it was odd to see Pestilence holding it. Before she had time to ask anything, Director Kwong, who was opposite her, suddenly put on a weird smile, and at the same time, pressed the switch on the device. What turned out to be taser instantly generated a high-voltage pulse through its built-in transformer, throwing the lady into a brief fit before rendering her unconscious. She had fainted before she even had a chance to call her emergency driver. After that, Director Kwong bounded her hands and feet with cuffs. Before she took out her mobile phone to call Jong-hung, he had already appeared in front of her. Fan Mainan was stunned. What the hell? How did you get here so soon? Are you Liu Song? Jong-hung did not say anything. He dragged the lady in shades on the ground and carried her into the Polo's back seat. Jong-hung had not obtained his driver's license yet, but it shouldn't be a big problem if he drove at night. Of course, he could have easily called for a cab, but he didn't do it for obvious reasons since he was with an unconscious girl. Not wanting things to go bad like the last time, he specifically instructed Fan Mainan to set the meeting at midnight. This time, no matter what the lady in shades did, it wouldn't affect Jong-hung because his world would stop at midnight. The plan went smoother than expected. Thanks to the good amount of preparation, the lady in shades didn't suspect that the Director Kwong she met was actually a disguised Fan Mainan. Of course, the most important thing to note was that she didn't expect Pestilence to have been killed by Jong-hung. Jong-hung avoided the path that the amateur driver would take, driving the Polo to the overpass instead. Now, all he needed to do was make the lady in shades spill out the method to neutralize the curse of the Dreamland of Death. Chapter 65. Seth. The lady in shades opened her eyes, finding herself on a chair with her hand strapped to the back in an old abandoned workshop. The person who tied her on the chair had to be an expert. No matter how hard she tried to break free, all her attempts were to no avail. Her fingers could not reach her pockets, as well. "Are you looking for these?" asked Fan Mainan while holding a bag of plasticine. "It's you," snorted the lady in shades coldly. "You seem to have gotten braver after I haven't seen you for a few months. How do you pretend to be a horseman of the apocalypse? Aren't you afraid that Pestilence will come looking for you?" "I don't think he has the time to retaliate against me," said Fan Mainan, letting out a long sigh. "Let's talk about our problems. You know I harbor no bad intentions against you. Why can't you sit down and have a good talk? I just want to ask you a few questions." "What then? Are you going to hand me over to the 3 major guilds?" "Of course not. As long as you answer my questions, I will let you go." "What if I don't cooperate?" The lady in shades raised her eyebrows, her tone filled with angst and aggression. "I'm doing this for your own good," Fan Mainan smiled bitterly. "If you don't want to cooperate with me, the person behind me will come and interrogate you personally. Trust me. You wouldn't want to see him in person. When you mentioned that it's for my own good, you meant bringing in more people to catch me. You have also made me your scapegoat several times. So, if you really want to talk about this, you still owe me more at the end of the day," said Fan Mainan. "Don't forget who introduced you to Loki. Without me, you will still be." Fan Mainan interrupted the lady in shades. "Okay, let's not dwell on the topic anymore, okay?" A strange expression appeared on the face of the lady in shades. "You don't want your companion to know your past identity, huh? Didn't you tell your partner about your past? Hee hee. How pathetic. And that's the end of our chat. Let us focus on what we are supposed to be doing now," said Fan Mainan. "You took the Dreamland of Death from the 3 major guilds, so you must also know how to lift the curse." "Should I have known?" Fan Mainan walked to the lady in shades and looked her into her eyes. "I know you and the 3 major guilds are conflicted, and I don't know what plans you have in mind, but I have never interfered with your endeavors. This time, the victim is an ordinary person, and it has nothing to do with those 3 guilds. Tell me the way to lift the curse. I swear I'll only use it to save people, and I'll not tell anybody about it." The girl in shades lifted her head, looked at Fan Mainan, and said softly, "No. You know nothing, sister. So, this is personal." Fan Mainan was starting to get a little annoyed too. "Is it because you were taken away as a kid, and now, you hold a grudge? Are you angry because of this? Is that what you think of me?" The lady in shades shook her head. "You keep complaining that I don't trust you, but the irony is that you've never trusted me either. When we first met, I told you that I willingly left the house. I blame no one for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recommended you to Loki. However, you, on the other hand, have never stopped wondering if I held a grudge or not. The exciting thing is, I can no longer remember the faces of those two people. After you asked me if I knew a way to lift the curse, I told you that I don't know anything, but yet, you didn't believe me. You assumed that I wasn't talking because I have a beef with the 3 major guilds, which was why I played along and said that I had a way to lift the curse. I could have asked you to do me a favor as well, but I didn't expect that group to be so unhelpful. You went after me non-stop, and you almost ruined my plan. Now, you've come up with a plan to capture. Damn it! Now, tell me, who's the one being bullied here? Impossible, the Dreamland of Death was in your possession for so long. Are you trying to tell me that you didn't open it? Fan Mainan frowned. As I said, it was all business for me. I'm not the one who wanted the Dreamland of Death. I am just the middleman. Who actually took away the Dreamland of Death, then? Fan Mainan asked. You've asked me before, and my answer remains the same. It's better that you know nothing about it. You're still reluctant to talk at a time like this. I'm doing it for your own good. That guy is not someone that you want to mess with. You pretended to be Pestilence, and yes, there is a chance that he will let you off the hook since it's nothing serious. However, if you mess with the person I just talked about, he will definitely make you pay for it. Tell me who took the Dreamland of Death, repeated Fan Mainan, looking serious this time. Tell me his name, and don't take any chances. You know you will have to say it sooner or later. The lady in shade simply shrugged and blurted the name out. Well, okay. As you wish. His name is Seth. Who is that? In ancient Egyptian mythology, the child of the twin gods Gaba and Nuit were said to have brutally torn open their mother's womb before they were due. Seth was born that way. In the early days, he was known as the god of strength and was worshipped by many people. His status in Egypt was unquestionable, but with Osiris gaining Egypt's kingship, Seth's status was challenged. In the end, Seth became jealous of Osiris, and he killed him. After that, Osiris' child, Horus, sought Seth in a duel to avenge his father. During the battle, Seth had Horus' eyes gouged out, but Horus also tore off Seth's leg and testicles. Finally, the gods exiled Seth to the desert. After that, he lived with the sun god for a while. During that time, he managed to kill Apache, the giant snake. He was known by the people of that time as the protector of the sun. However, as Horus became the country's main god, Seth became the rebels' representative at the same time. In the end, he fell into darkness and turned into the god of chaos. He acquired the Dreamland of Death through me and made a dozen copies of it to spread the chaos. Where can we find Seth? How would I know? He is the god of chaos. How could he be at a fixed place? The lady in shades continued. To be honest, I don't want to deal with that guy anymore. If only he gave me a Dreamland of Death copy as promised, I wouldn't even need to look for Pestilence. Speaking of which, why do you have Pestilence's cell phone? I already figured out the trick on the bridge, but how did you answer my call to Pestilence? Fan Mainan shook her head and ignored the lady in shades. Instead, she spoke into her communicator. It's not ringing. Did you hear me? Chapter 66. This is it. Fan Mainan grabbed the bronze rings from the hands of the lady in shades, throwing it to Jonghung, coming down from the second floor. Name, Oath Rings. Grade, F. Effect, if one of the two bearers breaks an oath, the other will know about it. Jonghung obtained this Grade F game item from Mr. Coffee during the previous quest. The identification results just came in that afternoon, and it happened to come in handy during the interrogation process. The conditions of activating the oath rings were straightforward. All the wearer needed to do was mix both wearers' blood, write the vows on parchment, then put on the ring. If one were to violate the vow, the other wearer would be instantly notified. The ring of the one who broke the vow would start to heat up. Once the ring was removed, the oath would become invalid. Styx was more than just the goddess who lived in the underworld and ruled the river. She was also known as the goddess of oaths and hatred. Since Mr. Coffee was her agent, it was no surprise that he had this pair of rings on him. Although the oath rings were only grade F game items, they were actually quite useful in certain situations, doubling up as an effective lie detector after a vow had been written. Other than that, the identification results of the USB drive from Edward had also been released. The drive was also a grade F game item, where it would make the user's IP address untraceable when plugged into a computer. The two items that he acquired in his previous game were not only super powerful, but they were also practical enough to be used in certain situations. However, these were in no way helpful in removing Hanlu's curse. Jonghang had once put all his hopes on the Lady in Shades, but now, it proved a wrong strategy. Fan Mainan watched as Jonghang drew a knife and walked toward the Lady in Shades. She has told us everything she knows, Fan Mainan muttered nervously. Yes, so it doesn't make much sense for us to keep her around. Jonghang then cut the rope binding the Lady in Shades. The latter rubbed her wrists, stared at the masked Jonghang, and sensibly bowed her head. Happy to be alive, she silently walked out of the factory without uttering a single threat or harsh word. But just as she was about to reach the gate, Fan Mainan voiced out. "You'd better not contact Pestilence again." The Lady in Shade stopped, seeming a little surprised. "Why?" she asked. "Because he can't reply to you anymore." "Oh, is this an early April Fool's joke?" "I thought the same as well when I saw what happened." "Consider it as a friendly reminder from a close relative." Afterward, the Lady in Shade seemed to have understood something. She looked at Jonghang for another second, then turned around and walked out of the old workshop without uttering another word. Fan Mainan was a little sad, but she quickly cheered herself up. "It seems we have reached an impasse. My sister does not know how to lift the curse, and we are not about to locate Seth anytime soon. I'm sorry I lead you to a dead end." Jonghang shook his head. "You have already helped us so much, so leave the rest to me." "Great. I'll be the one that gets to break the bad news to her. Let's go. I'll drive you to your place first." It was 3 in the morning when Jonghang returned to Hanlu's house, the only one in the entire area that was still lit up. Hanlu opened the door after she heard a knock. There was loud music, and cigarette butts were scattered all over the floor. An open bottle of plum wine was also lying on the table. "Don't worry. I drank too much coffee and tea. I needed a change of taste, hence the plum wine. I won't be getting drunk if that's what you're thinking." "Where is the maid?" asked Jonghang, looking around the messy living room as he let out a long sigh. "I gave her some money and put her up at a hotel. So, it appears we are the only ones left in this house." Hanlu exhaled a puff of smoke and put her finger on Jonghang's lips. "Sure. Don't tell me the results just yet. Come have a drink with me." Jonghang closed the door, taking a seat opposite Hanlu. Hanlu brought a glass with a Mount Fuji engraving at its bottom and poured some plum wine into it. Jonghang then took a sip from the glass. The freshness and sweetness of fruits mixed with strong distilled spirits brought on a distinct tasting experience. "So, how did it go?" Hanlu asked. "We found her." "I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you how the wine is." Hanlu frowned and threw the half-finished cigarette on the floor. Jonghang took Hanlu's glass away from her. "At least listen to me before you drink this." "No, I don't want to listen to you now," replied Hanlu, shaking her head. After 2 tries, she failed to get the glass back from Jonghang. So, she picked up the bottle instead. "We found her and asked her about the Dreamland of Death, she." Without warning, Han Lu suddenly threw the wine bottle against the wall, interrupting Zhong Han midway. The bottle was shattered, painting the wall with splashes of purple. I said, "I don't want to hear this now. You thought I didn't know the outcome when I first opened the door. Why can't we pretend that we don't know anything and have a glass of wine first?" she bellowed in a fury. "Sorry," Zhong Han muttered under his breath. "No, I should be the one to apologize. The thought of dying at this age crossed my mind before, and I always thought I would be brave enough to face it. I thought, if death came knocking on my door one day, I would confront it with calm and finesse before I meet my maker. I want to be able to leave this world gracefully. This is very important to me. Perhaps we can't defeat death, but at least we can retain our dignity in the face of it. I don't want to be who I am right now, a hysterical crazy woman. But until death is right at your doorstep, who knows what kind of mood you will be in, right?" "You have done well," said Zhong Han. "But I want to do more, and I still want to live. That's the problem. I don't want to die like this. It's not an outcome I want, which is why I'm so angry," said Han Lu, her eyes turning red in frustration and hopelessness. Zhong Han was silent for a moment. "There is still time. Perhaps I can find another way to help you. Did you know, the worst part of this whole ordeal is not the feeling of despair, but getting your hopes shattered one after the other. I don't want to experience this kind of thing again," she went on in exasperation. Han Lu looked extremely tired, very much like a traveler trekking the desert for days without a sip of water. "Hey! That's it, stop right here. Is there anything that you'd like to do?" asked Zhong Han. "I originally planned to make love with you, but I changed my mind. I have never missed sex in my life. With one phone call, I can get men of all shapes and sizes to sleep with me. Right now, it's impossible to get what I want." Han Lu shook her head. "The girl who was with us before. What about her? She always seemed as if she didn't care about those around her. She looked just like me when I was young, but I saw that she cares about you. She doesn't want you to know about it. From my experience, she'll be hurt by such thoughts sooner or later." Han Lu's mind suddenly became crystal clear, as if he could see through Zhong Han's heart. "It's because you don't have much emotion left in you, right?" Chapter 67. Plot twist. Zhong Han wasn't sure why Han Lu would say something like that. In retrospect, he realized that he wasn't all that perfect too. Since he was a child, he had been a quiet person, and when compared to other children who liked to group up and play, he preferred to be alone, reading his books and properly allocating his time. Of course, it wasn't some sort of mental illness he was suffering from. When it came to emotions, he wasn't all that different from his childhood peers. Once he got involved in the game, all his abilities began improving rapidly. However, his emotions fluctuated less frequently, allowing him to remain calm during a battle and always making the right choices. Unfortunately, it came at a price. He wasn't sure if he could still be classified as a human. Especially after this incident, he realized that his body had also undergone some changes. Han Lu's was done venting her anger after she tossed the bottle. After that, she sat on the ground while hugging her knees, seemingly in great despair. Just then, Zhong Han received another WeChat message. It wasn't from Fan Mainan but the Stranger Things group. "Are you there? Did your friend close her eyes?" Zhong Han was in no mood to reply to any messages, but seeing how the sender had actually messaged in the early hours of the morning, the person must have been paying close attention to this matter. Out of courtesy, Zhong Han typed in a reply. "It's over for her. Thanks." "It's over? Don't give up. Maybe I can solve your friend's problem." "What do you mean?" The other person did not reply, sending a WeChat ID instead. Zhong Han took a look at it and realized that it was Shin 1111. It meant the person from the group who texted him should be Shin 1111 as well. Zhong Han added the WeChat ID with another phone number. Shin 1111 didn't say anything unnecessary, going straight to the point. "You are a player, right? I saw your previous message. However, you didn't reply to us after that. Do you believe that we can save your friend?" Have you people figured out a way? It's all less complicated now since you are a player. Even without us explaining that much, you must know how terrifying the Dreamland of Death could be. The worst thing is, we found out that it's a frequently used item. We have been studying it for a long time. Before Jong-hung could reply, Shen 1111 sent another message to him. I know what you're about to say. The 3 major guilds and other players have also been studying the Dreamland of Death, but they haven't gotten anything out of it so far. You really think we can achieve what they can't? Why not? Have you heard of Morpheus? Oniri, one of the 3,000 dream gods in Greek mythology. How is the Dreamland of Death related to him? No. So far, several theories have been circulating among the players on the Dreamland of Death's origins. For now, most of them are leaning toward the idea that the Dreamland of Death is related to Hypnos. Hypnos is the twin brother of Thanatos, the personification of death. The sea nymph, Pasithea, gave birth to 3 children, who were also the leaders of the 3,000 dream gods. One of the 3 happened to be Morpheus. Shen 1111 pondered for a while before she replied again. Half a month ago, our people acquired a game item related to Morpheus. It allowed us to enter the dreams of a person. We still don't know the Dreamland of Death's mechanism, but judging from its name, it has something to do with killing the person in their dreams. Name your price. It's not that valuable, being a D-grade item. We thought of using it to deal with the Dreamland of Death, but the plan was never actually put into action. Hence, we don't know what will happen in an actual situation. Even if we can enter the victim's dream, I'm not sure if it might be too late by then. We have no idea what the dreamer dreams about as well. The worst thing is that we can find no Dreamland of Death survivors. There is simply no way to delve deeper into it even if we wanted to. What do you want then? We don't want anything. We just want to enter the victim's dreams and observe the Dreamland of Death from a closer vantage point. From there, we hope that we can learn methods to prevent it from doing more harm. Of course, if you are worried about the danger, you don't have to follow us. Just give us your friend's address and contact information, and we can go to her directly. How many people are allowed to enter the Dreamland together? In theory, the thing allows up to 4 people to enter the dream. Save a spot for me. Sure. Shen 1111 didn't hesitate when Jong-hung asked to enter the dream with them. Give me the address. If it's not too far away from where we are, we will arrive in about an hour. Jong-hung sent Han Lu's address to Shen 1111. In such desperate times, he saw no reason to continue concealing his identity from her. He could choose to wear a mask, but that too was no longer necessary. When Shen 1111 saw Han Lu, she would automatically think of Jong-hung. The two had just met in the school supermarket in the afternoon, and Shen 1111 knew that he skipped class because of Han Lu. It was a little too obvious at this point. 45 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and Jong-hung got up to open the door. Shen 1111 was outside the door with 2 people. The moment she saw Jong-hung, her expression changed immediately. Why are you here? She blurted without thinking. Then, something seemed to cross her mind, and she hesitated a bit. Are you the Simon that I added on WeChat? Jong-hung nodded. How do you guys know each other? Asked a ponytailed girl standing behind Shen 1111. I always thought we knew each other, but it seems we haven't really met, said Shen 1111. I must apologize for not telling you the truth before this, said Jong-hung. I trust you, but I'm not sure if I can do the same for your buddies. I understand your concerns, replied Shen 1111. Huang Yu withdrew from our team after that incident, so there's nothing to worry about. These people here are my old teammates. They have been with me for a long time. Shen 1111 then briefly introduced her 3 teammates to Jong-hung. The ponytailed girl was called Rabbit, and the boy next to her with a small head and holding a flower pot was called Li Bai. Once they entered the house, they began admiring the luxurious decoration sprawling all over the floor. It was a shame that they had to see the wall splashed with plum wine. Shen 1111 quickly snapped back to reality and soon entered her working mood. Han Lu is the person targeted by the Dreamland of Death. Zhongheng nodded. She hasn't closed her eyes for 4 days. That explains the mess here, said the girl named Rabbit. Where is she now? Shen 1111 asked. In the bedroom. I told her about the situation, and she agreed to cooperate with us for the last fight. Chapter 68. See you on the other side. Okay. What do I need to do? Han Lu asked Shen 1111. Shen 1111 simply smiled, picking a small black flower from the flower pot. She tore off a petal and handed it to Han Lu. Swallow this petal and just go to sleep. Well. What do you know? This is exactly what I want to do before I die. Han Lu laughed at herself and took the petal. What will I see when I close my eyes? Will it be a nightmare, or perhaps hell? We are about to find out. Shen 1111 paused for a moment. I don't know if he told you, but you may not be able to wake up after you close your eyes, so. I've left a suicide note and a video. Don't worry, if an accident happens along the way, the police won't suspect you. What I actually want to say is, do you have anything else to say? I have written my will in the suicide note, and since I've already said too much tonight, I don't think I need to say any more, said Han Lu, before turning to Zhongheng. I've had a bit of a drink. What I said earlier? I hope you don't take it to heart. Zhongheng nodded. I wish you the sweetest of dreams. Han Lu changed into her pajamas, lit a stick incense, washed the flower petal down her throat with warm water, and laid down on her big bed. 3 minutes later, her eyes popped open again. You guys are standing around my bed. I can't sleep even if I'm sleepy. We'll head out first then. Anyway, the average killing time for the Dreamland of Death is 2 hours, said Shen 1111. After that, the four quickly retreated to the living room outside. While waiting, the young boy called Li Bai began exploring the place like a curious baby. Sister 1111. I think a large piece of china like this could be worth tens of thousands. I don't know much about porcelain, but the ones Han Lu collects usually costs millions of yuan, replied Shen 1111, shaking her head as she gave the place a once-over. Li Bai was shocked to the bone when he heard that. Hey, this china is worth the points I can earn in a round of the game? Is this woman as rich as Jack Ma or what? There are far more wealthy people in this world than you know, snapped Rabbit. You exchange your game points with money every day, but I bet you can't imagine someone buying 3,000 game points in one go. Li Bai was flabbergasted. Let me calculate how much it costs. Wow. At least 100 million yuan, he said, his tone a notch higher than it already was. But must say, though, I am quite satisfied with what I currently have. I used to work as a barber's apprentice at a hairdresser's, washing the hair of customers. I worked so hard that the skin on my fingers almost peeled off, and for that, I earned only 1,500 yuan every month. Now, at least I'm capable of sending my family some money every month. I also covered my sister's tuition fees and brother's wedding cost. Idiot. It would help if you treat yourself better as well. Everyone is working hard to accumulate game points and exchange them for game items to strengthen themselves. You are the only one that failed to save up any game points so far. All you've done is spend them all, lamented Rabbit, seemingly a little annoyed. Li Bai scratched his head and chuckled. I still have Sister 1111 and you. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. Just leave the threats to me. I've been fighting since I was a kid, and even if I'm outnumbered, I'll never make a run for it. See, that's the problem over there. Normal people would be smart enough to escape if their enemies are more powerful than them. No matter how reckless you are, you will only have one life. If you lose it, you won't get it back, Rabbit went on with a frown. On the other side, Shen 1111 was looking at Zhongheng. What's the matter? Zhongheng asked. So, about the monster capable of melting the wall, was it defeated by you? Zhongheng did not deny it. Oh, you mean the vulture? Yeah, I killed that thing. It looks like you saved me again, huh? Again? When we went camping before, didn't you help us drive away some bastard? At that time, I didn't know you were a player. Even if I didn't make a move, you could have easily handled it, said Zhongheng. As for the vulture, if you didn't buy me time, I wouldn't have gotten back to the hostel for my game items. Besides, you also helped me this time. I guess we are even. Now. Shen 1111 shook her head. As I said, we don't know the mechanism of the Dreamland of Death. All we have is a general idea. I needed to run some experiments on it, but unfortunately, we never got the opportunity to do so. This time, we are just taking what we need. After the topic, the two did not know what else to talk about. Shen 1111 and Zhongheng shared a somewhat awkward relationship. They both went to the same school and were classmates and friends, but they were actually acquaintances. They didn't know each other very well, and within a regular semester, they barely spoke to each other. Now that she knew Zhongheng was a player, they seemed to have gotten a little closer. That said, being players, they automatically remained mum about their current circumstance to a player of another team if they didn't know each other well. Zhongheng suddenly remembered something. He then passed Piercing's contact with Shen 1111. Have you people been recruiting recently? You can try to contact him. He was with me in the previous quest. I think he's a police officer. He has skills and integrity. You might want to talk to him. Shen 1111 thanked him and took the number. What about you? Are you interested in joining us? She asked. We are not a guild, and our management is not as strict as well. We only gather when a problem occurs. We aim to work hard to protect this city. Sorry, I'm used to running solo, said Zhongheng, but you can come to me for help if you encounter something tricky. I'll see what I can do. Despite knowing how valuable a person like Zhongheng was on the team, Shen 1111 did not force Zhongheng to join her. 15 minutes had passed since Han Lu swallowed the petal. Noticing the time, Shen 1111 opened the bedroom door, and the four walked toward Han Lu's bed. This time Han Lu's eyes remained closed. Her breathing was steady, and her cheeks were still a little flushed after all that drinking. Shen 1111 stretched out her hand and nudged Han Lu's body. As expected, Han Lu did not respond exactly like the middle-aged man Zhongheng encountered on the train. Shen 1111 slowly retracted her hand. It's time to start, she told the three people beside her. There were 4 petals left on the little black flower that had been just picked. Rabbit carefully tore off the 4 petals, passing one to each. Swallow the petal, and you can enter her dreams, said 1111 to Zhongheng. Beside them, Li Bai was already on the floor after he swallowed the petal. Rabbit, on the other hand, had moved to a couch. She shifted around until she was comfortable, then ate the petal too. Shen 1111 found a spot to lie beside Han Lu, the bed large. You can lie next to me. Zhongheng wasted no time and laid right beside Shen 1111. Shen 1111 put the petal in her mouth. See you on the other side, she said. Chapter 69. Dreamland. Zhongheng didn't expect the petal to actually taste good. It had a strange sweetness to it. Before he could enjoy its taste, though, drowsiness quickly crept in, conquering his body. Then, without him doing anything, his mind started fighting back the drowsiness. His brain went quiet for a moment, focusing all his attention in fighting the sleep. The next few seconds were confusing. After seemingly losing consciousness for a short while, Zhongheng opened his eyes again. The first thing he saw was the ceiling of the bedroom. Did it fail? Zhongheng frowned. He didn't deliberately try to stay awake. It was his brain's natural reaction to combat the drowsiness. Gradually, Zhongheng started to notice the changes around his atmosphere. Han Lu, Shen 1111, and others were no longer there. He was the only one left in the bedroom. Since light was coming in from the window, it was already daytime. Zhongheng got up, walked to the bed, and glanced at the garden below. A man wearing Under Armour sportswear was jogging by the street. He ran past an older man walking a dog, and the two even said hello to each other. Nothing looked out of the ordinary. He then moved toward the dressing table, finding an open box containing foundation and mascara. Women of any age significantly cherished their cosmetics, and in the state they were in, it could only indicate that Han Lu must have left in a mighty hurry. Why was she so hasty to leave? Could she have been startled? Was she perhaps running from something? Zhong Heng touched his pocket, quickly realizing that all his game items were gone, except for the watch on his right wrist. He proceeded to pick up the floor lamp from the corner and opened the door. It seemed like someone had cleaned up the place, where the once messy living room was spick and span. The odd thing about was the door was left ajar. A person of Han Lu's stature would never leave the door unlocked, much less having it unattended like that. Something was definitely not right. Now. Zhong Heng was almost sure that he was now within the confines of Han Lu's dream. There was a problem, though. Shen 1111 and her team were now missing. He instinctively pulled out his mobile phone and found that there was no signal. It meant there was no way of contacting Shen 1111. Weighing his options, Zhong Heng hesitated and decided that he wouldn't just wait there. He still preferred to work alone, anyway. So, he wrote a note and stuck it on the door. If Shen 1111 and her teammates did come back, they would be notified of his presence. After riding the elevator downstairs, he walked out of the complex. This was his first time entering the dreams of someone, and since nobody really knew the inner workings of the Dreamland of Death, Shen 1111 couldn't instruct anybody before they went to sleep. That said, since Han Lu was the first to sleep, she was evidently the one who should be found first. Zhong Heng planned to check out Han Lu's office to see if she was there. For now, the world in Han Lu's dreams almost matched reality 1-for-1. Even minor details, such as the scratches on the elevator buttons and flowers on a lot that had been trampled over by kids, were all preserved. There was a chance that Han Lu herself might not remember such minute details. A fascinating anecdote went like this: every ordinary person absorbs massive quantities of information each day through their eyes, nose, and ears. Unfortunately, the human's memory is limited, and the brain chooses to receive only useful information. This, however, didn't mean that the useless information the brain filtered out would disappear completely. Instead, bits and pieces would be buried in the person's subconscious. It was just seeing a snake in the countryside when you were 3 years old. As you grew older, the incident's memory gave way to the more important things in your consciousness. Now, although the piece of memory seemed to have disappeared, it would, in fact, lurk quietly in the corner of the mind, untouched and literally unremembered. Some quarters attempted hypnosis and meditation to awaken this part of the memory that apparently no longer existed. There was an easier way to do it, though, and that was via a person's dreams. In a sense, dreams were like keys to unlock a mountain of treasure buried within the subconscious mind. Zhong Heng plucked a flower from the flower bed and placed it under his nose, and strangely, she smelt nothing. It must be because Han Lu had rhinitis since she was a child, and she rarely tried to smell flowers. This indicated that no matter how surreal the surroundings were, this place was, after all, a fragment of the dreamer's mind and not the real world. Considering how Han Lu was most likely in some danger at this moment, Zhong Heng did not waste any time. He walked out of the community, reached out to hail a cab, and headed to the central business district where most of the office buildings were located. Han Lu had leased an office in the most expensive area to welcome enthusiastic entrepreneurs who wished to work with her. She had a large professional team, each responsible for juggling legal issues, analyzing project feasibility, and taking over project management when necessary. Zhong Heng registered at the reception desk downstairs, and the receptionist politely informed him that Han Lu wasn't in right now. The young girl smiled sweetly. After all, she couldn't know if the ordinarily dressed bald man she welcomed today would become a billionaire tomorrow. At the same time, he noticed that the girl's hands were hidden under the table, playing a mobile game. This showed that Han Lu must have known about her receptionist's behavior at work. Zhong Heng spent half a second feeling sorry for the receptionist. So, any idea where Han Lu could be? The girl shook her head. Sorry, I have no idea what Miss Han's schedule is. Did you make an appointment in advance? Zhong Heng waved his mobile phone in front of her. I have an urgent matter to discuss with her. But since my mobile phone has no signal, I cannot contact her. The receptionist should be the same age as Jong-hung. She relaxed a little and stuck her tongue out. My phone has been out of signal too, for 2 hours, in fact. It's just so strange. Thanks to that, I didn't get to have breakfast. I don't have cash with me, and I attempted to win a rice ball at the convenience store. Yeah, I failed. While the two were talking, the lights suddenly dimmed. Both in office wear, a man and a woman held their coffees as they curiously looked at something near the French window. Jong-hung walked over and saw that a vast cloud had now hidden the sun behind it. Is it going to rain? Asked the office guy. Ah, this is so annoying. Why does it always have to rain on the day I don't bring my umbrella? Complained his colleague beside him. Don't worry. The rain won't last long. Besides, I can drive you home when we get off work. Elementary flirting. How cliché. I'm no fresh grad, man, sneered the lady. Wow, we are sensitive, aren't we? I was just trying to help a colleague. I don't care what your intentions are. Office romance is on top of Ms. Han's hate list. I'm more than satisfied with this job and current income. I still have 2 houses to pay for. You should try your advances on someone else. Chapter 470. Our city does not face the sea. Jong-hung could easily break into Han Lu's office to see if she was there or not. Nonetheless, he gave up on the thought. The girl at the front desk seemed to be telling the truth. Han Lu emphasized efficiency, and if she were to be here, the 2 employees wouldn't have had the chance to be so relaxed, drinking coffee while admiring the clouds. Jong-hung wasn't sure what the ramifications in the dream world would be if he disrupted these memories. In such unknown territory, it was best to remain cautious. So, resorting to the safest way, he returned to the front desk. Are there any places that she usually goes to? When asked, the receptionist found herself in a tough spot. As a professional receptionist, she knew all too well that disclosing the boss' whereabouts to a stranger was a definite no-no. About that, she stuttered, not knowing if it was right to divulge any information. What more, a large number of people love to hate Han Lu. Not too long ago, a disgruntled entrepreneur who lost in an investment held a banner to protest at the entrance of the office. Rumor was that he even blocked Han Lu off at the parking lot, and after getting nabbed by the police, he unfortunately took his own life. The depressing incident had caused jitters among the company's employees for some time. Han Lu, on the other hand, was barely affected. The project proceeded in an orderly manner, and after the incident, she got all her employees to attend self-protection training courses, company-sponsored, of course. With that in mind, although the receptionist had a good impression of Jong-hung, all she could do was show a helpless smile on her face. Not wanting to cause unwanted changes to the dream world, Jong-hung did not force the receptionist to divulge Han Lu's whereabouts, simply thanking her and leaving the office complex after that. Compared to the day's good weather when he arrived at Han Lu's company, the wind was now blowing a tad stronger. The parasol set up in front of Starbucks fluttered noisily with the drafting gusts, and women walking by the streets let out muffled screams as they held down to their miniskirts. Dark clouds had now completely blocked off the sun, and it now looked as if it was 6 or 7 in the evening. Although most people on the roadside felt that heavy rain was about to come, Jong-hung sensed that it was a foretelling of something ominous. So far, the most bizarre thing in Han Lu's dream was this formation of dark clouds. Curious as it may seem, he didn't think that the drastic change in weather had something to do with Han Lu. He soon came to realize, though, that time was running out. He felt lost, not knowing where he should go next or how he should proceed. After all, his understanding of Han Lu was limited. Other than her residence and company, he had no idea where else she would go to. Jong-hung stood there, pondering for half a minute. He stretched out his hand as a cab pulled by the sidewalk. The driver had a sharp, thin face, and his trousers were unzipped. He also noticed an adult magazine lying on the seat beside him, its front cover featuring a rather racy image of a seductive woman. Jong-hung opened the rear door and sat in the passenger seat. Now that he was in Han Lu's dream, he could feel everything she experienced and imagined. The taxi driver was no exception, where it was probably a fragment of her memory. This was especially true for minute details such as the driver's appearance and the license plate. It was hard to make up something like that. Everything Zhonghang experienced right now was how Han Lu once felt, including her perceptions and opinions toward a certain subject. For example, the taxi driver may not be a pervert, but since Zhonghang saw and felt him through her eyes, he automatically had a bad impression toward him. Having these things in mind, he more or less figured how he should find Han Lu. So far, his entire experience since he opened his eyes were the compilation of memories hidden deep within Han Lu's subconscious. There were clues strewn about everywhere. On one particular grey and stormy day, Han Lu did not drive her car for some reason. Instead, she got on a taxi after she left her office. The driver looked at Zhonghang as he got in the car, nodding in greeting. "Where to, brother?" he smirked. "Hey bro, I need to ask you about someone," Zhonghang asked instead. "You're asking me about someone?" The driver paused, seemingly bewildered. "A man or a woman?" "Woman." "I know many women," the driver tapped his chest. "Want me to introduce you to some nice girls? Thai, Vietnamese, or Russian?" "No, I'm just looking for a customer that entered your car." Zhonghang went on, describing Han Lu's appearance in detail to the driver. The driver frowned and thought for a while. "I might or might not remember her. It's just been so long and I can't possibly remember every lady I picked up. You know, I was given the nickname Seven Wonders when I was young. I could reach the top of the mountain 7 times a night. Let me tell her why I have seen all kinds of women. It's impossible you ask me to remember one. Oh, I don't think you have seen her type before. She is unique," smiled Zhonghang as he took out his wallet, withdrawing 500 yuan from it. "Tell me where she went, and this is all yours." The moment he saw the money in Zhonghang's hand, the driver became excited. He patted his head and chuckled delightfully. "Oh, ho, I finally remember her now. Sure. I'll take you to her." The driver clicked on the meter and stepped on the gas as Zhonghang buckled his seatbelt. Half an hour later, Zhonghang frowned and asked, "Where are you bringing me?" "We are going to the airport." "Didn't you ask me to take you to where she went?" the driver replied with a smile. Zhonghang was speechless. Since Han Lu was heading to the airport, there was a good chance she wouldn't drive there, hence the cab. It also meant that whatever he was doing now was meaningless. "Pull to the side." Zhonghang unfastened his seatbelt. He planned to hop onto another taxi to try his luck. Suddenly, the car in front of them stopped abruptly, prompting the driver to slam his foot on the brake. "No way! Isn't it past the morning peak hours? What's with the jam?" he muttered under his breath. "Goddamn useless urban planners, eh? I don't see the road conditions getting any better." Zhonghang did not respond to him. Instead, his attention was fixed on the people who came out of the car in front of him. They began climbing on their car's roof. What the hell is wrong with these people? Aren't they going to move their cars? The taxi driver vented his dissatisfaction by blowing the horn, but the very next moment, he saw Zhonghang opening the door and walking out. Suddenly, the road was swarming with people, and the situation ahead became unclear. To get a better view, Zhonghang stepped on the roof of the taxi, and that was when he saw the most magical scene in his life. At the end of the road in the distance, what appeared to be a massive white wall was sweeping toward his direction, overturning and uprooting trees that were along its path. Everyone at the front began to flee in panic while those at the back of the queue still wondered what was going on. "Why did you climb on my car?" The taxi driver got out of the car and screamed in a fury. "Leave your car behind," said Zhonghang. "A tsunami is coming. Run for your life." "Are you trying to be funny? Our city don't face the sea." "Hey, now you have to pay me for standing on my car." Zhonghang ignored him. Although the tsunami seemed to be far away, the massive tidal wave could reach a blinding speed of 700 to 800 kilometers per hour, fast enough to catch up with a modern jetliner. Every single second from now was precious. It was impossible to leave by car since they were locked in a traffic jam that wasn't going away. It was unrealistic to turn around, as well. Even if he started running as fast as possible, it was nearly impossible to outrun the speeding tsunami. So, Jong-hung quickly looked around to find a high place. Chapter 71. Tsunami. The tallest nearby structures were several residential buildings located on the east side of the road, though a green zone remained in the middle of it all. Jong-heng visually estimated the distance to the spot, where he concluded that it would be almost impossible to get there in time. Instead, the four-story museum on the west side looked like a more reachable goal. Wasting not a second, he jumped off the taxi's roof and ran toward the museum as fast as he could. The cab driver was still in a rage, mad over his passenger trampling on his vehicle's roof. At that time, Jong-heng had already arrived at where the bus sign was. He hastily pushed away two high school students engrossed with their mobiles, then ran toward the bicycle and pedestrian lane before jumping over the museum's ticketing gate. The ticket collector operating the booth was taken aback by the intruder, yelling at Jong-heng to stop as he went after him. Not only did Jong-heng refuse to stop running, but he started to speed up the moment he heard those cries. An elderly couple had just entered the museum, and Jong-heng slipped in before the automatic door closed. The museum was open for business not too long ago, and there weren't yet many visitors. There were only about a dozen people in the bronzeware exhibition hall on the first floor, where they slowly strolled and admired the showroom's collections. Jong-heng found the stairs in a few seconds, but the guards on the first floor were alerted as well. They began to surround him in no time. Jong-heng, however, didn't plan on wasting any time on them. His mind raced to calculate how much time he had left, eventually estimating that he should have around 6 or 7 seconds left. At that moment, the guard who was now on his right attempted to pounce on him, but Jong-heng managed to duck the attack, avoiding it by inches. The guard on his left failed to capture him as well since a shelf separated them. In the final 3 seconds, Jong-heng ran up the stairs as quickly as his legs would climb them. From the corner of his eye, he could see through the glass wall that the gargantuan tidal wave was already making landfall. Then, it struck. The 10-meter wave mercilessly smashed onto the museum's south side glass wall, shattering the double-layered tempered glass in less than half a second. After that, swathes of seawater rushed into the museum along with a barrage of branches, bricks, bicycles, and other garbage. Jong-heng managed to rush to the 3rd floor at the last moment. Seawater swallowed the 2 floors beneath him in the blink of an eye, and the guards in pursuit were swept away by the colossal wave before they could even shout for help. The group of tourists visiting the museum had disappeared, probably killed by as well. At this moment, Jong-heng felt as if he was alone on a deserted island in a vast ocean. The human species was evidently powerless against natural disasters. Nobody really expected a tsunami to hit them, and as it approached the city, many people didn't realize what was happening. It was all but too late when they realized that a cataclysm was coming for them. While many were swept away by the unstoppable current, either being pushed to the wall or trapped in their floating cars, sharp objects impaled the more unlucky ones, or in this case, lucky, as they were instantly killed on the spot. A little girl wearing a dress about 6 to 7 years of age opened her eyes wide in terror, utterly shocked by the devastation taking place right in front of her. Jong-heng didn't bother asking about her parents. Before he could catch his breath, he saw a second wave approaching at an incredible speed. This one was even taller than the previous one, almost as tall as the museum itself. Instead of running upstairs, he turned and ran to the center of the 3-story exhibition hall. He heard a thunderous rumble behind him, and that was when the giant wave effortlessly penetrated the last 2 layers of glass. The exquisite collections of porcelain from the Tang and Song dynasties had resisted the test of time, but they were nothing against the mighty tsunami. These ended up like the glass wall, too, shattered into oblivion. The second wave spared nothing in its path, swallowing the little girl behind Jong-heng too. Jong-heng held onto a pillar and hugged it as tightly as he could. The ravaging pillar of water came crashing on the pillar violently, and as it hit Jong-heng's body, it split into 2 streams, rushing forward with unstoppable force to the wall. The museum vibrated and shook to its core, but fortunately, the building's foundations were strong enough to withstand the impact. Jong-heng wasn't so lucky. Since the waves did not break through the wall, they flowed back and headed for him instead. All he could do right now was to curl up and protect his vital organs. Fortunately, the wave was weakened when it returned to Jong-hung, and since he was holding on to nothing, he was swept along with it. The powerful undercurrent caused him to tumble a few times beneath the water. The world around him spun violently, and all he could do now was ride it out and hope he survived. That said, after completing the Apollo training camp, Jong-hung was now a master at resisting dizziness after his episodes of getting thrown around a centrifuge like a rag doll. He held on to his breath and tried his best to deal with the impact using his back. Thankfully, he remained conscious, and a minute later, he could clearly feel the undercurrent beginning to weaken. It meant that the tsunami's first wave was about to over. Jong-hung waited for underwater for about 20 seconds, and right before he ran out of oxygen, he regained control of his body. As he stuck his head out of the water, he quickly realized that the world around him had changed drastically. The city was no longer a familiar sight. The once heavy traffic plying the roads were now all under meters of water. The tsunami had completely engulfed the houses built in the lower area nearby, causing only their roofs to be visible. High-rise buildings survived, though, except for a few who had weak foundations. Jong-hung wiped the seawater off his face. He saw broken parasol trees and utility poles floating all around him. Overhead cables were entangled with tree branches, and there was even a sandal undulating along with the waves, its owner nowhere to be found. After a while, Jong-hung found a door panel floating by. Immediately, he pulled it toward him. It could be used as a raft, and since getting it meant he no longer needed to tread water, precious physical strength could be conserved. This might just be the first wave, and no one knew if or when the next one would hit the city again. Having those thoughts in mind, Jong-hung decided to prepare in advance. Now that he was in Han-Lu's dream, common sense and experience might not work in this world. In fact, the tsunami was more than bizarre. Jong-hung wasn't sure if the tsunami was in any way related to the Dreamland of death, but it explained why Han-Lu left her place in such a hurry. She must have been warned. Nonetheless, considering her exodus to the airport, she could be anywhere at the moment, and all Jong-hung could do was pray that Han-Lu managed to get to safety in time. As for the burning questions in his mind, they would have to wait until she was located. But the bad news was that the tsunami had destroyed the city, and everyone related to Han-Lu had either been killed or missing. Now, Jong-hung completely lost track of his goal, and he was at a complete loss on what to do next. For now, he had to look for a safe place, waiting to see if a second tsunami would arrive. Chapter 472. Han-Lu's childhood. Jong-hung held onto the door and paddled in the opposite direction of the tsunami. He saw many tragedies along the way, including floating bodies, mothers who lost their children, and children who lost their mothers. They were all sitting on whatever high place they could find, and they seemed to have lost their souls. There were also people holding the corpses of their loved ones, sobbing uncontrollably. No help seemed to be available to them right now, and the more resourceful survivors were looking for food and drinking water floating around them. Jong-hung remained unmoved by the sight and continued to paddle toward the target location. After all, this was just a dream, and nothing would change even if he decided to help them. In the end, he came to a 5-star hotel whose lobby was fully submerged in water. The receptionist at the front desk could no longer help guests fill out their registrations. Jong-hung climbed the outer wall and arrived on the 6th floor, managing to find a room with open windows. The guest inside was missing, but the person's suitcase was still on the bed. Jong-hung spotted a bottle of water on the table, quickly picking it up and drinking down half of it. After that, he took off his soaked clothes and shoes to dry them before changing into the hotel's bathrobe and slippers. He still didn't know how Shen 1111 and the others were doing. Separated when they entered Han-Lu's dream, Shen 1111 and her team had gone in a little earlier than him. He wondered if they had located Han-Lu. He stood in front of the window and looked at the flooded city below, knowing that it would be almost impossible to do anything effective in such a catastrophe. The only good news was that the second wave of tsunami did not come, even after Jong-hung waited in the room until night arrived. The water flooding the city, on the other hand, showed no signs of receding. Zhongheng took a look at his watch, realizing that it had been 12 hours since he left Han Lu's residence. Something was not right, since usually Dreamland of death victims would survive no longer than 3 hours. When Zhongheng did not know what else he could do next, the strange dark cloud in the sky that had been engulfing the whole city quietly disappeared. After that, he felt increasingly drowsy, and his eyes automatically fell shut. When Zhongheng opened his eyes, he found out that he was standing outside a watch shop. The time was about 2.5 hours before he entered Han Lu's dream. The sun had just risen where the city had returned to normal, and there were no signs it was ravaged by a tsunami. The owner of the roadside breakfast stall was already busy preparing for business. That said, Zhongheng still noticed that something wasn't right. The shops along the street were old, looking like they were from the 70s and 80s. The watch shop next to him was a good example. There were no fancy neon signs and LED lights in the shop. The simple-looking black plaque hanging above the shop's entrance had 3 words printed on it: clock repairing service. A piece of yellow paper on the glass window had the words Shanghai, Dongfeng, and Beijing written in red letters. Zhongheng guessed that these names were watch brands, names that had already completely disappeared in the modern era he lived in. He walked out of the alley, noticing that there was no traffic jam. There were very few cars on the road, and most people rode bicycles. From time to time, an old-fashioned public bus would pass by. And there was even a donkey-powered cart. A traffic policeman in a white shirt, black pants, and an armed belt around his waist stood at the intersection, directing traffic. Not far behind him, a banner was being hung. It said, "Long live the friendship between the peoples of China and France." A green army truck drove by Zhongheng with a load full of young people. Holding the handles with one hand and their straw hats with the other, they all sang the same song. They seemed to be feeling hopeful about their future. Their faces didn't display the frustrations of paying the monthly mortgage and getting forced to follow the 996 working-hour system. Was this a dream about Han Lu's childhood? After thinking for a while, he figured Han Lu must probably be a student in this era, though he wasn't sure which grade she was in. As interesting as it was to see how the place was back in the 70s and 80s, it also made it extremely difficult to locate Han Lu. After all, Zhongheng didn't know Han Lu that well, and his understanding of her was limited. Previously, he resorted to a taxi driver for help after failing to find her in her house and office. Now that the dream had morphed into Han Lu's childhood, Zhongheng was at a complete loss. He wasn't a man of the era. Most of his understanding of the 70s and 80s came from books and movies. How Han Lu lived her life, how many family members she had, and which school she studied in, Zhongheng had no answers to all these questions. Then, something seemed to flash through his mind. He realized that he had received essential clues, but he could not remember a single thing when he tried to recall them. Zhongheng stood by the side of the road, continuing to try his luck. He waited for the indicator to turn green and walked to the opposite plaza. There were 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, rehearsing a dance routine. The woman wore a long-sleeved military uniform. One of the men behind her was in a Chinese tunic, and then another man was in a suit and tie. Immersed in their practice, they completely ignored the people around them. Zhongheng noticed the 3 because of the young woman among them. She dazzled brightly among the crowd as if she was the brightest star in the darkest of skies. Zhongheng tried to put himself into Han Lu's shoes, just like how she viewed the taxi driver. She must have had invested a considerable amount of emotions into this young woman, admiring her without thinking about what others thought. It must be why she took up an important spot in Han Lu's dream. CI. This information was useless to Zhongheng, though. Han Lu was just a bystander in this situation, silently admiring this girl in the crowd. She had not attempted to communicate. It appeared he wouldn't be getting any information about Han Lu from this young woman. Zhongheng quickly looked away and searched for the next target. His gaze fell on another woman not far away who was watching the dancing practice. She was the second most prominent person in the plaza, where Han Lu's attention seemed to be captured by the aviators she wore. Everyone knew that it was imported, and it was hard for her not to stand out. After that, Zhongheng saw a popsicle cart not too far away. An older man with a white hat and apron sold popsicles at 5 cents each. Jong-hung was speechless. This dream was the compilation of situations or people that Han Lu envied. He could guess that Han Lu must have been still very young in this era. Suddenly, someone patted him on the back. Jong-hung turned and saw the girl named Rabbit in Shan 1111's team. She was surprised to see him and looked at Jong-hung as if he was her savior. "Oh my God! I finally get to meet someone that I know. This is great. Do you know what place this is?" Chapter 473. Air Raid Shelter. Is this the same city but over 40 years ago? No wonder I kept wandering around without knowing its name for a long time, sighed Rabbit, breathing a sigh of relief after meeting Jong-hung. Something worse happened to me. I was trapped on the roof, and the frigid winds from the sea tortured me for almost half a day. During that time, I saved a guy who fell into the water, and instead of thanking me, he wanted to kick me into the ocean. It was awful. Do you know why we were sent here from that tsunami? Jong-hung asked. Well, most people think that we only dream once a night. That's because most people only remember their last dream before waking up. That's not right, I'm afraid. In the study of sleep, the researchers are accustomed to dividing the sleep cycle into 2 periods: rapid eye movement sleep, REM, and non-rapid eye movement sleep, NREM. These happen alternately during a sleep cycle. Early studies showed that people only dream during their REM sleep, but later, new research overturned the claim. Therefore, in theory, we might have many dreams in one night. Based on a conjecture of mine, I believe we just came from Han Lu's previous dream, her second dream. But it is still unclear whether this transition between dreams is natural or a special one triggered by the Dreamland of Death, muttered Rabbit, blurting out all the words in a staccato. Any plans in mind? Is reacting per the circumstance considered a plan? Rabbit shrugged. We only just acquired this item that allows us to enter someone's dream. It has unlimited uses, but one thing's for sure, it uses up 1 flower for each trip. Right now, there are only 3 flowers in total. Once we use it up, we'll have to wait until it grows again. By the time another flower blooms, who knows how many people the Dreamland of Death would have targeted. Hence, we did not conduct any experiments in advance. We have to watch every step we take. When Rabbit was finished, she looked at the popsicle cart not too far away. Wow, the popsicles look delicious, and they only cost 5 cents. Don't worry about the calories. I'll go get myself one now. She took out her wallet, handed over 10 yuan, and generously gave it to the elderly man operating the cart. Keep the change, Grandpa. Instead of taking the money from Rabbit, the old man stared at the 10 yuan and frowned. Little girl, is your bill a counterfeit? Rabbit looked embarrassed, quickly realizing the mistake she made. In the end, she simply ran away while the old man looked at her suspiciously. She hurriedly returned to Jong-hung in desperation. Shit! They've never seen our modern RMB note before. Since the two could found no useful clues around the plaza, they could only keep looking for someone that could help them. Meanwhile, Jong-hung would look at his watch every once in a while. When Rabbit saw Jong-hung looking at his watch repeatedly, she sighed. It's useless. The time flow in the dream world is different from the real world. Acknowledging Rabbit's advice, he looked at the time recorded on the phone twice, making sure he remembered it. I know. I just want to see if I can find out the contact. Contact? What contact? I don't know yet, so be prepared, said Jong-hung. The two went along the street, asking around randomly about Han Lu's childhood. Unfortunately, they found no useful information that told about Han Lu's whereabouts. After what seemed like a long while, they accidentally bumped into Han Lu's mother, a translator. She had that frequently serious look on her, and she did not like to smile. It was evident that Han Lu's feelings for her mother were very complicated. The nature of her mother's work required her to travel often, and thanks to that, she missed out on most of her daughter's childhood. At the same time, her emotionless, poker face also made her look like a mean person. Zhongheng, however, managed to discover some things in common between the two of them. The way they frowned when they get impatient looked the same, and other than that, perseverance was a quality they both shared. Zhongheng also finally got to know where Hanlu's rhinitis came from. Zhongheng and Rabbit quietly followed behind Hanmu, trying to determine where Hanlu stayed as a child. Not long after that, though, Zhongheng once again noticed the abnormally shaped clouds appearing above his head. The same thing happened before the tsunami hit the city, like some omen before a catastrophic event. Rabbit raised her head to the sky. Again, she muttered, her hand shielding her eyes from the sun. The same bloody thing is going to happen to us again. What should we do? Should we continue to follow her or look for a high place and observe the situation? Zhongheng thought for a while before reaching a decision. You get to a safe place first. I'll keep following her. Let me know where you're heading to, and I will look for you once there's news or when the tsunami passes. Rabbit hesitated. In that case, I'll stay a little longer. According to the previous pattern, we have around half an hour before the tsunami arrives. I'll only 5 minutes to retreat to safety. Zhongheng didn't want to persuade her after hearing her out. Alas, both couldn't be more wrong this time. After a quarter of an hour, Rabbit looked bewildered as she stared at the thing poking out of the clouds. Really? I thought the inland tsunami was enough nonsense. I didn't expect anything mythical to be in this dream. I saw 3 huge black shadows spreading their wings above the city, like death with wings, looking down on the peasants. Ah? I just hope they won't spit fire everywhere. As soon as Rabbit said that, a giant dragon opened its mouth, and its flaming breath hit a bus on the road dead-on. Its passengers didn't even stand a chance to escape, where every last person on board was decimated by the sea of fire. The heat was so intense it melted the cars around the bus. The dragon did not stop there. Fire quickly swept across the entire street. In just a few fiery spits, the lively and joyful street promptly turned into purgatory on Earth. Unlike the previous tsunami, those caught in the fire were completely erased from the world, charred to oblivion. Air raid shelter. Zhongheng spat out 3 words quickly upon seeing the deadly scene unfolding before him. Air raid shelters were rare in the modern day. But in the early 1970s, violent Sino-Soviet relations and threats from the United States gave credence to the notion that nuclear war was imminent. During that special period, the powers that be equipped almost all major universities, factories, and government bureaus with air raid shelters. A sprawling underground city was built right below the capital. It extended in all directions, from Wangfujing all the way to the railway station. There was even a cafeteria and barbershop. Fortunately, these air raid shelters didn't see any use, and they gradually faded out as time went by. With the appearance of the dragons, however, they could surely come in handy. There was an air raid shelter less than 400 meters away from the two were, and the terrified crowd was running there. There was no need for Zhongheng to say anything to Rabbit. She was shoved along with the running stampede of people, joining the horde involuntarily. After running for a while, she realized that Zhongheng was no longer with her. Chapter 74. Dragon Flame. Rabbit looked back to Zhongheng rushing in the giant dragon's direction instead of escaping with her. Earlier, everyone paid attention to 3 giant dragons that had suddenly appeared above the city. Zhongheng was the only one that divided half of his attention to Hanlu's mother. When the crowd began to flee in panic, Hanmu ran toward the air raid shelter as well, but before she could run far, someone pushed her from the back, and she fell to the ground. Falling amid a stampeding crowd that was fleeing in panic was extremely dangerous. Hanmu tried to get up, but someone stepped on her waist. The person happened to be a young student and was very polite. And he immediately apologized to Hanmu after he realized that he had accidentally stepped on her. A few seconds later, someone accidentally stepped on Hanmu's calf again. The young student was trying really hard to get Hanlu's mother to stand up amid the chaotic frenzy. However, it was a fruitless attempt. Driven by the survival instinct, everyone was shoving those in front to get to the bomb shelter as fast as possible. The young student couldn't stop the people behind him as he too got shoved. He almost fell to the ground, and when he looked back again, he saw that a lot of people were stepping on Han Mu. Suddenly, he felt that someone was squeezing his side. The young student opened his eyes wide and wanted to know who the person that ran past him was. AF of now, he couldn't control where he was headed to, as if being caught in a giant wave. Though he wanted to help Han Mu very severely, he was utterly powerless against the tide of human bodies. At the same time, it was hard for him to imagine that someone would go against the huge wave. A single person was like a small boat in this storm. Any time now, it would be torn to shreds by the massive storm. He could, however, always find a gap to squeeze through the crowd. And just like that, Zhongheng managed to grab hold of Han Mu. Having lost count of the people that stepped over her body, she didn't look too good. Her right hand was severely injured as well, and she managed to survive the stampede by the skin of her teeth. If she stayed on a little longer, she would be indefinitely killed. Zhongheng paused for a while, found the perfect opportunity, and grabbed her from the ground. At the same time, he glanced at the dragon in the sky. The three dragons began to move separately, wandering around the city and spitting fire everywhere. This time, even if Zhongheng hid in a tall building, he would not be able to avoid the dragon's attack. A single breath from the dragon was enough to raise the entire building to the ground. The most dangerous dragon had to be the one that attacked the bus earlier. Compared to the other two, it was closest to Zhongheng and Han Mu. It had also turned both streets into a sea of flames in a blink of eyes. It now landed on the restaurant's roof, with four of its long clawed legs resting on the eaves. It adjusted its position and chose its next target. After a while, it spotted the bomb shelter that was filled with people. The rabbit had managed to get to the shelter's door, but Zhongheng had a little trouble since he was with an injured Han Mu. With an extra person, he couldn't squeeze through the crowd like he so flexibly did before. This meant his current situation had become more dangerous. After resting for a bit, the dragon expanded its black wings again. It dived into the crowd and took a deep breath of air. A few seconds later, it started spewing a stream of fire from its mouth. Half the street turned into a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. The flames scorched a large area around the bomb shelter, charring those who had not been able to enter it in time. Even those who had just entered the shelter couldn't escape the brunt of the far-reaching inferno. Like a never-ending sea of napalm, the dragon's breath had immense destructive power. Zhongheng got lucky, being right beside the dragon when it attacked the crowd. As a result, he got to witness the dragon killing all the unlucky ones. The extremely high air temperature singed the hair on his head, causing them to frizz up. Unlike the rest which turned around and fled in terror, Zhongheng stopped for a while, then covered his mouth and nose with his clothes and rushed into the sea of flames ahead of him. It was impossible to outrun a flying dragon. For the same reason, sticking with the crowd was almost equivalent to committing suicide. The dragon, too, was very cunning. It would only target places where there were most people. The only way for Zhongheng to survive was to run toward the area that the dragon had already scorched. Obviously unsatisfied with the damage dealt, the dragon didn't look back, continuously looking for its next target and leaving a trail of burnt mayhem and destruction behind. It was not easy deciding to go into the blaze. In addition to overcoming the dragon's fear, the ridiculously high temperatures and toxic smoke in that area were enough to stop anyone attempting to approach. When Zhongheng stepped on the ground, he felt as if he was standing on magma in a volcano crater. The rubber on the soles of his shoes started melting, producing a sickening sizzling noise. Even with Zhongheng's extraordinary physique, it was hard to last long in such a hostile environment. He almost had to give Han Lu's mother up, but fortunately, they were now not too far away from the bomb shelter's entrance. Zhongheng ran as fast as possible, managing to get to his target location in less than 8 seconds. The 1-foot-thick iron gate was half melted, exposing a black hole behind it. At the same time, Zhongheng could smell something strange burning. Upon his arrival, he felt a burning heatwave rushing towards him. He even went into a momentary trance, where he thought he made the wrong bet this time, and the giant dragon had turned and attacked him. Zhongheng soon realized that the dragon's deadly flames weren't targeting him, but it was simply the draft from the dragon flapping its wings. The crowd was still its main target. The temperature around Jong-hung was so high to the point he thought that the dragon was actually aiming for him. Seeing that it was just hot air, Jong-hung bent down and sprinted into the bomb shelter. By then, his body had almost reached its limits, just like barbecued meat on a stone slab. His mouth, nose, and respiratory tract were severely irritated from the overbearing smoke and poisonous gases. After enduring 10 meters of torture, Jong-hung got to breathe fresh air again. The underground city's ventilation system was well built, where it was said that more than 2,000 ventilation shafts crisscrossed the bomb shelter. It ensured that nobody would be stuffy even after long periods. Jong-hung ran for some distance before finally ending up at a relatively safe place. He put Han-Lu's mother down and leaned against the wall. Only then did he have the time to check on her condition. She was still breathing, albeit unconscious. Her face was bluish, with an almost delayed reaction to external stimuli. It appeared to be the effects of excessive carbon monoxide inhalation. Fortunately, she survived. Jong-hung breathed a sigh of relief. Han-Lu was the only useful clue that he had obtained ever since entering Han-Lu's dream. If the dragon killed her, he would have to start looking for another needle in a haystack. Clearly, it was an outcome he didn't desire. He would rather risk it a little and make sure she survived. Chapter 475. Missing out. Rabbit was forced to move forward when the crowd shoved her from behind. Upon arriving at the bomb shelter, she could finally get to slow her pace a little. When the flames of the dragon came rushing into the cave, the crowd panicked again. Those wishing to live got away from the entrance as fast as they could. Before she could even catch a breath, Rabbit got pushed deeper and deeper into the bomb shelter. When she finally stopped moving, she realized she was lost. The place looked the same from every corner, where numerous passages spiderwebbed through the underground city. It took her a long time before she finally returned to the entrance, where she met up with Jong-hung. "Dang, what's wrong with your skin?" exclaimed Rabbit. "Slight burns." "No matter," Jong-hung replied, shrugging the injuries off. "Can you help me find some water?" Oh, no problem," Rabbit nodded. After a while, she returned to Jong-hung, handing over a tin kettle she found lying around at a corner. Jong-hung fed Han-Lu some water and told her to rest up, before standing up to talk to Rabbit. "How is it?" Rabbit had been waiting a long time ago to ask Jong-hung the question. "Well, this dream is based on Han-Lu's memories of her first day in junior high. It's her 13th birthday today. Her mother took the day off, wanting to bring her to the zoo to see the pandas. They had been planning this for a month, and I guess Han-Lu is looking forward to this day's arrival. She was so excited she couldn't get a good night's sleep. Alas, Han-Lu received a call early in the morning. It turned out to be an important translation job, and finally, she had to give up on the plan she made with Han-Lu. When she finally returned, she discovered that Han-Lu had left home in a fit of rage. So, she came out looking for her. Well, it is but a sad story. But why is a three-headed dragon in this dream? I'm looking for an answer to that as well. What do you think it signifies?" Jong-hung asked. "Well, the two dreams we experienced so far were filled with catastrophic events, the tsunami in the previous dream and now the dragon. Whenever the dark clouds appear, it foretells of the disaster," Rabbit said. "They all have one common characteristic, though, and that is that they have nothing to do with the dreams. We can rule out the possibility of Han-Lu binge-watching disaster movies or playing action games recently. These disasters are probably not part of Han-Lu's original dream. It seems like something forcefully inserted these catastrophic events into her dreams." "The Dreamland of Death." Rabbit nodded. "Yes, these disasters are probably related to the Dreamland of Death." "Why does the Dreamland of Death need to destroy Han-Lu's dream? It doesn't make any sense." "Good question. Many researchers are experts in the study of dreams. Even before humanity mastered the alphabet, the study of dreams had already begun. Unfortunately, until today, our understanding of dreams is still very limited. Not to mention how the Dreamland of Death is related to hypnos. It's always been one of the most mysterious Grade B game items ever known. Rabbit paused for a moment. Based on Han Lu's reaction, she seemed very afraid of these disasters as well. Right before each disaster struck, she managed to go into hiding. We don't know what would happen if she died in one of these disasters, and I strongly recommend that we do not let that happen to her. We need to locate her as soon as possible. Do you know where she's hiding? Han Mu did tell me some of the possible places that she may hide in. There's a high chance she'd be in one of them. Han Mu also said that since she finds it hard to move around right now, she hopes we can find her daughter and bring her here, said Zhong. Hung. Excellent, let's start now, Rabbit exclaimed, seeming filled with renewed hope. Based on the previous dream, we should have at least half a day to look for her. 70s era cities were way different from 21st century modern towns. For safety reasons, the two chose to traverse the underground city tunnel until they found the nearest exit. From there, they would ascend up to ground level. It wasn't easy finding the right path amid the hundreds of tunnels that lined the massive underground city. Zhong Heng hired someone familiar with the place, hoping it could help them find Han Lu. Although the banknotes they had weren't recognized at this point in time, the wallet could still be used for transactions. Bartering, however, was a popular alternative to cash. After examining the wallet and making sure it was made out of genuine leather, the person agreed to help them after Zhong Heng told him that it was all to save someone's daughter. The person, however, would only guide them in the underground city. Up there, they were on their own. Zhong Heng and Rabbit searched 3 possible spots. According to Han Mu, Han Lu would most likely come to these 3 places alone. One of the locations was engulfed by fire, and Han Lu wasn't at the other 2 as well. Despite getting almost nothing, Zhong Heng and Rabbit weren't discouraged, continuing to search for all possible locations and eliminating those with no Han Lu in it. In the end, they were left with only one place. There was a high chance they would encounter her over there. As the 2 exited the underground city, the dark clouds in the sky rapidly thinned out. Seeing what happened, Rabbit stomped her feet in frustration. This is exactly what I worry about the most. Why must it come now? Technically, we should be left with at least 30 to 40 hours before we transition to another dream. Zhong Heng frowned. The last place they could search was the house of Han Lu's best friend in high school. It was just a street away, but the problem was that the dragon was resting on the roof. Most of the people who lived in the area were all gone, and if he were to rush there right now, it would be impossible the dragon wouldn't notice him. After weighing his options, Zhong Heng gave up on the idea. According to his previous encounters, he found out that the dream would change every 2 or 3 minutes after the clouds cleared. It would not be easy to find an effective way to avoid the dragon's attention. Now that the dragon was resting there, Han Lu might have even left that area. Rabbit was a little discouraged to see what was taking place. After going through all that trouble, looking for her for the longest time, and almost getting cooked by the dragon, it appears all our effort is wasted. Zhong Heng remained silent. He kept looking at the dragon, pondering over something in his mind. Rabbit felt desperate. We are running out of time, she urged. We may never get this close again in the next dream. We should set a place to meet in advance. You decide the place, Zhong Heng said as he looking away. Rabbit thought on it for a bit. How about the plaza that we were at? I now remember what the place is. 40 years into the future, it's become IKEA. Do you remember the name of the street? We will meet there after that. Now, the dark clouds above Zhong Heng's head had disappeared. Sunlight poured down over the dragon's enormous wings, its scales radiantly glowing like it was made out of gold. The dragon raised its head and let out a roar toward the sky. The 3rd dream had arrived. Chapter 76. 3rd round of dreams. Zhong Heng opened his eyes and found that he was in a different place. This time, he was in a different era, but he was no longer in the previous city. To be more precise, he was not even in his own country anymore. At the moment, Zhong Heng was surrounded by blonde and blue-eyed foreigners, and the signs of the roadside shops were all written in English. He came up upon her for a magazine booth on the side of the road and learned from the owner that he was now in Durham, a small northeastern English town. Something instantly struck Zhongheng's mind the moment he heard the name. Han Lu studied in England for some time, and she had studied at the world-famous Durham University, England's third oldest and most prestigious university. It was also called Oxbridge, along with Cambridge and Oxford, where it constantly ranked among the world's top 100 universities. It attracted many middle-class and wealthy applicants from China, not to mention international students. Han Lu's business school was EQUIS, AMBA, and AACSB certified, making it one of the world's top business schools. Zhongheng did not hesitate and took a taxi to Durham University. The driver, an enthusiastic man about his country, thought that Zhongheng was a tourist. Naturally, he started talking about famous sightseeing spots around the next city. However, when he arrived at the destination, Zhongheng had to knock him out because he couldn't pay. Stuffing the driver in the trunk, he scurried the taxi to an underground parking lot. After parking the car, he walked into Durham University. Like most prestigious schools, Durham University was a massive establishment, where its land was dotted with ancient brick walls and medieval castles. Among the few universities in the city's outskirts, Durham University was one of the few that still adopted the collegiate system. Somewhat similar to Harry Potter's Hogwarts School of Wizard and Wizardry, students weren't divided to their dormitories via majors, but rather according to their personalities, hobbies, and habits. It could all only mean one thing. Looking for Han Lu within these confines would be nothing short of a daunting and gargantuan task. Zhongheng thought about where he should go next when a short-haired girl came to him. She was not much older than him and looked like a student from this university. Clutching 2 books in her arms, she seemed to be in a hurry, but she suddenly stopped in her tracks as she passed Zhongheng. She turned over and asked in Chinese, "Need any help?" Instead of answering her question, he simply stood there and stared at her. The girl with short hair then touched her face. Huh? Can't he understand Chinese? Korean or Japanese student, perhaps? Sorry. I'm actually looking for someone, replied Zhongheng as he finally snapped out of his shocking discovery. He kept his eyes trained on her, not looking away though she seemed a little flabbergasted. He had only seen the young her from a photo. I'm afraid I can't help you. Consider yourself unlucky for asking the wrong person. I've only been studying here for a year and a half. I can count the people I know with both my hands. Guess I won't be of much help, the short-haired girl shrugged. No, I'm pretty sure you know this person because she is your roommate, replied Zhongheng. Was it a coincidence? No. It should be said that the seemingly heartless woman before him had a keen intuition that didn't match her cute demeanor. It was why she had stopped and turned around even after passing by Zhongheng. Sensing the frustrations in his heart must have stopped her to give him a helping hand. When it came to this, he could only consider this ability as some sort of superpower. It was almost impossible for someone to see through his mind after he'd experienced all kinds of stuff, which would make even the most gullible believers shy away. The girl in front of him was probably the only soul in the world that could achieve such a feat. Damn! Are you Han Lu's foreign boyfriend? I have heard a lot about you, the short-haired girl opened her eyes wide. I heard her talk about you and saw your photos. You don't look like the man in the photo, she said, but quickly covered her mouth after that. I'm done for. Did I say too much? But Han Lu shouldn't be so promiscuous. All she does is complain about homework every day. Oh, didn't think she'd have the time to have an affair. You've misunderstood. I'm just a friend, Zhongheng replied with a grin. I need to talk to her about something. In a rush. Zhongheng pointed to the books she was holding. Ah. Not exactly in a big rush. I could go tonight if I didn't make it now. The short-haired girl then snapped her fingers enthusiastically. Let me take you to Han Lu first. Sorry for the trouble. Ha ha. Oh, stop being so obliging, will you? We are all descendants of Yang Huang, after all, pipped the cheery and hospitable short-haired girl. In return, you can tell me some gossip about her. Okay, I know a lot of stuff from her childhood. Interested to know? Of course. The short-haired girl seemed delighted, vigorously nodding at her newfound friend. With someone as a guide, Jong-hung could finally stop going for broke. The two walked and chatted and soon came up to a tennis court. The short-haired girl had just come out of her dormitory and said that Han-lu had been out since early that morning. She did not explain her whereabouts, but she loved tennis and often played at this spot at this hour. Unfortunately, the tennis courts were void of Han-lu as well. The short-haired girl comforted Jong-hung, "It's okay. We'll just proceed to the next place. If it's anyone else, I would have been so sure, but it's Han-lu we're talking about here. I can find her with my eyes closed." Jong-hung didn't really know what else to do but to follow her. "Well, don't look for the places she often goes to. Since you know her so well, any idea where she would hide if she were, frightened?" "What?" The short-haired girl was stunned when she heard what Jong-hung said. "She is one of the bravest girls I've ever met. We watch those horror movies together and laugh as if it were a sitcom. Who can scare her? You?" She stole a glance at Jong-hung. Before he could even begin to disagree, she shook her head and interrupted. Nope. I am very good at judging people. You are not a bad person. Something very, very bad is about to happen to her, which is why I must look for her as soon as possible. Can you help me?" Jong-hung asked with raised eyebrows. "What's with all the mystery? You plan to save the world, or what?" She had a sparkle in her eyes. "It sounds like fun. Let me in. I know somewhere she would go to when she's in a bad mood. Let's head there." "Where?" "The Oriental Museum," replied the short-haired girl. "Many Asian and Indian artifacts are displayed there. Han-lu always said the place was like her second home, and it calmed her down on her bad days." "Let's not waste a single second and go over there now," said Jong-hung as he raised his head and looked toward the sky. The weird clouds were going to show up again. So far, he had experienced 3 instances of dreams. According to his calculations, the earlier clouds appeared, the faster the dream would end. It was in no way a good sign. A grim reminder to Jong-hung that time was running out. Chapter 477. Got another clue. Along the way, even the short-haired girl noticed the change in the atmosphere. "Hey, I have a bad feeling that something awful is about to go down." Jong-hung looked at her, but he did not explain anything. "We talked a lot about Han-lu. Let's talk about you," he said, instead of answering her. "Me?" The short-haired girl was a little surprised. "How am I related to your mission to save the world?" "No. I want to have a small chat with you," Jong-hung said. "Anyway, we still need to walk a bit before we get to the museum." "Well, let's do the small talk then." The short-haired girl scratched her head. "I am essentially a very boring person. My hobbies are lying in bed and reading novels and comics. I'm a movie buff as well. Though I don't mind socializing, I find it troublesome to keep getting my hair done. I take an unpopular course. I don't know what else to tell you. Is there anyone you like?" "Wow, now that's a very personal question. Sorry if you're offended. I would think a stranger is rude if he were to ask me something like this after meeting him for less than half an hour. I don't feel that way, though, when you asked me the question. It's weird. I feel like I know you." "Have we met before?" the short-haired girl asked in curiosity. "Is that right?" "To answer your previous question, I dated a boy, but it was a high school thing. He took me home on a bicycle, and I could smell the detergent on his shirt. I really loved that smell. Unfortunately, my dad had to spot him, and since then, he's been waiting at the school gate to pick me up every day. It was miserable. After a while, we broke up since our relationship affected his grades. But what can I say, eh? When I was studying abroad, my drama addiction affected my love life as well. Don't worry. You will meet someone you like in the future. He will show up at the right time, and you'll have a happy family. The person you love shall give you all the happiness in the world." Could this be some sort of prophecy? The short-haired girl smiled, "But it sounds good. I want to think that it'll come true for me." After a while, the bus stopped in front of St. Aidan's College, and the Oriental Museum was nearby. At the same time, the sky was also covered by dark clouds as well. The short-haired girl was a student at Durham University, so there was no need to buy a ticket. After frisking his pocket awkwardly, Jong-hung suddenly realized that he couldn't pay for the ticket. "I'll buy you a ticket." "Han-Lu can reimburse me later," the short-haired girl said, reaching for her purse. "Thank you." Jong-hung breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could use the previous method to get into the museum, it would undoubtedly attract a lot of unwanted attention, thereby risking alerting the nearby police officers. Since Jong-hung had no idea what kind of catastrophe he was going to face, he figured it was better he lay low. The museum wasn't that big, very few visitors were there at the moment. To Jong-hung's surprise, he re-encountered Rabbit. She was standing with a tall and handsome boy. "Oh, shit. That's Freddy." The short-haired girl let out a long sigh. "Who is Freddy?" "He's Han-Lu's admirer and rising star of the school's soccer team. Something's up with him recently. He has been pestering Han-Lu relentlessly, and although Han-Lu told him that she's attached, he just wouldn't stop. So all she can do is to avoid him as much as possible." Rabbit, on the other hand, was filled with joy when she spotted Jong-hung. "You found this place too?" Jong-hung's eyes moved. Rabbit continued, "To be honest, I don't know where I am, although I set a place for us to meet up. Luckily I met this handsome guy here. I asked him if he knew Han-Lu, and he told me he would take me to her. We seem to be a step behind, though. She's no longer here. I've asked the staff, and they said she left about 15 minutes ago. The apocalypse is nigh. This time, it's only taken an hour and a half to arrive. At this rate, we probably won't even have half an hour to move around in the next dream. By the way, who's this?" The short-haired girl was about to say something, but Jong-hung interrupted her. "That's it for now. Thank you for your help. See you later." Now that surely didn't sound too polite, and it made it look as if Jong-hung ditched her after she went out of the way to help him. The short-haired girl said nothing, though, simply looking toward Jong-hung and Rabbit with a smile. "Well, I wish you all the best, and I hope you save the world soon." After that, she left the museum. Rabbit raised her eyebrows. "Whoa, wait. What do you mean? She can't provide us with more clues." "You're right," said Jong-hung thoughtfully. "Who is he?" The football player named Freddy suddenly voiced out. All the while, he'd been eyeballing Jong-hung belligerently. Seeing the two communicating in Chinese, he began to feel increasingly uncomfortable with Jong-hung's presence. "It's okay, Freddy." He is a friend of mine." Rabbit quickly turned around to extinguish the brewing flames. She then turned to Jong-hung again. "What should we do now? Found any clues?" Jong-hung didn't speak until the short-haired girl had walked out of the museum's door. "What should I call you?" "Hypnose." Rabbit's face flashed with surprise. "Who? Me? Did the dragon fry your brains? Do I look like Hypnose to you?" "I started to suspect you in the previous dream," replied Jong-hung. "I must admit that you put up a good act when we first met in that dream. Rabbit and I have just met recently. Apart from her name and appearance, I know very little about her. So it's hard for me to tell that you are pretending to be her." "What? So you think that I am pretending to be someone?" Rabbit looked puzzled. "Why? You were so good at playing that part." "To be honest, when I first saw you, I really thought you were Rabbit," Jong-hung said. "But then I noticed something small, and that was when I started to suspect you. As far as I know, you and the other three always worked in a team. You've never once mentioned your teammates after you met me. Moreover, when you decided where we should meet in the next dream, you chose the plaza where we met." "Where's the problem in that?" asked Rabbit, a hint of frustration lining her words. "Although it isn't a remote area, it's actually very unpopular. You said you didn't remember the road, but later, you said you could recognize the way a little. If you are really Rabbit, you should have started with the desire to meet your teammates. Logically, you were supposed to choose a place familiar to your team. You could have even chosen Hanlu's place. The reason why you chose the place we first met was so that I wouldn't meet the others, especially the real rabbit. Interesting deduction, but how do you explain those disasters then? Just like you, they hit me as well. Chapter 478. I'd like to correct something. Those disasters had nothing to do with the Dreamland of death. On the contrary, it's more like Hanlu's defense mechanism of sorts. Think of what you would do if you had rats and cockroaches at home. Buy some rat poison and put it at the corner? Or disinfect the whole house with pesticides? It appears she chose the second method, grunted Rabbit. Yes, I was wrong from the beginning, whether it was the tsunami or the giant dragon. They weren't targeting Hanlu all along. Can't blame you. After all, anybody who found Hanlu running for her life and hiding from these unnatural disasters would think that she's under the Dreamland of death spell. But in fact, the one she'd been avoiding all along, since the very beginning, has been you, and you alone, yes. Jong-hun quizzed. She changed dreams frequently to escape your tracking, from her childhood to studying abroad to her daily life. I wasn't with you in the first dream, so I don't know why the tsunami attacked the city. But then we found Hanlu's mother, supposedly the key figure in the second dream. The strange clouds appeared again. A coincidence, perhaps? Rabbit said. 1. Yes, but this time, when you, and this. Freddy appeared in Hanlu's favorite museum, those clouds appeared again. The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second, surely not. It's all but a possibility too small. You weren't the sole target of the disasters. Everyone else in the dream could have been killed as well. Right now, we are standing in Hanlu's vault, one that she uses to store information. These are the collection of memories from her subconscious, containing information related to her. She was worried that you'd use this information to locate her. Unsure who to trust and not knowing who the enemy was, she had to destroy all foreign beings in the dream. You choose to partner with me because Hanlu and I are closest among all of us. I'm your best lead, and I would have led you to her eventually. Anything else you wish to add? Rabbit asked. Actually, it was the dragon that confirmed my doubts about you. The dragon? Yes. During the last dream, we came to Hanlu's schoolmate's house. The dragon was resting on the roof of that building, and yet that building was intact. If those dragons were chasing Hanlu, I thought, then they should have burned down the building as soon as possible. The dragon did not. Instead, it seemed to be guarding the place, preventing anybody from approaching it. It was then that I started to think of another explanation for these disasters. Your observation and deduction rank second among everyone I met. Of course, the woman named Hanlu did a good job too. I'd rank her defenses in the dreams among the top 10, Rabbit smiled. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. This was supposed to be an interesting round. Unfortunately for you, my friend, you won't get to witness what's about to happen. Since my identity has been exposed, it means I'll have to kill you now. I'll use your identity to approach the rest. The girl called Shan 1111 is pretty good as well. She'll be able to lead me to Hanlu. Rabbit then spoke to Freddy in English. He just said something insulting, and he even threatened me. Can you help me teach him a lesson? Of course. It's my honor, grinned Freddy, his fists clenched into balls. Freddy had obviously been waiting for this moment for the longest while. Although Jong-hun didn't really know what the real Freddy was like, it seemed Hanlu didn't have fond memories of the guy. He was the kind that got jealous quickly, and he was unquestionably violent, where he had been displaying signs of discontent the moment Jong-hun started talking to Rabbit. On the flip side, soccer players possessed the physique all men envied. His arms were the size of the ordinary man's calf, and they were beefy as hell, as well. Let me educate you on how to treat a lady properly, he grinned and muttered. Jong-hun, however, didn't even look at him. Instead, he focused all his attention on Rabbit. Such a reaction only served to further anger Freddy. He lunged at Jong-hun, attempting to swing a fist at his face. Within a few seconds, Jonghang slipped behind him, stretching out his arm to clamp Freddy's neck. As Freddy instinctively reached out to free his neck from the chokehold, he felt a sharp sting biting into his unprotected ribs. Jonghang did not hesitate, slamming Freddy's head into a nearby shelf. His head smashed into the glass, crushing the priceless antique jade bowl inside it. Despite his unresolvable resolve, he had lost all the strength to get up from the ground. "Awesome," Rabbit applauded cynically. "I'm tempted to hire you as my next agent." Suddenly, a commotion could be heard coming from outside the museum. A man, presumably a museum employee, fell in. Jonghang quickly recognized him as the man who checked his ticket at the entrance. Jonghang thought he was here to stop their fight, but he didn't expect a man to follow him in a suit and sunglasses. Agent Smith. The character from The Matrix. Could he be our disaster this time? By the way, I like that movie, Rabbit said. Jonghang knew about Agent Smith as well. Originally an ordinary antivirus program, he was responsible for eliminating people and programs harmful to the Matrix. Gradually freeing himself from the Matrix's control, he became a virus-like being. In addition to super strength and inhuman reflexes, Smith's most astonishing ability was to replicate himself infinitely like a virus. He could turn his target into a copy of him by inserting his hand into the target's chest. Jonghang wasn't sure which version of Smith was in Han Lu's dream. If he was the final version of Smith, then he was basically Superman who could do anything he wanted, minus the effects of kryptonite. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Jonghang now knew that these disasters were Han Lu's defensive mechanisms kicking in to counter-hypnose. Rabbit, however, smiled, seeming to know what he was thinking. "Don't worry, and just relax. You guessed it right. But I have to correct one small little thing about your deduction. These disasters don't just targeting me. They go after every invader that enters her dream. Of course, that includes you. They are like the guardians of Han Lu's subconscious. Their goal is to destroy everything." Chapter 479. Eternal Dream. Agent Smith spotted Jonghang and Rabbit from the outside. He walked in, face expressionless. Instead of charging directly at him, Smith picked the museum staff from the ground and inserted his right hand into the helpless guard's chest. He screamed in pain, where a thick, black liquid oozed from his chest, spreading and engulfing his entire body at the same time. In only about 2 seconds, the guard had transformed entirely into another Smith. Rabbit shrugged. "As I said, neither of us can escape." Right before she could finish, Smith turned to Rabbit and lunged at her, socking her in the face with his fist. "Ow! It hurts!" It wasn't before half her face was smashed did Smith land a kick on Rabbit's belly. It sent her flying, its force so great she knocked over several shells along the way. Jonghang didn't have the time to check out what happened to Rabbit since the other Smith was now walking towards him. He looked around quickly, catching a glimpse of a bronze sword in a showcase cabinet. Jonghang instinctively smashed the glass when he saw the weapon, drawing a spring and autumn period bronze sword. This time, it was his turn to face Smith's fist. After seeing what happened to Rabbit, Jonghang didn't use his arm to block the punch and instead dodged it with his pure reflexes. Swinging the sword to his back, he thrust the ancient weapon forward, managing to hit Smith. Nevertheless, the Smith that Jonghang just encountered wasn't the most extra Smith from the Matrix. This incarnation of Smith had failed to dodge the attack. Despite that, apart from his shades needing a little adjustment, everything, including his hairstyle, remained unchanged. Smith stretched out to grab the bronze sword, easily snapping it into two. He tossed the pieces to the ground, loosed his neck, removed his sunglasses, and went for Jonghang again. Jonghang wasn't surprised by how the first round of fights with Smith went. After all, Smith, the ultimate guardian of the third dreams, was nearly as formidable as the Tsunami and Dragon. Evidently, Smith wasn't one to go down without a fight. But Jonghang's biggest problem now was that his items couldn't be brought into Han Lu's dream. It left him with little room in conjuring an excellent strategy to defeat Smith. In the end, he decided to adopt the dodge and hit strategy. He had to stay as far as he could from Smith and use the opponent's speed to his advantage. He also had to ensure Smith wouldn't get close enough and transform him into another Smith. The virus killer move in the movie was to create unlimited copies of himself, and there was a good chance Jong-hung would cease to exist if Smith managed to lay his hands on him. The Smith next to Jong-hung started to walk towards Rabbit, now lying motionlessly on the ground as if she was dead. Smith then stretched out, intending to hack into her chest and transform her into another Smith copy. A rabbit wouldn't stand a chance if he were to do that. Then, as if starting to live, Rabbit's eyes snapped open, and she grabbed Smith's arm. Rabbit grinned, sneering cynically at the less-than-human apparition. "I admire your attitude and your sense of responsibility. But, hey, don't forget to take a rest once in a while." She then touched Smith's forehead with her finger. Then, as if all power to his body was cut, Smith fell lifelessly to the ground. Rabbit stood up, patted the dust off her body, and glanced at Jong-hung. He was now in a sticky situation. "It seems there's nothing else for me to do. Take your time to deal with him. Don't worry about me. I'll go ahead first." After that, she opened the window and jumped out. Jong-hung and Smith didn't go after her, each one afraid of the other. Though less than half a minute later, Rabbit returned to the museum through the window cursing. Jong-hung looked at where she was, seeing dozens of men standing outside. All dressed in the same suit, sunglasses, and had the same face, and they stared into the museum's open window with a ghostly expressionless face. Smith had already started making copies of himself, and it wouldn't be long before he transformed everyone in the city into his likeness. Earlier, Rabbit managed to end the battle quickly, and she didn't even appear to break a sweat. The truth was, Rabbit had actually sacrificed a lot in the attempt to get Smith to snuggle up with her. The price for that was a heavy blow from Smith, resulting in half her face getting smashed in and 2 broken ribs. Seeing how Smith's copies could come in from all directions, she realized she had to face multiple enemies. It was no wonder she didn't look so good. This was in no way good news for Jong-hung, either. The fight was only escalating. One Smith was terrible enough, but he was now forced to deal with a wave of Smiths. Even with a respectable LV.3 swordsmanship and the physical skills mastered in Black Sail, he could barely defeat him. If more Smiths joined the battle, it would put him in an immeasurable amount of danger. Now that the two were trapped in the small museum, Jong-hung knew it was impossible to simultaneously deal with so many of Smith's copies. He could only hope that they would kill Rabbit first and that Hanlu could wake up in time. Jong-hung quietly strayed far away from all the doors and the windows. He then saw Rabbit, sighing at the sight of her. "So, I'm forced to use that trick in the end." Rabbit took out a harmonica from her pocket and started playing it. When Jong-hung heard the first note, warning signs flashed in his heart. He quickly covered his ears with both hands, but the melody found its way to bypass his ears, eventually reaching his brain despite his best efforts. His consciousness began to fade away slowly. Jong-hung knelt on one knee. Making a decisive decision, he picked up a thin piece of glass on the ground and pierced his eardrums with it. Despite that, the sweet and pleasant melody didn't disappear with the other sounds. The last thing that Jong-hung saw was the suited Smiths dropping like flies as the sound of the harmonica's melody filled the room. The whole world seemed to have fallen asleep. Rabbit finally finished the song after 3 minutes. She wasn't in the best state, her lips as pale as paper as she put the harmonica away. She then stood there with her eyes closed before taking a deep breath. Pocketing the instrument, she walked to Jong-hung's side. The guy called Seth went overboard this time. Why would he make so many copies of my game item? I'm exhausted. This time that nearly killed me. Forget it. Let's finish this order first. Rabbit squatted, putting her fingers on the forehead of the now comatose Jong-hung. In the name of Hypnose, I order you to show me the dreams in your heart, and in return, I will bless you with an eternal dream. Ooh? Wait. What the hell is this? A horrified look appeared on Rabbit's face. Hypnose was the god of sleep in Greek mythology, and he had seen all kinds of strange dreams. Whether it a tsunami or dragon, they were all common to him. When he peeked into the eye of Zhongheng's mind, however, he saw a grotesque, twisted nightmare he had never seen before. Though a hasty glimpse, Hypnose couldn't help but tremble in fear. Chapter 480. Wake up! The scenes in the rescue room replayed in Zhongheng's mind like a broken record. He didn't know how long these images had been there, nor could he understand the meaning behind them. Perhaps they were just meaningless dreams. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar ceiling again. The fourth dream, perhaps? Zhongheng could vaguely recall what happened, only remembering the moment before Hypnose put him to sleep. Whatever happened after that was no longer in his memory. Soon, though, he discovered something different. He saw Han Lu, missing in the previous rounds of dreams, lying down beside him. Shen 1111, who was on the stool nearby, opened her eyes when she heard movement. Rubbing her eyes, she exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake, great. Where are we?" Zhongheng asked. Han Lu's home, Shen 1111 replied with raised eyebrows. Rest assured, we have left her dream. Who? Probably in the third round of dreams, the situation at that time was terrible. The entire city was filled with Agent Smiths from the Matrix. To protect me, Li Bai sacrificed himself. He died. No. I mean, he died in Han Lu's dream and was transformed into Smith. When he dies, he will leave Han Lu's dream and wake up in the real world. On the contrary, what happened to you is rather strange, said Shen 1111. Han Lu woke up after the third dream, and we tried to wake you up, but you were still in a deep sleep. I've tried calling your name right beside your ear, and I patted your cheeks as well. You gave me no response. To not hurt you, I didn't use any more intense techniques. So, are you okay now? Any discomfort on your body? Wait, we are in the real world now, and you said Han Lu woke up once. Yes, she's the only person who has ever woken up after being cursed with the Dreamland of death. She is fine now. Since she didn't get a wink of sleep for the past few days, an hour is obviously not going to be enough. So, we gave her a quick checkup and left her to sleep. You defeated Hypnose. How did you do that? Zhongheng asked. Well, it was what I wanted to ask you. In previous dreams, there were a series of unnatural disasters, and we speculated that they might have been related to the Dreamland of death. While looking for Han Lu, I tried to look for a way to deal with them, but unfortunately, there was no progress. After that, we woke up suddenly. Where is Rabbit? Zhongheng asked. After confirming that Han Lu is fine, I let the two return, Shen 1111 continued, especially Rabbit. She's very busy with her senior year at high school. What's wrong? Why are you looking for her? Have you seen her in the dreams? Yes, we met in the first dream, and when the tsunami struck us, we hid in the TV station. Shen 1111 paused. Why did you ask about her? I saw Hypnose in the second dream. He disguised himself as Rabbit, approached me, and wanted me to lead him to Han Lu. I was only a little suspicious of him at that time, and when we met again in the third dream, I made him confess, Zhongheng said. Were you alone? Shen 1111 raised his eyebrows. That was way too risky. Hypnose is the god of sleep, and the dream world is his turf. You couldn't have possibly dealt with him in a dream, could you? Sorry. It seems he can turn into anybody within a dream. I don't know what he will look like the next time we meet again, said Zhongheng said. I didn't know who else I could trust during that time, so I resorted to a quick fight. I can understand your situation. I would have done the same thing as well. How did you make him give up killing Han Lu then? I don't know. Multiple Smiths surrounded us. Then, Hypno started to play his harmonica, and everyone fell asleep when we heard the melody. I was no exception, which is why I'm asking you what happened after that, said Zhongheng. I didn't cross paths with him since the beginning, and neither did everyone else. Unless, as you said, he pretended to be one of us, Shen 1111 pondered for a while before shaking her head. But it's unlikely. We've completed so many quests together. It's not that easy for Hypnos to replace one of us without us finding out sooner or later. Is that why he gave up? But it's never happened before. Otherwise, the Dreamland of Death wouldn't have killed so many. Zhonghang and Shen 1111 subsequently exchanged notes about Han Lu's dream world, and despite going through the small details, they came out fruitless. Not only did they fail to figure out what happened, but only more mysteries and questions surfaced. They still didn't how Han Lu managed to survive the curse, or why Hypnos let them go when he was at an absolute advantage. Zhonghang glanced at Han Lu, still fast asleep like a baby at this time. "Can you please do something for me?" he asked Shen 1111. Shen 1111 already knew what he was about to ask even before he finished. "Stop worrying, people, and I will keep this matter close to the chest. We have to remain silent so that other players won't hound her." Shen 1111 smiled bitterly. "This whole thing looks like an accident to me. We haven't found the slightest hint of a solution to deal with the Dreamland of Death. It's not like we can help the others. So, just consider this never happened. No, thank you for your help this time. If you didn't contact me and bring that item, we wouldn't have entered Han Lu's dream. She would probably be dead now like everyone else," Zhonghang replied, his mood carrying a slight undertone of exasperation. "You've thanked me more than once. As I said before, I'm just doing what I've been doing." Shen 1111 paused. "I still hope that everyone's strengths could be pulled with a clearer code of conduct and self-discipline. Then maybe, we might just protect the ordinary from the threat of the supernatural. If you're interested, you are welcome to join us at any time." "I'll consider it," Zhonghang said. Shen 1111 stood up from the chair. "It's almost dawn now. I will head back to school. What about you?" "I'll wait until she wakes up to say goodbye," replied Zhonghang, unable to stop himself from looking at the window. There, the first break of light bled over the horizon. The clear sky hadn't the slightest hint of a cloud, especially not those ominous ones. It confirmed that he had indeed returned to reality. "See you at school," Shen 1111 pipped as she stood up. Chapter 81. I have my plan. There was a forest behind the hillside covered in valerian. A wooden cottage lay hidden in the woods, its atmosphere breathtaking. Right outside, the clear water of a shallow creek glistened and trickled by, as ancient, unknown trees whose branches seemed to be entwined with each other under some mysterious force were woven into a colossal umbrella, blocking out the sunlight. Having the perfect lighting at almost all times of the day, it was probably that one cottage in the woods everyone didn't mind having. The owner of the wooden hut had a peculiar hobby. His pets were not the regular cat and dog, but a group of crows. These birds differed from their counterparts, silently perched on the roof without letting out a single caw as if they were fast asleep. In the dark room, a pale man with wings suddenly woke up from his bed. Beads of sweat lined his forehead, and his eyes flickered. The most attractive part of him was the pair of wings that grew on his back. When spread out, they were at least 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. They seemed wide enough to fill the entire room. The observant would quickly point out that his wings fluttered ever so slightly. It was then that the sound of a harp playing came from outside. Its soothing and melodic tune flowed through the house's door and into the man's ears, calming his mind. He sat up on the bed for a while, put on his slippers, and walked to the table where he picked up an unfinished bottle of Coke. The sugar in the drink further calmed him down, and he couldn't help but let out a sad sigh as he watched his slightly bulging belly. He then walked toward the door, stopping to throw the empty bottle into the trash can. When he saw the figure sitting on the sofa in the living room, he frowned and shook his head. The strangely dressed older man on the sofa clapped after listening to the beautiful harp performance. "Thank you, Pasithea, for the amazing performance. I felt like I was in the golden halls of Vienna. And if I may, Pasithea, I raise my hat as a tribute to you." The woman with graying hair nodded in thanks. Putting away her harp, she sheepishly tiptoed out of the cabin, trembling under her skin. When she walked to the door, the man looked at the old man warily, asking, "Why did you show up here?" The older man did not answer him. He paused for a while. "I still remember how beautiful she was among the 3 graces. Reminds me of Daphne. No wonder you couldn't help but offend Suze for her back then. How's your back? I bet it doesn't feel so good falling from such a high place. So, you've come here to laugh at us? No, it's just a shame that we can't defy the laws of time. The once powerful goddess is getting old. Pasithea isn't in the best condition. After all, there are simply too few who know her name these days, the man said. It won't be long before she disappears from this world. That's a real shame, the old man said. It appears this is the fate of the old folks. After all, nothing goes against the law of time. One day the world will forget us all, eventually. The man snorted coldly. Is that right? I think you've been quite happy recently. Heard you went to Silicon Valley to find that guy. Hatred will not help us survive. Evolution is a natural law, the old man went on, ignoring his counterpart's jibe. So, you are planning to betray us by following the laws of nature and joining the enemy. The man took a knife from the wall and walked towards the older man. Just listen to yourself. You are just as disgusting as those bastards. I should have warned the others about you. Oh, I almost forgot. Time is ruthless, and you only look forward but never look back, right? The latter shrugged. Listen to what you are saying, Hypnos. You should know that no one cares about the past more than me. I still remember those names that have vanished from the hands of time. I've asked you to come to me no matter what you're facing. My door will always be open to you. Hypnos snorted coldly and sat down beside the older man. Snatching an apple from the fruit plate, he began peeling it with a knife. This is a mistake. We shouldn't have agreed to play the game in the first place. Instead, we should have followed the old traditions and gathered everyone to fight them. Yes, we may be at a disadvantage, but we've won a war against the Titans before. I don't know what kind of brainwashing you've done to Zeus. Why would he accept such a ridiculous request? We can't do that, unfortunately, the old man explained patiently. This is completely different from the war with the Titans. Judging by the current situation, we'll be dead in no time if we keep fighting. Not for me, Hypnos replied. Pasithea is too weak to wait until the next round. I must help her to achieve results in the next round. Chosen anyone yet? Yes, I did meet a candidate this time. The girl's name is Shan1111. I've been following her for a while, but I saw something else in the dream this time. When Hypnos thought about the terrible scene that he saw, he couldn't help but shudder. He then saw the corners of the older man's mouth turning upwards. Quickly realizing something, Hypnos replied vigilantly, You came to me because of this. That's right, the old man admitted. I hope you can forget the things you saw. Is he related to you? Hypnos bit the apple. I am doing it for your own good. Knowing too much is not a good thing sometimes, the old man said. Are you crazy? Why did you provoke that thing? Hypnos asked angrily, Don't we already have enough enemies now? Even they don't dare mess with that thing. If that thing is awakened, we will be greeted with an all-out disaster. Thanks to the stupid works of mortals, its name is now widely known to everyone. Not even our combined force defeats it. Put a little finger on it. Didn't you see it? His name is in the newspapers, novels, movies, and games. Calm down, Hypnos. I only did this because I've actually come up with a plan, the old man replied leisurely. So far, the situation is still under my control. In exchange, I can help Pasithea to find an excellent agent. Well, you can't pick the girl named Shan1111 because someone else is already watching her. She has entered the trial phase. As for Seth, I can also help you deal with him and prevent him from making multiple copies of Dreamland of Death. Once I deal with him, you don't have to run here and there anymore. Chapter 82. He is coming back. Hanlu did not wake up until the night. This time, she slept a total of 14 hours. Even so, she still felt drained after waking up, her long slumber unable to make up for the past days of lost sleep. She eventually opened her eyes, much to Jonghong's relief. he still wasn't sure why Hypnos disappeared after letting Hanlu go when he clearly held the advantage. As of now, Hanlu was thankfully out of danger. Zhongheng said, "For safety's sake, you'd better call me or send me a text every morning. You don't have to do it for too long. 1 month will do. I want to make sure that Hypnos will not target you anymore." "No problem," Hanlu paused, "you saved me." I'm not too sure about that." Although Zhongheng suspected that Hypnos' sudden retreat could have something to do with him, he had no intention of claiming glory without collecting sufficient evidence. "You can't deny that you are the one that saved me." Hanlu did not hesitate. "If you didn't read the message I sent you, I would have died in my sleep," she went on thoughtfully. "Thank the key item provided by Shen 1111's team as well. Otherwise, we would have never been able to enter your dream world. I will find a way to repay them. It's thanks to you that they are here to help me. Let's get back to our previous topic. You saved my life. If I count what happened at the hospital, this is the second time you've saved me. So, what do you want?" Hanlu asked directly. "I don't lack anything for the time being, but I will come to you if I need anything." Zhongheng stood up and put on his coat. "I skipped a whole day's class, so I'm going back to school now. I cooked you a meal while you were asleep and put it on the table. You can have a good meal after a shower." Nothing unusual happened in the next 2 weeks. Zhongheng had also successfully obtained his driver's license, though he had to wait for his car's registration plate. He had to first apply for a number before trying the lucky draw that happened twice in a month. The winning probability of that was comparable to that of the lottery. Even with Lucky Rabbit's foot, it was impossible to win on the first draw. Zhongheng was not in a hurry, anyway. The car could be driven under the name of Hanlu's company. In fact, Zhongheng had taken his 4 dorm mates for a meal the very night he got his driver's license. And they deliberately picked a place far away from the school. Chen Huadong was a little apprehensive about Zhongheng's driving skills, unable to stop reminding him to look out for oncoming traffic. He held onto his seatbelt nervously as Zhongheng drove, but the moment there was a little road congestion, he saw how Zhongheng skillfully navigated through the traffic. In the end, he shut his mouth and let Zhongheng do what he did best. As he got off the car, he approached Zhongheng to ask who his coach was, hoping to get a recommendation. With no hesitation, Zhongheng passed Chen Huadong the coach WeChat contact. Chen Huadong was already dreaming that he would become king of the road after 20 days of intensive training. There was always a gap between idealism and reality. Zhongheng learned nothing special from the driving school except for standard driving techniques and traffic regulations. On the other hand, his extraordinary driving skills were from the owner of a fishery shop in the Tokyo Drift Quest. Since he was the driver, Zhongheng was the only one that didn't touch the booze. After the meal, he drove the slightly drunk Ma Wei, an utterly unconscious Wei Jiangyang, and a seemingly fine Chen Huadong back to the dormitory. After attempting to carry Wei Jiangyang to his bed, Zhongheng turned on his computer, and that was when the power cut off. Before this, he had been doing some research about the scientific expedition to Greenland 17 years ago. That was when he found 2 Facebook pages of the members and a Twitter account. Since he could get no useful information on Twitter, and the Facebook profiles were private, Zhongheng's could not carry on with his investigation. Thanks to his hacking skills mastered up to LV2 upon returning from Whistleblower, he managed to retrieve their passwords covertly. Finally, he got to log into their accounts to seek for more information. Zhongheng first logged into Nicholson's Facebook account. Formerly a SEAL member, he was 50 this year. From the photo, he looked adamant, his chest muscles were in good shape, and he had a pair of muscular arms as well. He was in a pair of beach pants in the photo, squatting on the sand while roasting oysters on the grill. Behind him was a young girl hugging him affectionately by the neck. After that, Zhongheng re-encountered the young girl in other pictures. She was standing with another older woman. If he guessed correctly, those 2 should be Nicholson's daughter and wife. After the expedition, Nicholson returned to Colorado, where he started a small construction company. Due to poor management, it closed down 4 years ago. He later became a truck driver. He wasn't on Facebook very often. Most of the photos on it were of him with his family, and although he was 50 years old, he often received greetings from pretty ladies thanks to his tough appearance. Nicholson, however, ignored all of them. Apart from that, Jong-hung also noticed that Nicholson regularly updated his Facebook profile in March, May, and August every year. It could be a coincidence, or he was hiding something. He also posted about stuff he did while he was still a SEAL. Despite all that, he posted nothing about the scientific expedition, as if he didn't want anyone knowing about the trip to Greenland 17 years ago. The Facebook account of psychiatrist Marshall carried a little more excitement. He frequently shared his thoughts about work and notable events in his life. Then, late at night, especially before dawn, Marshall would post something that didn't make much sense. It went in the tone of, "He has spotted me, I still remember. Those crazy whirlpools. Torn apart, eyes. His eyes. He is coming back." These were all posts written from his perspective. Thanks to his secrecy, nobody ever knew what he had to endure in the dead of night. The 42-year-old Marshall was different from Nicholson. He had not married until now and had only one girlfriend he dated for around 5 years until they separated last year. According to Marshall, it was because she couldn't stand his sleepwalking. But intuition told Jong-hung that there were deeper reasons behind the breakup. The week after Marshall split with his girl, he never updated his Facebook again. Jong-hung had no idea what happened to him. Chapter 483. Deductive Reasoning. Jong-hung managed to note down the addresses of the former SEAL and psychologist right before the power went out. Whether the United States or Greenland, they were a great distance from the city he was located in, not to mention how further investigations had to be carried out once he got there. It meant he needed at least a week or two to get the information required. Nevertheless, not long after the new semester started, Jong-hung started becoming known as the guy who skipped classes. His string of good luck was finally coming to an end. Thanks to the Dreamland of Death debacle, he was recorded twice by the school for skipping class. The school had begun to take notice of him, and for the time being, he had to comply with whatever they wanted. Hence, the last resort was to delay his summer break plans. At the end of the month, Jong-hung made another trip to Sex and the City Bar. This time, the bartender wasn't behind the bar mixing cocktails. Instead, she was slacking outside the lounge, leisurely lighting up a cigarette as she looked at the men and women on the dance floor. "What you have entrusted to me is now done," she told Jong-hung as he approached. "Who?" The loud music drowned out her voice, and Jong-hung had to move closer to hear what she had to say. "I found someone who can help you repair that katana. He's the most powerful blacksmith I've ever known, where he once forged weapons for the gods. He can not only restore your katana to its former glory, but he can even give it some upgrades. But in exchange, the price you'll have to pay is 2,000 of your game points. Besides, you still have to find the lower and upper pieces of the katana before he can help you. All he needs to is put the two pieces together, and he wants to charge me 2,000 game points. This is no small amount we are talking about. That sort of points can buy me a grade C game item. And I'm talking about the popular ones here." Jong-hung still remembered that the final price of the escape dagger cost him only 2,050 points. He paused for a moment, then continued. "Besides, you haven't told me what grade the katana is." "Unfortunately, I can't identify it until the blacksmith restores it," replied the bartender. "So, this is like a gamble." Jong-hung frowned. The katana in question had been obtained from Scarlet in the last round of the game. Upon returning to the real world, he passed the katana, together with a flash drive and copper ring, to the bartender. He even requested for a restoration expert to try fix the broken saber. Little did he expect the price would be that extravagant. No matter how he looked at it, blowing 2,000 points to repair an unknown grade item was a risky endeavor. Even a grade C item might not achieve this value, and if it turned out to be a grade D or E or even worse, a grade F item, Jong-hung would suffer a significant loss. "Anyway, I found someone for you, and the decision is in your hands," the bartender lady said. "Wait until I find the lower half of the katana, and I will think about it," replied Zhongheng. "The remaining piece should be with Scarlet." And since it was not going to be easy getting it from her, Zhongheng thought it best to leave this matter temporarily. He pushed open the lounge door and walked to the empty deck. Taking out the alarm clock from under a stool, he set the time and started his 7th round of the game. Verifying player identity. Verified, randomly selecting the 7th round for player 07958. Extraction completed. Your current quest is Deductive Reasoning. A logician can infer the existence of the Atlantic Ocean or Niagara Falls from a drop of water without having to see or hear it. Life is like a chain. We only need to look at one part of it, and we get to see the whole picture. Task objective: complete investigating a case with your new roommate, and find the criminal first. Mode: single player, time flow rate, 240, 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 10 days in this game. After 30 days, the player will be forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. The moment he heard this round's title, Zhongheng's mind immediately pointed toward a renowned name in detective novels. Could the game really be afoot? When he opened his eyes, the street sign in front of him confirmed his previous conjecture. Baker Street. He shifted his gaze to the house on the opposite side of the road. Just as expected, he saw the unmistakable number, 221B, the infamous 221B, Baker Street, residence of the author of Sir Practical Manual of Beekeeping, and the study of Queen Bee's Quarantine. After retirement, he had settled down to write those outstanding books. Zhongheng stepped forward and walked through the muddy roads littered with horse excrement. The ashen skies of 19th-century London were as gloomy as ever, where a perpetual grey mist hung over the city ominously like the face of a typhoid patient. A man with a bowler hat drove a carriage past Zhongheng, splashing mud on his trousers. Before he could say anything, the carriage had disappeared into the street. There was nothing he could do about it, so Zhongheng reached out and knocked on the door. After a while, someone answered the door. Appearing in front of him was a jovial, middle-aged lady. "Oh. You must be the new tenant," she chirped joyously. "Mrs. Hudson?" Zhongheng asked. In the novels, Mrs. Hudson was the proprietor of 221B, Baker Street. Doubling up as the part-time cook and cleaner of the apartment, she generously included those services in the rent. The real her seemed a lot younger than described in the novels. Frankly, she could pass off as a woman who hadn't yet turned 40. "Yes, Mr. Zhong. Now where's your luggage?" Mrs. Hudson quavered enthusiastically while looking behind Zhongheng. "Ah. I left them with a friend. I'll pick them up later. Anyway, I brought little, and I traveled light. Can I see my room first?" "Of course," said Mrs. Hudson. "Hurry up and come in. This will be your home from now on. It's relatively well furnished, and the lighting's good as well. There is a clear view of the street below when the curtains are drawn." She then hesitated for a while. "What's wrong?" asked Zhongheng. "It's your roommate. He's a little strange, but I can assure you that he's a decent man. He has his quirks, though. No one is perfect," Mrs. Hudson sighed. "Anyway, I hereby welcome you to our tiny plot of land." Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. "My roommate, where is he now?" "He's gone out to attend a concert, but considering the time, I think he should be back soon." Just as Mrs. Hudson was done talking, someone knocked on the door again. Mrs. Hudson turned around to open the door. This time, it was a lanky and sharp-nosed man about 6 feet tall. He tossed his fingers around in the air, still wandering the oceans of music until he noticed Zhongheng behind Mrs. Hudson. "Ah, it seems my roommate is here. Glad to have made your acquaintance. I am Sherlock Holmes." "Holmes will suffice," he smiled awkwardly and stretched out a palm filled with blotches of ink and traces of reagents. Chapter 84. "I'm glad you've introduced yourselves." Zhongheng and Holmes shook hands. The latter didn't let go right away, though. "You've lived at sea for a long time." "Seaman?" No more likely someone who makes decisions on board, the captain or the chief mate. But that was probably a long time ago. Interesting. You shouldn't have been occupying such a high position at your age. Forgive me, I don't know much about the politics of the East. You've experienced war more than once and have seen blood. But you're not a soldier. This is starting to get interesting. You're trained in archery. I must say, you are quite the jack of all trades. You've been to many places before. Are you a traveler? Last but not least, I hope that I would have a chance to hear you play the piano. Wow! That's very impressive. Did you just deduce all of that? Jong-hung asked. Just a little parlor trick. If I told you, it wouldn't be impressive anymore. Also, do pardon me if I should have offended you, Holmes smiled amiably. Despite the friendly gesture, Jong-hung could sense the underlying smugness and condescension in his tone, qualities he was so famously associated with. Chronicling someone's entire life in the first meeting was in itself not a very polite thing to do. Even though he did ask for Jong-hung's pardon at the end, it sounded more like an appropriacy rather than an apology. It was probably a common fault in all geniuses since time immemorial. They often placed themselves in the center, acting recklessly, and almost never taking the feelings of others into consideration. Sherlock made a move to withdraw his hand, but Jong-hung didn't let go. Lacks knowledge in literature, philosophy, and astronomy, an extremely limited understanding of politics, but profoundly knowledgeable in chemistry, a serious bias in botany, knows nothing about gardening, but is extremely well versed with all kinds of taboos, which you, unfortunately, happen to subscribe to. You should stay away from them. With your willpower, I believe it is possible. You are good at identifying soil, possess a wealth of but unsystematic knowledge of anatomy, and you're skilled in boxing, fencing, and bartitsu. You have a brother who is a government official. He is smarter than you, but you hate admitting it. Your grandfather was a country squire, but the family fortune declined. By the way, I also hope to hear you play the violin, on the premise that you play it properly, of course. Otherwise it would just sound like an animal howling. Jong-hung said all that in one breath. This time it was his new flatmate's turn to stare. The detective turned to the landlady. Did you tell him everything about me? He asked Mrs. Hudson. The latter shook her head. I have no idea what is it that you do all day in your room, Mr. Holmes, but I only hope that you do not turn the room into a mess again. Huh? Holmes frowned as if pondering on a problem. After a minute, he said, about my knowledge in chemistry, you were able to tell from the reagents on my hands. As for the violin, you felt the callus on the tip of my fingers when we shook hands, and I just mentioned that I've just been to a concert, so it's not that difficult to tell. As for my fencing skills, my épée is on the balcony. You must have seen it when you were downstairs. The boxing, on the other hand. I used to do it, but some of the habits remained. That's not too surprising. The bartitsu aside, how were you able to deduce my accomplishments in various disciplines? It's no secret, and after we've lived together for a while, you'd be able to tell. But this is our first time meeting each other. And my brother, I almost never mention him. Even Mrs. Hudson doesn't know he exists. What about my late grandfather? How did you know? Arthur Conan Doyle told me. Don't take it to heart. Jong-hung smiled and finally withdrew his hand. Arthur Conan Doyle? Who is he? A look of confusion crossed Holmes' face. I don't remember having such a friend. Mrs. Hudson, who had been listening by the side, said, I'm glad you've introduced yourselves. Although it is but slightly strange, because most people introduce themselves, not. But oh, never mind, what's important is that you've gotten to know each other. I'll bring some refreshments so you can continue your conversation. That'll be wonderful. Holmes had clearly taken an interest in Jong-hung. He removed his hat and coat, hung them on the rack, then settled down on the sofa where he produced a pipe and began filling in the tobacco. Mr. Jong-hung, I must admit that you are far more fascinating than I imagined. I hold certain old-fashioned stereotypes about Orientals. In fact, I was worried that you would move out within 2 days like my previous roommates, but now I am sure that we will get along very well. Mr. Holmes, I also find your observation and deduction skills absolutely intriguing, and I hope to learn from you. Jong-hung made himself comfortable on the sofa opposite the detective. Interesting. There are indeed many people who come to my doorstep for help, whether it be a private detective or the police officers in Scotland Yard, whenever they encounter difficult and complicated cases which they cannot solve by themselves, seeking for my counsel on the evidence they've collected. But they only want to eat the fish. You're the first one who actually wants to learn how to fish. Holmes paused for a moment. I don't mind sharing the skills I've unearthed, but some things are easier said than done. It would take a lot of practice. There had been people who had shown interest in learning from me, but they always end up giving up in the end. But you're different. You already possess excellent observation skills. Very well, perhaps you'll be a quick study. I know I have made it very clear on the advertisement, but for the caution, I feel it best that I go through everything again. The two of us will be renting the flat, and we'll be splitting the rent. We'll each have a bedroom to ourselves, and since I was the first to move in, I have already selected my room. But I can assure you that your room is just as comfortable. We'll share the sitting room, but I have precedence when I need to work. Sometimes I will conduct experiments in my room, and maybe play the violin. I hope you don't mind. Oh, you can inform me in advance if you have any habits or hobbies. Just one. I hope that you don't play your violin in the wee hours of the morning. A reasonable request. I will do my best to keep that from happening. Holmes sounded sincere but non-committal. He obviously did not trust himself to keep the promise and was prepared to renege. Then I have nothing else. Very well, then let us toast to our co-living. Holmes then shouted into the kitchen, Mrs. Hudson, we changed our minds. We won't be having an afternoon tea, it's time to drink. Could you please bring my treasured bottle of port to entertain our mysterious Oriental guest? Chapter 85. The Unidentified Corpse of Thames. Chapter 485. The Unidentified Corpse of Thames. The pleasant wine party did not last too long before it was interrupted by an uninvited guest. The uninvited guest was a tall man with a fair complexion and greyish-yellow hair. He frowned when he entered through the door. Something bad has happened. You always come to me when you are in trouble. I'm not even surprised anymore. Holmes sat on the sofa, having no intention to deal with the uninvited guest right now. He wanted to introduce Jong-hung to him first. Gregson, Chief of Scotland Yard. I'm comparing him with his peers. He looked at Gregson again. Jong-hung, my mysterious and lovely new roommate from the Far East. We are discussing the influence of professional opponents. We are also trying to eliminate my treasured port wine as well. Since you are here, would you like to have a glass with us? I am afraid this is not a good time to drink, the inspector said, glancing at Jong-hung at the same time. Don't worry. This friend of mine can be trusted, and his lips are sealed. Holmes said, you can tell me anything that you want to tell me right here. Okay. This wasn't Gregson's first rodeo with Holmes. Upon hearing that, he discounted Jong-hung and spoke his mind. I encountered a challenging case. I doubt it, but you can go on. In the afternoon, the police on patrol found a dead body at the River Thames. We asked a nearby boatman to help us to retrieve it. The victim is a young girl, but that's all we know. Our efforts in uncovering her identity remain fruitless. There were no clothes, jewelry, and other useful items that could help us to identify her. We don't know her name, where she lives, what she does, and whether she has any friends or relatives. In short, we don't know anything about her. No one has reported anyone missing recently. You said that you are most interested in this kinds of sticky cases, so I came to you as soon as possible. A wise move. After listening to Gregson's description, Holmes showed a touch of excitement on his face. He turned to Jong-hung and said, my friend, I am sorry that we have to end the party early. It doesn't matter. Work is paramount, Jong-hung expressed an understanding. Holmes got up, put on his coat, before suddenly saying, where is your hat? Theory class is over. You should put what you have learned into practice next. Jong-hung was a little surprised. He could see that Gregson didn't want him involved in this case. Besides, he and Holmes had only met for 2 hours. Even though they shared a good chat, Holmes didn't need to invite him to solve the case. As of now, Jong-hung had a primary mission he needed to complete. He did not expect to be granted that opportunity on the very first day he entered this world. Holmes was the kind of person with astute observation. Jong-hung happened to have many secrets with him. The 2 hours that Jong-hung spent chatting with Holmes was stressful. Even though he mentioned wanting to learn from Sherlock, he wanted to not appear too eager and leave a bad impression. However, it now seemed that Holmes had a habit of dragging his roommate with him to solve any criminal case. In the novel, not too long after he knew Watson, he would drag him to every crime scene he came across. If Jong-hung remembered correctly, Watson lived with Holmes for several weeks during that time. And they knew each other's temperaments rather well. This time, however, Holmes and him were only slightly closer than acquaintances. The inspector wanted to say something about it, but in the end, he decided to keep his mouth shut. Jong-hung gladly accepted Sherlock's invitation, and the three of them got into a carriage parked at the roadside. Most of the narratives in Sherlock Holmes took place in the late 19th century. At that period, Britain was in the Victorian era. The Industrial Revolution was taking place and England expanded its colonies overseas. Politics, economy, and culture developed rapidly, resulting in a gross domestic product larger than all countries put together. They were known as the Empire that never rested, and it put them at the center of the world. London, its capital, was also the world's largest city with a population of more than 6 million. Unfortunately, there was an increasing gap between the rich and the poor. To quote Dickens' opening sentence in A Tale of Two Cities, this is the best era and the worst era. Rapid population boom in such short period turned London into a sardine can of extremely crowded proportions. Jong-hung still remembered some data he came across. In every 1,200 square feet, there were 2,795 families with more than 10,000 people living in the same house. They were like piglets locked in a pigpen. Most ordinary workers earned less than £10 a year, and a large portion of the money went into the landlord's pockets. They were forced to eat low-quality bread mixed with expired flour, potato flour, potassium alum, and chalk powder. Falling sick was not an option, where most didn't have the means to even buy simple clothes or toys for their children. Getting enough rest was a massive problem as well, where most of the population were overworked and exhausted. In contrast, take Watson as an example. The novel states that he worked as a military doctor. Although not a rich man, he could afford a relatively comfortable life in London. Given an allowance of 11 shillings and 6 pence per day, it was equivalent to almost £17 of income every month. As for the landlords and factory owners, they would bag in even more. Hanging around dance theatres each day, they frequently switched sex partners. The carriage drove towards the River Thames. Holmes was in a good mood along the way, chatting endlessly about the concert he had attended. Unfortunately, it was difficult for his two companions to delve into the topic. Inspector Gregson's mind was on the case, and although Jong-hung had played the piano before, he knew but a handful of famous 19th-century musicians. "I like music, one of the few things that excites me in this dull world. The other thing I enjoy are those criminal cases. The more complicated and brutal they are, the more I enjoy them. Unfortunately, fewer and fewer criminals are willing to use their brands when they commit crimes. In most cases, you can actually find similarities in cases that have occurred in the past. So, if you get stuck, try looking back at the old ones, and you will find yourself rewarded by them." "Did you build an archive in your man cave?" Gregson interjected. "I do have the habit of collecting newspaper clippings with difficult cases on them. However, most of the past cases are stored in here." Holmes smiled as he tapped on head. Chapter 86. Go and solve the case. It was already dusk when the carriage arrived at the crime scene. Gregson had left 2 men to keep an eye on the corpse. To disparage curious onlookers, they covered the poor child with a blanket they obtained from the boatman. It was the least they could do to show some respect to the unfortunate victim. The three got out of the carriage, and Gregson noticed that a reporter-like guy was already among the crowd, messing around with his giant camera. These guys are like fleas. No matter what I do, I can never get rid of them, Gregson muttered. Clearly, he was upset by what he saw. Up until now, authorities failed to find a single clue to crack the case. Perhaps they could employ the powers of the press to seek the victim's family. Having that thought in mind, he walked over to the reporter. Holmes, on the other hand, didn't rush to lift the blanket. He first chatted with the policeman who found the body and then wandered around for a while before slowly and gingerly walking toward it. Jong-hung covered his nose as he examined the corpse. During that era, the River Thames smelled horrible. Before the turn of the 19th century, the water here was clear, and schools of fish and shrimps thrived in its waters. However, along with the Industrial Revolution came the city's expansion, and the river saw massive numbers of factories getting erected beside it. Every inch of industrial waste and domestic sewage found its way into the poor river. The once spotless River Thames began to deteriorate drastically. With mountains of trash and excrement choking up the waterway, the river was now a veritable stinking ditch. The government was aware of this problem, coming up with a system to filter the sewage underground sewage system and sewers connected to the River Thames to transfer as much waste as possible downstream. Admittedly, and thankfully, the method achieved desirable results in the end. Jong-hung looked at the corpse for a while, and like Gregson, he saw very little. Holmes was right. He might have exemplary observation skills, but sufficient knowledge would be needed to support his deduction. Besides the fact that Jong-hung knew very little about England's criminal cases, he also didn't know much about the Victorian era. Whatever he knew about the city came from books he read and movies he watched. At most, he watched a BBC documentary or two about this period. As a bystander, this knowledge might be enough for him to deal with the people around him. However, it was not nearly enough to solve cases. For example, Holmes could judge the brand and origin of cigarettes a person smoked from the soot on the clothes or the ground. Jong-hung might also notice these little details that ordinary people failed to notice, but he had no idea what cigarette brands existed in this era. If he got stuck at this step, continuing with the next phase of the deduction would almost be impossible. Jong-hung soon realized that the primary mission wasn't going to be easy to compete. He had to compete against Holmes. And clearly, the time and place did not favor him. This round might seem safe compared to all the other games he'd completed so far, but it was also true that this had to be the most difficult round he'd experienced so far. Fortunately, enough time was given to complete the quest. Holmes squatted down and examined the corpse closely. He whipped out a magnifying glass to further examine the child's palms and hair as he went along. He even went as far as scraping the remnants under her fingernails. At this point, he no longer looked like a sloth but more like a well-groomed hunting dog. In the end, he got so close to the corpse he almost laid upon her. He stared intently at her face, and his gaze moved downward slowly. Finally, he paused for a moment when he reached the neck. Then, he stood up, dusted his coat, and asked Jong-hung, "What do you see?" "Well, it should be murder. The victim is a female, 15 to 16 years old. She seemed to be a little weak. Perhaps an illness of some sort? The cause of death cannot be drowning because she has been hit on the head. Besides," Jong-hung paused, "the victim was probably violated before her death." "Not bad," Holmes smiled. "You are not a forensic doctor, but impressive how you pointed out all these details. Take your time." Gregson had finally finished dealing with the reporter. He took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat off his brow, and walked over. "It's a deal. That man is the reporter for the Echo. Let's wait for him to take a picture of the victim and put it on tomorrow's newspaper's front page. We hope the child's family can see it. If they notice it, they should come to the police station to look for us. By the way, any progress on your side?" "I don't know the child's name yet," Holmes replied in nonchalance. Gregson's emotions were a bit complicated. After hearing Holmes's reply, he was disappointed but rejoiced a little at the same time. There's only so much we can do now. In fact, I have done everything I can for now. The victim is unclothed, after all. It's hard to find any clues on her. It seems we have to wait for the newspaper to help us. That will not be necessary. Holmes thought it was funny. He lit his pipe, took a deep breath, and the awful stench of the river was ousted by the smoke. The sheriff was bewildered by what he heard. What do you mean by that? If I were you, I would send someone to investigate the John textile factory located 1 mile upstream. The child worked there. The murderer is male and was someone close to this child. He constantly thought of her in a sexual way. He should around 6 feet, strong, and has scars on his body, especially on his arms. Holmes' look returned to boredom as he turned to Jong-hung. Let's go, our work is finished, he said. It's still early. Fancy dinner? Let's go to Huben restaurant. They serve my favorite ham over there. We may proceed, replied Jong-hung. We will get our own carriage. I don't want to bother you sending us over there, Sergeant. Holmes then turned to the dumbfounded Gregson. Inspector, why are you still standing here? You have gotten the clues you wanted. Now hurry up and solve the case. Half an hour later, Jong-hung and Holmes were seated at Huben's restaurant's dining table. For starters, the waiter poured them each a glass of red wine. The soothing music the restaurant played drowned out the tragedy that took place on the River Thames today. Holmes held the wine glass, staring at Jong-hung in intrigue as if he had discovered something interesting. You are really patient, he said after a while. I am becoming more and more interested in you. There is still SME time before the dis has reserved. If you have any questions, do ask, and I will do my best to answer you. I shall begin by asking the looming questions in mind. How did you know where the girl worked, and how did you know the profile of the murderer? Jong-hung asked. Chapter 87. Let's make a bet. It's not that difficult, said Holmes. To be honest, after hearing Gregson's words, I thought I was going to be handling a difficult case. I was expecting to solve one similar to what happened on the Isle of Arran in 1832. In the end, I went to the scene and found nothing great about it. Let's talk about the John textile factory first. Holmes paused. Remember what we were talking about in the afternoon? Are you referring to the study of the shape of hands based on occupation? Yes, I have been researching this area recently. I've met many people from London working in all sorts of fields: masons, fishers, cooks, typists. I would leave the house early in the morning and stay in the slums until the sun went down. As a result, I have spent countless hours studying hand shapes and comparing them with those working in the same industry. The results are remarkable. I am planning to write an article about it, Holmes said. I was at the river bank just now, and I had made sure to check the child's palm thoroughly. I referred her palm to my research results. Although her body has been immersed in water for quite some time, there is no doubt that she worked in a textile factory. There is nothing wrong with your observation. The long hours of work made her a little weak, and she was probably still sick when she was killed. But there are many textile factories in London, right? How can you be so sure that she worked at John's? Good question, Holmes replied. I think that the location where the body was abandoned must be very close to where the body was found. That one's easy to explain. The body was found during the day. Although it was a little foggy, visibility was relatively fine, not to mention passenger and cargo vessels passing from time to time. If a dead body was floating on the river, it couldn't have floated too far before it would get discovered. Wait. I remember you saying that her body has been floating in the water for quite some time. Yes, Holmes smiled slyly. Pay attention to my words. I said that her body was soaked, not float. Is there any difference between these two words? Of course, judging from the state of the corpse, the victim's time of death of the victim should be last night. The assailant must have killed her by mistake, and he panicked. So, he threw the corpse into the river and tied rocks on her feet for good measure. People would have merely thought that another child had gone missing. Many leave this town every day when they realize it's no place to make a living. Especially for a girl from the working class like her, not much care about her whereabouts. You need to know that the police handle murders and disappearances very differently. How did the police discover her body again? Many possibilities. Perhaps the perpetrator was too nervous and he didn't tie the rope properly. Or maybe something dragged the body and the rope snapped, Holmes went on. These are not merely conjectures without facts. Other than the timing, I found traces on the victim's wrist, a rope had been tied to it. And now, the whole thing makes perfect sense. Her body had been immersed for God knows how long until the rope was cut off, and her body floated to the surface. John's textile factory is the closest one in the area, and it is also the first place I suspected. I found some blue crystals in her hair, which appears to be copper sulfate pentahydrate formed when copper sulfate meets water. Coincidentally, a chemical factory happened to be next to John's. This is also the most important basis for my final inference. A truly impressive deduction. You almost combined a criminal investigation with precise science. Jong-hung expressed his sincere admiration. Holmes did not say anything to the compliment, but the expression on his face told Jong-hung that he was pleased. So, he paused and continued, as for inferencing the assailant, it's not that hard to analyze him. Appreciate the further details. We all know that he attempted to assault the victim, but that child mounted a fierce resistance. She was brave, and she fought for her life. However, too great was the difference in strength between the two sides. In the end, she failed to escape. The murderer couldn't have had his way on her for too long. While she was being raped, she fought and scratched the perpetrator's skin. The corpse had been underwater for a long time, but tiny skin tissue fragments remain under her nails. The killed could have gotten angry after she hurt him. Losing his mind, he must have strangled her to death. Wait, you're saying that the child was strangled to death? That's right, Holmes replied with affirmation. But wasn't she hit on the head? Jong-hung asked. As I said, a fight must have broken out between the two. Judging by her injuries, I'd like to think that she hit her head on a table. That, however, wasn't the fatal blow. She died by suffocation, but not from water. The murderer strangled her until she suffocated. There was a bruise on her neck, but it wasn't obvious since the body has been underwater. I don't believe a layman would have found it. As for why I mentioned that they know each other, it is because it was highly unlikely that two people of different genders would be in the same room after dark. What about the assailant's height? You said he's almost 6 feet tall. How did you know that? Asked Jong-hung. Well, now that, my friend, requires some great deductive skills, Holmes pompously proclaimed. I simulated the way they positioned themselves. The woman must have been at the bottom and the man on top. Then, I compared them with the bruises on the neck to determine his palm's direction and angle. From there, I could predict the approximate height of the perpetrator based on mine. Holmes finally clarified all his previous inferences before the dish was even served. In many instances, this world worked this way. Hearing the conclusion, they would feel it magical and unbelievable. However, once they knew the inference process, it would seem less mysterious, like knowing how a magic trick was performed. Positive reasoning is easy. For example, if you see bread, you will know that it is served during breakfast, and not vice versa. Is an ability that detectives need to exercise and master. If you want to learn, start by guessing his job. From a person's sleeves, shoes, thumbs and index fingers, cocoon, fingernails, shirts, facial expressions, and others, you should be able to single out his profession. For example, the gentleman at the table behind you. Via observation, I see he has just returned from Afghanistan, and he is a military doctor. When he heard that, Jong-hung put on a puzzled expression for the first time tonight, thinking it was way too much of a coincidence. Holmes thought Jong-hung didn't believe what he said. We can make a bet to see who can accurately tell more about him. Don't worry. I've never seen that man before. Chapter 488. Mr. Watson. Holmes swirled the red wine around his glass. The way this gentleman holds the knife shows that he has had medical training, yet he has the bearing of a soldier. So, it is clear that he was a military doctor. His face is dark, yet the rest of him fair, so he must have spent a good amount of time in the tropics. His complexion is poor, his face haggard, and he has obviously been wounded on his left arm because it looks a little stiff. So, the question is, where in the tropics can a military doctor get wounded? Clearly, only in Afghanistan. Impeccable inference. It looks like I would have to concede the bet, Zhonghang announced. Don't be so quick to give up, encouraged Holmes. If you win, I will show you my collection of newspaper clippings. You can always come to me if there's anything you don't understand. Really? Zhonghang's eyebrows rose in intrigue. Yes, Holmes answered. If you lose. You will have to help me with my experiments whenever you're available. Agreed. Zhonghang then began. His name is John H. Watson, a graduate of King's College, London, and he served in the 66th Infantry Brigade. Holmes was speechless for a minute. Are you cheating? You didn't even see anything. How could you have guessed that? Don't fib, I happen to know the people he's with. Zhonghang made a gesture. Curious, Holmes put down the wine glass in his hand and made his way to the doctor's table. After a while, he returned to his seat. Incredible. Mr. Watson claims he doesn't know you. Actually, I learned about him from a friend. A military doctor who just returned from Afghanistan to London with an injury on his left arm is not a common sight, no. Zhonghang deducted. Watson was the infamous second protagonist and the first-person narrator of all the Sherlock Holmes novels, so of course, Zhonghang knew him better than Holmes did. According to events told in the books, Watson had supposedly spoken to someone that he was unable to find a suitable room for rent in this restaurant. Through a mutual friend, he was then introduced to Holmes, who happened to be also searching for a flatmate. Though it appeared that Watson would now have to find another place to rent. You win, Holmes conceded with good graces. I'll hand you the newspaper clippings when we get back. You mentioned that you are writing a journal on the effects of hand shapes based on professions. Can you show it to me when you're done? Asked Zhonghang. You're quite studious, my Oriental friend. Holmes raised his glass. But for now, let's set everything aside and enjoy dinner. On the way back, Zhonghang leaned back in the carriage, closed his eyes for a while, and checked his character panel like he always did. Name, Zhonghang. Gender, male. Age, 20. Player ID, 07958. Games played, 6. Current game points, 1005. Items in possession. Pestilence bone bow, B. Infinite block, B. Filter lens, D. Paris arrow, D. Evil wall, D. Shadow key, E. Lucky rabbit foot, E. Betty's shell, E. Hunter's blessing, F. Water-soluble metal, F. Oath ring, F. Skills. Sailing LV.3, Swordsmanship LV.3, Language Proficiency LV.2, 8 languages at daily communication level, Lego Assembly LV.3, Archery LV.2, Wilderness Survival LV.2, Driving LV.2, Car Tuning and Maintenance LV.2, Shooting LV.2, Space Travel LV.2, Hacking LV.2, Piano LV.1, Skiing LV.1, Rock Climbing LV.1. Evaluation. Player is a Lego master, is slightly luckier than most and has higher chances of encountering enemies. He is protected from shadows, storms, evil thoughts, and plagues. This player is also an experienced sailor, skilled at knife fighting, archery, shooting, knows how to drive a car, fly an airplane, spacecraft, and various other vehicles. The player is also highly adaptable to the wilderness, has a rich reserve of skills, combat skills included. He is also a trustworthy and noteworthy player. Yeah, that's right. In the Whistleblower quest, in addition to his level 2 hacking skills, Zhonghang's biggest gain was the 382 points he bagged, 300 of which the Tetris game contributed, the biggest Easter egg he had found in the game so far. Of course, the most prominent item was still the second B-grade game item, the Pestilence bone bow, that he had taken from the Horseman. It was an extremely powerful weapon that could inflict its target with a range of 2 to 5 plagues, as long as the arrow released from the bow drew blood. On the other hand, Jong-hung was still trying to figure out the C-grade game item White Horse Crown. The description attached to the item was simple and not very informative. All it said was that it could be used to summon the horseman's white horse and had a lifespan of 3 usages that would last up to an hour each. But because of how modern it looked, Jong-hung didn't carry it into this quest. Truth be told, the Pestilence bone bow was also somewhat overly conspicuous, especially the material it was made of. Carrying it around in full view on the streets would prompt his arrest, so Jong-hung was careful to wrap it in a white cloth. On top of that, he replaced the less versatile weather marble with the oath ring. Another matter to remark on was that Evil Wall only had one more last use. Thus, the above was Jong-hung's status update in the new quest. Back at the apartment, Holmes invited Jong-hung into his living quarters. It wasn't exactly what Jong-hung had in mind at all. The private detective's bedroom was spick and span, with everything organized in the most systematic of manner. Of course, this was when Holmes was his model flatmate disposition. If the quest did not stray from the original writing, where Holmes still endured intermittent phases of melancholy. He would hide in his room the entire day, completely apathetic and uninterested in anything at all, relying on small pills and syringes to keep himself functioning, like a fish out of water whenever there was no cases to solve, no adventures and nothing exciting for him to dissect. He, or more accurately, most of us, had 2 such contradictory sides to our personalities. Holmes pulled out 2 boxes from under the cabinet, blew off the dust and said to Jong-hung, "Here, I'm lending this to you. I don't have much use of it anyway, most of the cases are already stored in my head." "Thank you." Jong-hung opened the box and did a quick study of its contents. There were all kinds of newspaper cuttings and notes from various time periods, even articles from the time before Holmes was born. He made deductions based on the articles and jotted his hypothesis on the blank spaces around them. These things were all that Jong-hung needed. Chapter 89. The article in the Echo. Jong-hung woke up early the next morning and picked up on the case of Irregulars of the Clubfoot and his abominable wife. If memory served him right, it was the first case Holmes solved as a detective. The case was mentioned in the book, but no detailed accounts were recorded. Holmes was already enjoying his coffee and toast when Jong-hung entered the dining room. They greeted each other before Jong-hung plopped himself down at the table. Holmes noticed the papers in Jong-hung's hand. Oh, that case was quite an interesting one. Although it was not much of a challenge, it was still the early days of my detective career, and it took me 3 days to complete the investigation. Now, a case like that would only take me 1 afternoon. Jong-hung chuckled. He did not despise the slight display of overconfidence, rather, such confidence was fundamental to Holmes' persona, the very reason he was loved and sought after by hundreds of thousands of readers. In fact, in his daily dealings, Holmes was a very humble person, but when it came to his field of expertise, he guarded his territory with pride like a lion. Jong-hung had just finished his glass of milk when someone knocked on the door downstairs. Mrs. Hudson opened the door to find a triumphant-looking Gregson standing outside, where all that anxiety that bogged him down before this seemed to have vanished. He wafted upstairs and cleared his throat. "Has any of you read today's newspaper?" "I haven't had the time." Holmes looked at their guest with interest. Gregson presented both gentlemen with an issue of the Echo. "Take a look. It's fresh off the press." Jong-hung took the paper and read the report on the front page aloud. The reporter first introduced the unnamed female corpse found on the Thames yesterday, then talked about how Inspector Gregson cleverly uncovered the factory where the deceased woman had worked, eventually confirming the identity of the Jane Doe. The article also briefly mentioned that a Mr. Holmes aided the police, but it was mentioned once in the entire article. Instead, several paragraphs were solely dedicated to touting the brilliance and wit of Inspector Gregson. As Jong-hung read those words out aloud, Gregson's face flushed pink. "You have provided me with a lot of assistance, especially John's textile factory's link to the case. But you were not entirely correct. Anyway, the part in the front is not important, please continue reading." Holmes wasn't crossed at all. In fact, he smiled in content as if he was already used to it. As a matter of fact, it was precisely why Scotland Yard kept coming to him for counsel. He didn't care much for status and reputation and, therefore, wasn't inclined to have an apoplectic fit over the Yarders taking the limelight away from him. The truth was quite the reverse, where his interests in those strange cases exceeded all that need for trivial fandom. Jong Han continued reading. The article went on about how Gregson had so promptly brought his men to the textile factory, thereby confirming the girl's identity there and then. Her name was Molly, and she had come to London a year ago, joining her aunt, who had helped her find a job in the textile factory. Because she wasn't a skilled worker, Molly was paid peanuts, but the same couldn't be said for her daily workload. She worked laboriously, earning barely enough to make ends meet. Because her aunt had 4 children to support, there was only so much help she could offer. So Molly had only herself to rely on in the city. That was until she met Paul. Paul was a year older than her and had come to London 3 years earlier to work at the chemical plant next door. Despite his age, he was considered an old fox in the chemical plant, often stirring up trouble when he could. The reporter painted Paul as a treacherous, cunning, and lazy villain who beguiled the innocent and naive Molly with sweet words until he finally couldn't keep up with the act. It revealed his true colors. After doing a bit of digging, Gregson discovered that Molly had gone to see Paul after work that night. The inspector and his team hurried over to Paul's residence, where he found Molly's clothing that witnesses claimed she wore on the night of the tragedy. With such damning evidence, Paul was no longer able to deny his hand in the crime. In the latter part of the article, the reporter wrote an affecting conclusion. The people of London are blessed to have an outstanding officer, the likes of Inspector Gregson, who managed to solve a remarkably unusual case in only half a day. He appeals to the public, who, in turn, would provide relevant information, willingly cooperate with the police, and, together, maintain the order of the city. Those words tickled a delighted Gregson to tears, and he said to Holmes, "I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, but with all due respect, Sherlock, even the smartest of us, makes mistakes. You truly are remarkable. You were able to tell that she worked at John's just by looking at her body. Concerning your deduction about the murderer, it's only natural that there should be a little discrepancy. At the end of the day, it's still up to us, the police, to get things done right." "That Paul boy is different from what I described the murderer to be?" asked Holmes indifferently. "So. There's a slight variance," Gregson replied with a smile. "The part about him being someone she knows is right, and the part about him having sexual thoughts about her was unmistakable. When we raided his residence, we didn't just find her clothes under the bed. The bastard had been thinking about it for a long time, but that's nothing unusual. In many of the cases I've worked on, it's always the men who can't seem to have the slightest control over their urges. It's such a pity that the child Molly was so young." "Me?" Holmes interrupted the inspector. "What about the rest of my deductions?" "His height was different. That little bastard wasn't 6 feet tall. He's only about 5.5 feet. He was really quite the feral beast. We had 2 men holding him down, and he just kept struggling, even trying to bite off one of our officers' ears. I had no choice but to make him an honest man, with a bit of roughing up, of course. He wasn't that strong, though. Definitely stronger than Molly, but no stronger than the ordinary man. He was also pockmarked with scars and bruises from many fights, but there were no scratch marks on his arm." "You got the wrong man," Holmes remarked. Gregson snorted and chuckled. "Just listen to yourself, Sherlock. I know that your deduction wasn't exactly spot on, and it might be a little embarrassing for you, but people in our line of work do make mistakes. No matter how good someone is at something, they would still mess up once in a while. Which is why we often say that the most important thing while handling a case is getting the evidence. Having proof is right, but you've got the wrong man." Holmes shook his head. "That kid Paul is not our killer." "How is that possible?" "Think I'm just some rookie who just joined the force?" Gregson argued. "I have been a police officer for many years and handled countless cases. There can't be any mistakes with such conclusive evidence. What more, that little bastard broke down, admitting that he had always wanted to do Molly. Having such thoughts doesn't constitute for a crime, Holmes retorted. At this age, they are all curious about the body of the opposite sex, but that does not make him a killer. The clothes, how do you explain the clothes, then? There were bloodstains on them, said Gregson. Holmes did not answer the inspector right away. Instead, he turned to Jongheng and asked, "Are you available this morning? It looks like we shall have to make another trip to save an innocent soul from wrongful incarceration and prevent the real villains from escaping the law." Chapter 490. Baker Street Irregulars. The carriage stopped outside John's textile factory. Jongheng and Holmes got out of it, and at that time, a man with a mouthful of rotten teeth and a sharp chin came up to them. "Gentlemen, can I help you?" he asked. "We'd like to go inside to look for someone," said Holmes. "I'm afraid that's inappropriate. Everyone inside the factory is female and both of you are men." The man shook his head. "That's not right, that is not right." Holmes reached out to his pocket, took out a half-pound gold coin, and threw it into the man's hand. "We just need a quarter of an hour." The latter frowned, pretending to be embarrassed. Holmes did not bother playing along with his act. He was about to reach out and take the gold coin back when the man protested. Okay. The boss is not here today. I can find a way to help the two of you to get into the factory. But let me be clear. You only have a quarter of an hour. I can't let you stay in there any longer," said the man and quickly pocketed the gold coin. He then took the two into the textile factory. Watt's invention of the steam engine kick-started the Industrial Revolution. The steam engine gradually replaced the water frame, and textile factories did not need to be built by the waterways anymore. Due to the fact that the John Textile Factory was founded a long time ago, it had never been relocated. It was still at its original site. Nonetheless, the equipment inside the factory had been upgraded over time. This was Jongheng's first time witnessing such a scene. The vast factory was full of machines. Pipelines were being set up under the ceiling, and the continuous belt spinning around the pulleys powered the sewing machines noisily. All the female workers wore hats and aprons, standing in front of the machines, and repeating the dull and tedious. It was repetitive and made them no different than a marionette. In this factory, there were no distinction between humans and machines. The man asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Maybe I can help you. I know everyone here." Holmes and Jongheng then exchanged glances. After that, Jongheng placed his arm on the man's shoulder. "To be honest with you, we actually want to open a textile factory. We are here to learn from yours." Immediately, the man became vigilant. "That won't work. If you have told me about this earlier, I would never have let the two of you come in here." "Don't be so sure," Jongheng said. "We want to recruit a group of skilled workers. If you can help us, we can give you good money." The bloke was moved when he heard the offer. "No, how can I betray Mr. Stotts? He put me up to this job, and he is a distant relative as well. I won't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. If you do the job we give you well, you can expect a handsome amount of money entering your pockets," Jongheng said, "more than enough for you to eat, drink and play for a long time." As the two chatted, Holmes quietly left the place. 20 minutes later, Jongheng and Holmes met up again outside the textile factory. The man escorted the two to the road and said excitedly, "I will make a list soon and make sure that all of them are honest and hard-working folk." "Sounds like a plan. We will come to you again after we determine the location," said Jongheng. Seeing that the man was contented and had returned to the factory, Holmes spoke again. "Not bad. I was right about you, wasn't I? You were born to do this. With a bit of training, you will outsmart those idiots at Scotland Yard in no time. How about you?" Holmes chuckled twice. "I who the murderer is." "Oh? Who is it?" "Don't worry. I will announce the conclusion once I gather enough evidence." In a way, Gregson is right. Gathering not enough evidence and announcing out our deduction is a big taboo in our line of work. Once you preconceive that someone is the murderer, you will subconsciously ignore the evidence that is not conducive to your deduction. Gregson himself made such a mistake. He wholeheartedly believed that the kid named Paul killed Molly. All the evidence he collected was set to go against that kid. Holmes paused. The basis of deduction is observation. First of all, you'll need to look for small and often overlooked details through extremely detailed observation. Every small detail is like a dot on white paper. When you can connect all of them, you will be able to find the answer you are looking for. It happens that the chemical plant Paul works is right next door. "Shall we have a look too?" asked Jongheng. "It couldn't be better," said Holmes. "I'm looking for someone over there as well." The two then walked to the chemical factory. With men as their main workforce, rules here weren't as tight as the textile factory. There was, however, still a supervisor watching over the factory. Holmes had to spend £50 to chat with a few people in the factory about Paul. He touched his chin as he returned. "Interesting. How did it go?" "Different people here have a completely different opinion of Paul, but this is actually quite normal. I expected this outcome. Gregson was here, and he asked the factory manager and concluded that Paul is an old man. He's a troublemaker, lazy, insidious, and cunning. But when I asked his fellow workers, they spoke highly of him, saying that he has a good heart, always willing to help others, and stand up for anyone getting bullied. Perhaps it is why the factory manager does not like him," said Holmes. "Where was he when the murder happened?" Jongheng asked. "That's the problem. The chemical factory workers leave work half an hour later than the textile factory workers. After Paul's shift ended, he went to look for Molly as usual. This is a well-known facey, but no one was with him during that time. Hence, he has no reliable alibi, but it still doesn't matter. We will prove his innocence after we catch the murderer. Where shall we go next? We have completed all the investigations that we could carry out. Let the Baker Street Irregulars do the rest," said Holmes. "Let's go home." Jongheng was no stranger to the Baker Street Irregulars. The entire herd of urchins were dirty and smelly, to say the least, and Mrs. Hudson wasn't pleased whenever they showed up. She would keep her eyes on them all the time, fearing that something would go missing in the living room. Holmes took out 3 shillings to the leader of the group named Wiggins. "Your carriage fees, I want you to keep an eye on the guy named Pearson who works at the wood chemical plant. I want you to see what he does, then report back to me. Oh yes, come and see me alone the next time. Let the others wait outside, or Mrs. Hudson will put me on a stake." "Yes, Commander," the group of children shouted while standing upright. After that, they were dismissed with a wide smile on their faces. Chapter 91. A small injury. The Baker Street Irregulars were among Sherlock Holmes's large deck of trump cards. They were made up of a group of street children employed by Sherlock to run errands and track down information. Due to their age and social status, people paid no attention to them, and they were practically invisible within the city's confines. Even if they were to trail someone undisguised, it rarely raised any suspicions. Instead of letting them wander around aimlessly around the streets, it's better to give them something to do. Don't underestimate those urchins, sometimes they are even better than a dozen police officers. "They can go everywhere and hear everything," said Holmes as he picked up his violin. "Since we have nothing else to do, any songs that may tickle your fancy. Please, just play whatever you wish." "Then it'll be Sarasate's Introduction and Tarantella," said Holmes. He placed the violin between his chin and left collarbone and began playing. Jongheng guessed that Holmes's violin level had to be between LV.1 and LV.2, a little less skillful than professional players, but it sounded terrific all the same to the untrained ear. Listeners enjoyed his playing a lot, especially in the times he put special effort into it. As Holmes became completely immersed in the sea of music, Jongheng took the opportunity to see his chosen case. In all fairness, it was actually quite interesting. This was especially true, considering how he learned programming and communication for quite a while in the previous quest. In comparison, these cases were far more captivating, particularly when the collection of newspaper clippings played out like the scenes of an eloquent story, where each uncovered plot would be more bizarre than the last. Jongheng understood why Holmes was so fond of solving crimes. It was like playing a crossword puzzle. Its participants had to utilize their full knowledge and concentration, and finding the answer itself was enough to bring satisfaction and a great sense of accomplishment. Of course, there were more urgent things Zhongheng needed attending to. Sherlock was finished and Zhongheng asked him a question. "Do you know of a way I can earn money?" "Why? Are you short of money?" Holmes raised his eyebrows. For someone who pays half a season's rent as a deposit to someone he hadn't met before, it's rather strange that you're in need of money. That money was given by an elderly friend when I told him that I had found lodging. The truth is, I don't have much left, confessed Zhongheng. He examined his pockets at the beginning of the quest, and there were about £5 and 7 shillings in it. Even though the rent was paid forward, and meals were provided at home, the money wasn't nearly enough to support the daily expenses of London. Holmes shrugged. "I would like to hire you so that you can assist me in solving crimes. We worked well together in that textile factory, but I may not be able to pay you any salary. If I did, I wouldn't have needed someone to share the rent with me. Solving crimes is something I'm interested in, so you don't have to pay me anything, but it looks like I would need another job, perhaps something that won't take up too much time," said Zhongheng. Even though it was still early in the quest, beating Sherlock Holmes at solving crimes wasn't going to be an easy task. That said, Zhongheng was ready to put in the work. In fact, he did not need much money, just enough to cover his expenses. Earning that much here would be useless as he couldn't bring the money out into the real world anyway. There were plenty of ways Zhongheng could make money in this era, but they were all jobs that took up long hours. What more, the more important thing here was to explain to Holmes his source of income. I do happen to know a way to make money." Holmes touched his chin. "I did it for a while, and although it wasn't for the purpose of making money at the time, it did bring me a considerable income. It meets your requirements perfectly. Also, it won't take up too much of your time. All you need to do is free up an evening, but—" Holmes paused. "It won't be easy. You have to show me that you are indeed capable of making this money." The private detective got up from the sofa and gestured to Zhongheng. "Come with me, leave your hat and coat, we won't be gone long." The two walked out of 221B, Baker Street and came to an open area with no one around. Holmes stopped, turned to face Zhongheng, and raised his fist without a warning. Zhongheng immediately reacted by moving out of the way and avoided being hit. "Not bad," Holmes praised. "I can tell from your physique that you've probably been trained to fight." "Great. I shall not reserve my strength then." Holmes constantly shifted direction so his opponent couldn't tell when or how he was going to attack. Zhongheng, on the other hand, remained in his place, not moving much. The next minute, Holmes suddenly threw a punch again, but this time, Zhongheng did not sidestep. Instead, he stretched out a hand to block Holmes' punch, this time much stronger and faster than the previous one. "Good defense." Holmes did not seem surprised but rather excited by his flatmate's resistance. Now, he appeared to be more motivated to win, and became a lot more focused. In truth, his punch was not all that unusually strong. His moves were quick, clean, and straightforward. In a way, it was very similar to Zhongheng's style. Holmes' boxing skills, like his violin-playing skills, however, were at the highest level for an amateur. It more than sufficed for the detective industry, but was worlds apart Zhongheng's decade of training in deadly battlefields. Right now, without a sword in hand, Zhongheng was somewhat handicapped and he would have to rely on his body posture and movements to avoid most of Holmes' attacks. "I'm going to start my counterattack," announced Zhongheng. Holmes hesitated. He could already tell that Zhongheng was a lot stronger than he was, but at the same time, it made him even more curious about how good his opponent really was. Since they had already started, they might as well go on, he thought to himself. 5 minutes later, Holmes returned with Zhongheng to their apartment with one hand covering his eye. "Do you need me to get you something for that?" asked Zhongheng. "No need. It's just a minor injury," said Holmes. "I was hit harder than this every day when I was a boxer." The moment Sherlock uttered those words, he quickly realized that it was nothing to be proud of. "Anyway, I can introduce you to a few underground boxing arenas, but if you really plan to make money from this, you'd better throw a game every now and then. Don't win too effortlessly, otherwise, there won't be any excitement and suspense, and the handler will have a difficult time. Chapter 492. Carpet. That evening, Wiggins returned to report that the Baker Street Irregulars had followed and observed Pearson for half a day, and that nothing worthy of note had been obtained. He had started work at the chemical plant as usual and didn't act strangely. Holmes wasn't in a hurry, so he asked the kids to continue to keep their eyes peeled on Pearson. As for Sherlock, he wanted to work on his research paper. On the second morning, Wiggins arrived, furiously knocking on the door and startling Mrs. Hudson, baking bread in the kitchen at that time. The commotion woke Jong-hung too, and when he stepped out of his room, he saw Sherlock Holmes laughing loudly as handed 7 shillings to Wiggins. "1 for each, 2 for yourself. Go to Inspector Gregson and tell him that Holmes wants him to come to 221B, Baker Street," said Sherlock. As he looked up, he saw Jong-hung coming down the stairs. "It's done. The case is finally coming to an end. If Pearson is caught, the main culprit won't be escaping." "Huh?" asked Jong-hung with raised eyebrows. "You have all the evidence you need." "That's right," replied Holmes, rubbing his hands together. "Let's have breakfast while waiting for Gregson. I'll explain everything later." About an hour later, Inspector Gregson reluctantly arrived at 221B, Baker Street, murmuring in disgruntlement as he entered through the door. "I said the case is over. Why did you ask me here? The police are very busy. I couldn't even get a proper night's sleep." "Really? What are you up to? New case?" "Still waiting for the Commissioner's commendation." Holmes laughed. Gregson blushed and lowered his tone by a notch. "I've contributed to this city after all. The case has been in the newspapers for the past 2 days. Nothing surprising that it grabbed the Commissioner's attention. Indeed, but I think it's still not too late to celebrate after we catch the real murderer," said Holmes. "The real murderer?" Gregson was taken aback. "Come with me. It won't take up much of your time. By the way, bringing your cuffs with you?" "I have it with me," replied Gregson impatiently. "I also have my gun with me, and I will not leave this essential piece of equipment behind. Probably won't need it. After all, the suspect is not wicked, and besides, we still have a master here," said Holmes while glancing toward Jong-hung. Yesterday was still fresh in his mind, and his eyes were still a little swollen. "Let's go, gentlemen." Instead of directly heading to the chemical plant, they first entered a pawnshop with a carriage. "Someone came to pawn a carpet earlier. Where is that carpet now?" Holmes asked the owner. The pawnbroker instantly became nervous when he heard the question. "I knew it," he cursed under his breath. "Hey! I'm not talking about you, gentlemen. I'm talking about the kid who came to pawn the carpet earlier. I was suspicious of him, and to be honest, I've been in this business for a long time. I have crossed paths with all kinds of people. Judging by his attire, he looked like a poor man. How could he have gotten his hands on such a good carpet? He pawned the carpet right when I opened for business. Could it have been stolen?" I muttered in my heart. "Why did you accept it then?" quizzed Gregson. At that, the pawnbroker simply sneered. "How much did you give him?" Holmes asked. Two £2, the owner sheepishly admitted. "I examined the workmanship and materials, and you'll need to spend at least £20 to £30 for something of that quality. So it means you reap 10 times the profit if you manage to sell it off? Come on, don't feel bad about it. The problem is, it is a piece of evidence, and it is related to a murder. Perhaps we will give it back to you after we use it. Now, take us to the carpet." "Fine. Fine." The pawnbroker brought the 3 to a warehouse where pawned items were stored. Holmes squatted down, and he could see bloodstains in the middle of the carpet without even using a magnifying glass. Someone had attempted to clean the spot but apparently didn't do an outstanding job. Gregson tried to console himself. "This doesn't explain anything," he said in disbelief, seeming to be a little shaken and a little nervous as well. Well, the pawnbroker mentioned the carpet's probably stolen. This is the carpet in John Jones' office, interjected Holmes. To be honest, I didn't expect the investigation to go so smoothly. I thought he would have used a more secure method to deal with this. Why does that name sound so familiar? Wait, are you talking about John's textile factory's current owner? Gregson finally remembered where the name came from. He was the one who welcomed us into the factory. Seemed like a nice guy, that bloke. The textile factory's female employees don't seem to think so. It's not the first time he's harassed one of them, said Holmes. Although nobody wanted to talk about it, I still discovered that he'd taken over the factory his father about a year ago. Right after that, female employees over there started getting pregnant. Of course, most kept as quiet as they could and left the factory after receiving severance payment. It is indeed not something one should be proud of. 1. Gregson's tone had mellowed considerably. He went on, well, I admit that I might have missed something. Mr. John is suspicious, but I still insist that the kid named Paul is my number one suspect here. After all, the bloody clothes under his bed can't be fake. Stop getting nervous, and listen to me first. Holmes smiled. It was Molly's turn to clean up the place when the tragedy struck her. She was the last to leave, and at that time, the light in John's office was also still turned on. In other words, they were the only two people still in the factory at that time. John had all the time in the world to commit the crime. The next day Jongheng and I visited the textile factory. The guy at the entrance told us that John was not there. That didn't sound right to me, especially after someone was murdered in his factory. He should have been at the factory, trying hard to calm his female employees down. When we were there, I sneaked into John's office and noticed that his carpet had been changed recently. The new carpet was obviously not the right size, probably one that was hastily pulled from home. A faint bloodstain was also on the corner of his majestic desk. Blood seeps into the wood grain, yes, but as you said, it still doesn't explain why Molly's clothes were under Paul's bed. There was a reason why Gregson was the best man to hold the police inspector post. He shook his head. Is John trying to put the blame on Paul? But Paul works at the chemical plant next to his factory. John might not even know him. Secondly, even if he knows that there is such a person called Paul, it is impossible he knew where he lives. The network of alleyways in the slums would confuse John. If a person like him enters the slums, he would have been instantly noticed. You are right, which is why I believe that there is another conspirator in this case, proclaimed Holmes. Chapter 493. Sit down and rest. Holmes booked a carriage, and the three hurried over to the chemical plant. Conspirator. Gregson was surprised. Didn't you say that this was a crime of passion? The suspect obviously did not plan. The reason why he killed Molly was that she resisted fiercely. It frustrated the killer. And as you said earlier, there were only two people left in the textile factory. This is the last key that complements my reasoning, and it is also the most important key, Sherlock deduced with surety in his voice. I found the answer later in the chemical plant. Paul lived in a shared house, and his roommate also worked in the chemical factory. These guys leave work half an hour later than the textile factory. Paul had left the chemical factory first, intending to look for Molly as usual. However, Molly wasn't at the place where they often met. Paul felt that something was not right. So, he went to the textile factory and saw that it was closed. In the end, he returned to the chemical factory. Who? His roommate, Pearson, was still there at that time, so Paul fetched Pearson to go find Molly with him. Holmes went on. Something interesting is coming next. Paul and Pearson split up to look for Molly. Now, Paul didn't manage to find her, but his roommate, Pearson, accidentally ran into John, who happened to be dragging Molly's body to the river to be disposed of. Naturally, when most people come across a situation like this, they would either call the police or, if they're good fighters, they would have tried to apprehend John first. Unfortunately, Mr. Pearson chose another path. Which path? Gregson couldn't help asking. Much like Paul, Pearson came to London when he was very young. This was his fourth job. Previously, he polished shoes on the streets, washed dishes at a restaurant, and helped to look after horses. At night, he would sleep in the stable. Such lads must have experienced the hardships of life at a very young age. Knowing there was no one he could rely on, he had to seize every opportunity before him. On that fateful night, when he saw John by the river, he realized the opportunity he had been waiting for all this while had finally arrived. Pearson persuaded John, now in an extreme state of panic and anxiety. He told him he could help with this matter, and although John naturally didn't trust strangers, but the situation at that time wasn't in his favor. There were not many options for him to choose from, and as a last resort, he could only choose to believe Pearson. After that, Pearson proved that he had lived up to this trust, said Holmes, as he turned to Gregson again. Remember how you told me that you found Molly's clothes under his bed? I thought it was weird at that time. Since he dumped the body into the river, why did he have to take her clothes off and put them under his bed? Gregson was embarrassed. This is a problem. Why didn't I notice it before? But if Pearson were the one who did it, then everything would make perfect sense. At first, he persuaded John to take the clothes off Molly. He then brought them home and put them under Paul's bed so the police would question Paul but not Mr. John. As for the carpet in his office, John handed that task to Pearson too. This guy seized every last opportunity in front of him. In a way, his plan was a huge success. I thought we had to wait a long time to slip up, but to my surprise, he ends up making such a low-level mistake. He didn't even think of burning the carpet in the first place. Instead, he pawned it. Holmes shook his head. The article published in the Echo might not be a bad thing, after all. At least, it paralyzed his nerves. Considering his previous living conditions, it is not incomprehensible for him to make such a mistake. It does save us a lot of trouble. Now, we just need to get the blanket and apprehend Pearson. With that, we have everything we need to prosecute the real murderer. Then, the case will be over. The three then got off the carriage in front of the chemical factory. This time, there was no need for Holmes to bribe the guard anymore. Gregson revealed that he was a policeman and they managed to find Pearson, who was still working in the factory at that hour. However, they ran into a small hitch while trying to apprehend him. Perhaps it was because the police had arrested their protesting colleagues. Now, all the workers had turned hostile towards them. Pearson recognized Gregson and realized that something wasn't right. As a result, he had persuaded his fellow workers to surround Gregson and Holmes. Seeing Pearson disappearing into the crowd, Gregson went after him without much thought. He drew his revolver and was about to shoot into the air when Holmes abruptly caught his arm. Gregson stomped in frustrated fury. "Why are you stopping me for?" "He is getting away." "Don't worry. He can't run far," replied Holmes nonchalantly, not showing the slightest bit of anxiety. Pearson ran out of the factory after he had created a mess. He was deeply frustrated. Paul was his friend, where the two stood up for each other whenever they were broke. Because of that, Pearson did not want to live like that anymore. However, no matter how hard he tried, life always handed him the short end of the stick, kicking him down over and over again. It wasn't until the previous night when he met John that Pearson finally made up his mind to stop living like this. He decided that he'd become famous in the metropolis, and for that reason, he didn't hesitate to turn against Paul and help John instead. At least, he could become a manager there without working his ass off. He could not wait to quit his job at the chemical factory. And with the thought in his hand, his dreams suddenly seemed possible. Only 2 days later, however, his dreams were shattered to smithereens. Although he had managed to escape the factory, he was now perplexed, and he did not know where he should go next. Suddenly, he saw an Asian man standing not far ahead. "Pearson," the Asian man asked as he looked at him. "Get lost." Pearson was in a rut and wasn't in the mood for a conversation at the moment. "It seems we have found the right person," the Asian man nodded. "Just sit down and rest for a while." "I'm frustrated, man. Don't blame me for being impolite if you don't get lost." Pearson clenched his fists. The Asian man smiled when he saw it. Sure. This makes things easier. 5 minutes later, Holmes and Gregson finally came out of the chemical factory. Gregson's clothes were ripped, and his hat was lost. He was cursing non-stop, and then was when they spotted Jong Hung standing under a tree with Pearson, now crouching and hugging his stomach. Chapter 94. Boxing Fight. Every night, the alley behind Owl Tavern was abuzz with noise and activity. Loafers and nearby labourists loved coming here after work. There was no TikTok or Weibo in this era. Hence there was also no turning into keyboard warriors, and entertainment was sorely limited, especially for these lower-class citizens of the society. They couldn't afford a game of golf or attend fancy dance parties like the wealthy gentlemen and ladies, nor would they understand the sophistication of theatre. One thing this group of men preferred, however, was a sport like boxing, where flesh met flesh and spattered blood and sweat were everywhere. Now, this was indeed a man's romance. Combine that with some money, and the entire prospect became an exhilarating and adrenaline-pumping undertaking for the underprivileged lot. The truth was, it wasn't just the workers, but even the rich enjoyed this brutal amusement. Among the rowdy crowd were gentlemen dressed in fine suits and hats. They tapped their canes, waving money in the air like they were toilet paper. A group of onlookers had gathered in a circle, leaving a space in the center for tonight's two main protagonists. One was a hulk of a man who worked in a shipyard. The muscles on his arms bulged, and his chest was covered in a carpet of thick hair like a bulletproof vest. They called him Anchor Quinn, inspired by the tattoo on his right arm, and he was a regular among the underground fight club. He scored 13 winnings and 6 losses in the past 3 months, and he could have reverted the losses. Tonight, his opponent was an unfamiliar face. Asians were rare in London, especially those who spoke fluent English. This one claimed to be a famous traveller from a wealthy family, probably equivalent to a British squire. His hands belonged to one who had never done a day's labour, and his healthy but far from strapping physique had many of the spectators feeling less than optimistic about him. What the hell is this? Couldn't they find a better fighter? I bet he won't last 10 rounds against Anchor. That poor bastard will most probably end up in the hospital. 10 rounds? I don't think he can even last 5. If the guy has any sense at all, he should kneel and beg for mercy before it even starts. If memory serves me right, he won't get any money then. Instead of thinking about making money, he should think about protecting his own little life. The crowd discussed among themselves the odds between the two competitors, worlds apart. On the one hand, Jong Hung's odds had jumped to 7-1, and on the other, Anchor's was only 1.91. In other words, if you were to place £1 on Anchor, and he won, you would earn less than 2 shillings. But even then, the majority placed their bets on Anchor. After all, it was free money. It was a shame that small-scale street boxing promoters had limited funds. As a result, each individual betting limit was capped at £5, also an effective method to keep anyone from bribing a boxer to secretly manipulate the game. Otherwise, winning by quantity was also an excellent way to make money. However, for most of these workers, £5 was a lot of money. Since it was rare that they encountered such a risk-free opportunity to make money, people had begun borrowing money before the match started. And what happened next confirmed the people's verdict. While Anchor had his share of shortcomings, clumsy and threw slow punches, every punch he threw was firm. Under his violent offensive, his poor opponent, the Easterner, could only dodge, and even so, still received several punches on the body. Until now, he did not even have a chance to attack, completely subdued by Anchor's overwhelming firepower. Kill him. Anchor. Tear him apart. We don't need sissies in a man's sport. Show him what English men are made of. The crowd's fervent cheers seemed to give Anchor an injection of renewed strength. His awkward, clumsy movements became faster and lighter. Jong Hung received 2 more punches, and he wasn't looking too good. The crowd exploded into applause. Holmes, who had been observing from the sidelines, wanted to laugh. So far, Jong Hung had been on the receiving end of the punches, and it looked like he was never going to win. But only a seasoned observer could see that those punches didn't damage Jong Hung too badly. Anker's movements were so slow that before his fist struck, Jong Hung had already raised an arm to protect himself. So, even though the Asian looked like he was at a disadvantage, he was actually holding up pretty well. Jong Hung's breathing had remained unchanged since the beginning of the fight, and his footsteps were methodical. On the other hand, Anker, who had the supposed upper hand, had begun to pant a lack of stamina, a common problem among strength-type fighters. Especially when encouraged by the roar of the audience, he struck again with full force at the cost of slowing down after the rush of adrenaline had passed. It was almost time to fight back, Holmes thought to himself. Just then, Jong Hung began to make a move. This time, when Anker swung a fist at him, Jong Hung did not block the blow. Instead, he moved half a step forward, and with a slight tilt of the head, avoided the fist. A panicked look flashed across Anker's eyes. As a boxer, he recognized just how bad his situation was. He had thrown so much strength into that punch that it was impossible to retrieve it halfway. On top of that, his chest was also wide open, a bad time to be so close to his opponent. But he recomposed himself. So what if his opponent was near? Judging by the earlier sparring, his opponent's performance had been rather lackluster. Anker, holding true to the idea of punch first, then used the opportunity to grab the opponent and put an end to this long-overdue game. He regained confidence. It's never a good habit to underestimate your opponent, Holmes tutted, rubbing his chin. The next thing he saw was Jong Hung striking Anker's face. The punch was more painful than Anker expected. A tooth, along with a spray of blood, had been knocked off. His brawny frame helped him weather the force, though, and he managed to stay upright. So, things weren't looking too bad. It was now his turn. Anker's hand curled into a fist. He was about to strike Jong Hung on the head, confident it would suffice to knock the Asian to the ground. But before he could swing his arm, he received another punch on the right cheek. What? So fast? Blinded by the punch, Anker began to stagger, and all the strength reserved in his body was completely drained off him. But that wasn't the end of it. Jong Hung clapped Anker's ears hard with his palms, and the otoliths in the semicircular canals that controlled the balance of the body were affected. Anker began swaying like drunk. He could barely walk straight, let alone fight. His mind was a puddle. Naturally, Jong Hung did not miss the opportunity, and ended the long but not in the least bit dangerous battle with an uppercut. Anker's giant body fell to the ground with a sickening thud. Suddenly, the once unruly cheers and shouts evaporated, and a heavy silence filled the alley. Mouths were left ajar, and waving handkerchiefs hung in midair. The people's eyes were gaping wide, as if unable to process the sudden turn of events they had just witnessed. How could Anker, who had the very clear advantage, be knocked out just like that? Chapter 495. The Idle Days. That was an exhilarating fight. You followed all the pointers I gave you, won the fight, and fooled all the spectators at the same time. Here's the money you won. Holmes handed all £30 to his flatmate. As a participant, Jong Hung couldn't bet on himself, so he had Holmes place the bet on his behalf. In addition to the £2 he won, he received a respectable £32 from the fight alone. You have no prior reputation, and no one knows how good you are. What more, this is just some lowly anonymous fight, so the fee for your appearance is only this much. It will get better, but it looks like you're too eager to make a name for yourself, ha ha. Like I said, making money is of secondary importance to me, replied Jong Hung as he wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Pity. If you continue participating in fights, you might very well become a well-known boxer. You have the skills, the composure, and you come from some ancient, mysterious land from the Far East. It would be an excellent gimmick, Holmes remarked. But I'm glad that you're willing to work with me. I really do need a partner. 2 weeks had passed since the River Thames case. At that time, Jong Hung managed to seize Pearson, who was trying to escape, and Gregson interrogated him on the spot, thus confirming Holmes' deduction. The inspector had Paul immediately released, but bad news awaited him when he went to John's house with his men to arrest him. They learned that he had gone on vacation and had left the night before, clearly the movements of a guilty man. Gregson slapped his thigh in a fury. What worried him most was that John would have escaped to some obscure colony and would never return. He could be a long way from England and it would be nearly impossible to catch him then. But Holmes had suggested that unlike Pearson, John was a man of good standing in London, owning many factories and plots of prime estate. He wouldn't have abandoned all of these things and escaped to the colonies, where life was far less colourful than a big city unless it was his last resort. His escape was more of a temporary nature. Holmes' proposal to Gregson was also straightforward. Capture Paul, and then pay John's house another visit with the excuse of inviting him to attend Paul's trial in court. Gregson thought about it and did as he was told, and it did not take long for this gambit to bear fruit. It turned out that John had never left London at all. Instead, he had been hiding in a secret manner on the outskirts, keeping a close eye on the situation, while his old housekeeper would report any news to him. The arrest of the murderer instantly made headlines on the Echo and newspapers such as the Times and the Evening News. Headed by Inspector Gregson, Scotland Yard was lauded for their efficiency and valor. Furthermore, unions and activists were also demanding for the personal safety of female workers be improved. With the matter seemingly concluded, John returned to his home a week later, worried that a lengthy absence would raise suspicion. As soon as he set foot into his house, he was instantly surrounded by the police. Gregson could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Smugly, he put John in cuffs, and the next day, Echo printed a new article detailing how the astute Inspector Gregson had used the media to deceive the killer, lowering his guard down, before finally nabbed the real perpetrator. The citizens of London felt as if they were witnessing the unfolding of a sensational detective story. They little expected the case to hold so many unforeseen surprises, where a battle between sheer wit of police and criminal ended with justice triumphing over evil. Who would hate to read a story like that? Holmes had also been keeping track of the case's progress, but mostly of whether his deductions of the criminals were accurate or not. Everything else outside of that didn't seem to concern him. Holmes even made a trip to see John personally after his arrest. He returned to 221 Baker Street that day, looking extremely pleased. Jonghang thought it was rather amusing. Sherlock Holmes's obsession with deduction and reasoning had reached a tipping point where most people found difficult to understand. He was addicted to it, like a child preoccupied with toys, unable to withdraw no matter how hard they tried. The case itself isn't complicated. In fact, it was quite simple. If I had been put in charge, I would have been able to tell that John was the killer right off the bat. Even if the evidence was insufficient and I couldn't make an arrest, I would have my men follow him and keep him from escaping. Thank goodness, it's finally over, said Holmes. It took Jonghang 2 weeks to go through all the cases Sherlock had handed him. They really opened his eyes, especially some of the more compelling crimes committed by the more crafty murderers. Holmes, however, disagreed with the quick scanning. There's no need to rush. This is just the beginning. After this, you'll need to summarize and analyze the similarities and differences between these cases, then remember them. You might encounter similar cases in the future, and you'll be able to make quick, efficient deductions. As for the knowledge of soil, tobacco, and all that, I'll be teaching you that as well. But not now. At least not until you've completed the first stage, otherwise, you might just bite off more than you can chew. Jonghang nodded. With the stipends he earned from the boxing match, money wasn't going to be worry for the next 2 months. Of course, as the odds of him winning increased, things wouldn't be that simple anymore. His appearance fee would increase, of course, but he would have to participate in 2 or 3 fights a month to make enough money to cover his expenses. Sherlock Holmes was consulted on 2 more cases after the River Thames case, one from a fellow detective and another commissioned by a client. After listening to detailed accounts, Holmes compiled a list of deductions and solved the cases without even visiting the scene of the crime. These 2 cases earned him some money. But after that, there was an idle stint. With no work available for the entire week, Holmes finally found the time to complete his paper on the effect of the shape of hands on different professions. Then began the screeching and howling of his violin, until he finally succumbed to the boredom and became a sack of potatoes. When Zhonghang enjoyed his breakfast, which he rarely had the opportunity, Holmes was still fast asleep. In fact, he spent the entire morning in his room. Zhonghang knocked on his flatmate's door and let himself in. Holmes was slouching on his suede armchair with his head tilted back. There was a syringe on the side table and a couple of needle holes in his arm. "Do you know that this only serves to kill you?" asked Zhonghang. "Don't worry, this is only 7% of the solution. I'm aware of the harms it can bring, but I am not the type of who can just sit and do nothing. I need to be doing something. Even if I am given the most difficult problem or the most difficult case, I would be happy. I detest living an uneventful, mediocre life. The side effects of this drug is nothing by comparison." Holmes's eyes were shut as he spoke. Every earthling pursues stability and comfort, getting married, having children, and a stable job. But what's there to look forward to in a life like that? Don't get me wrong. I don't look forward to chaos all day long, but if there are no criminals in London, then I will consider relocating. Otherwise, I might just die in this chair sooner or later. Chapter 96. The East End. Even though Zhonghang and Holmes had been getting along quite well, the two had only known each other for a few weeks and hadn't yet developed a deep friendship. After Zhonghang's attempt at persuading the latter, he said nothing more the next time they saw each other. After all, they were all adults, old enough to be responsible for their own actions. Zhonghang heaved a massive sigh before he left the house. "You rarely come to London, so go out more often when you have time. Don't just see the city, observe each detail, and keep a record of them. It will help with solving any upcoming cases." "I asked Mrs. Hudson to bring you lunch," answered Zhonghang. "Thank you." As a matter of fact, even without Sherlock Holmes's reminder, visiting London had always been part of Zhonghang's plan all along. One thing was for sure, though: Sherlock Holmes knew the city like the back of his hand. He could always be found in the upper classes' banquets, although he despised their shallow materialism and the ostentatious red tapes, drinking dark beer and making jovial conversations with cab drivers. To win the competition and complete the mission, Zhonghang would need to narrow the gap between them as much as possible. So, that afternoon, he decided to leave the house. Instead of calling for a carriage, he took to walking the streets. He first headed to the lively Queen's Market, where the Royal Clarence vase was on sale for just 1 shilling. The ornament, made of glass, enamel, and gold, was explicitly crafted for King George IV and was said to have taken 15 skilled workers 3 years to complete. Curiosities and trinkets from all over the world could be found there, including cotton-padded clothes from India and tea from China. After that, Zhonghang took a boat tour of the Thames River, which at that time was flanked by factories and houses. Thick, endless streams of black smoke belched out of the chimneys, and ships dropping anchor choked the riverbank, congesting to the point only a narrow passage remained down the middle. At the sterns, topless boatmen smoked tobacco, and the incessant smog Dickens described as interminable serpents engulfed the entire city in a grey shadow. Horse-drawn carriages sped down the roads, women selling flowers weaved through the crowd with baskets in their hands, while the shoeshine boys sat on their heels, diligently working their brushes and hoping to earn a little more tips. To the west of Charing Cross was London's main business and entertainment centre, also England's largest financial capital. The famous West End Theatre complex was located here. Au contraire, Bishopsgate Street, lying east of River Thames, was a completely different scenery altogether. In the Middle Ages, it was a vast, rural, and sparsely populated area. However, the rapid expansion of London city saw a population boom. The houses here were plain, squalid, and dilapidated terraces, cramped and dense with narrow, curved alleyways running between them. Originally the residence of sailors, shipbuilders, and a large number of Jews, it had now become the gathering spot for all low-income groups. The population here was densely packed, cramming in about 30,000 people every half a square mile. Each house was occupied by a large number of people, where lighting conditions were awful and ventilation greatly lacking. The shared latrines were filthy, and along with that came a permanent stench wafting around the air. These unsanitary conditions were the source of many nasty epidemics, typhoid being the most common one. In the early 19th century, a cholera outbreak caused about 6,000 deaths. Several other outbreaks of the same disease followed, killing tens of thousands of people, most of which the poor in the East. Furthermore, London's East End had the highest crime rate and was notorious for being the most dangerous place in the city. 2 million people called the area home, yet there was a heinous absence of basic public facilities, municipal authorities, theatre galleries, soldiers. Really, there was nothing at all. It was like the city's forgotten corner, carrying with it no history nor future. Unless absolutely necessary, West Londoners would never set foot in this place, not to mention how they first needed to contact Scotland Yard. If and when they did pay a visit, they made sure to bring company, and were never alone at all times. Jong Hung made sure to change into plainer clothing before coming, but it wasn't long before he was hit with a barrage of strange gawks and awkward stares. It was mostly because of his Asian face that he stood out like a sore thumb. On top of that, as a modern man from the 21st century, his skin was better than that of nobles of this age, though he had never bothered with skin care. Even with the change of clothes, he still looked too different from the poor scraping by in the East End. 2 children passed him by. One was playing with a stick when the other slipped and fell on Jong Hang. "Pardon me, sir." The child studied Jong Hung's face, then getting up his feet to catch up with his friend. But before he could do that, someone grabbed him by the collar. "Mio! What are you doing? Don't you touch me, I'm warning away. Don't you know who my brother is?" "Not a soul here dares step on his tail," screeched the child. "Oh, really?" Jong Hung mocked, grabbing the child by his legs and shaking him hard. 3 wallets fell out, along with some bits and pieces of things. "Got yourself quite a nice yield today, I see." Jong Hang released the child and then picked up his own wallet. "Just you wait. You won't be leaving here today." Humiliated, the child ran off, face as red as beets, and leaving behind his looted goods. Of course, Jong Hung was not interested in dealing with them. He dusted his wallet and continued to walk ahead. He had long heard of the notorious East Side, but he had lived among pirates before, so this place did not strike him as any more chaotic than all the places he'd been in. Of course, that was until he came to the Whitechapel. He had to admit that it was far worse than Nassau. Although the pirates at the lower rungs of Nassau were also dirt poor, at least they still had freedom and hope for the future. Everywhere in the taverns on the island, there was optimistic chatter about ancient and mysterious treasures, the wealthy merchant vessels carrying oil, of monsters in the sea, and the beautiful mermaids that lured sailors to their doom. They didn't even own a small boat, and no pirate gang was willing to accept them, but their faces remained brimming with bewildering confidence, as if they were all blackbeards of the future. It was also what Jong Hung adored most about Nassau. They had sheer, impregnable will to survive and thrive under the chaos and disorder, precisely what this forgotten district lacked. The only thing more terrifying than poverty was numbness and despair. Perhaps that was why people like Pearson wanted to leave this place so desperately. All along the way, all Jong Hung saw were hungry children, suffering families, drunk villains, and the likes of them. Its apocalyptic, war-torn squatter-like nature was the hell one would only think of each time murders or diseases happened. Jong Hung kept walking when he suddenly heard an altercation coming from ahead. Chapter 97. Gypsy Busker. Jong Hung walked up to where the argument happened, where a gypsy busker was standing between a Jewish home and a few brutish men. "That's just too much. The man in this family has just fallen off a scaffolding not long ago. Just look at the state of his leg. He's been unable to work for the last 2 months. Can't he pay the rent half a month late? Do you really have to drive them out?" asked the gypsy busker in disbelief. Jong Hung had also noticed that the man had a wooden splint attached to his leg. The family's furniture and luggage had been dragged out of the house and thrown along the road, causing the whole family to be distraught. Their belongings were treated no differently than a pile of garbage, mainly consisting of a tattered wooden bed, old pots and pans, and a sofa with a missing leg. No one knew where they picked up all these things. The dirty wooden pony that the girl clutched dearly in her arms was probably the only toy she had. On-time payments, that is the rule here, the hunchback sternly proclaimed. We are all reasonable people. You can ask the family. I have given them a week's grace. Do you expect me to do it again? I told you that lots of people are looking for houses here. Someone will eventually rent my house even if they can't afford it. I won't be losing money one way or another. But they are living here right now. The hunchback impatiently waved off the busker. I don't care how long they've been living here. I don't run a charity. If they can't pay me, they should just sleep on the streets. You are cruel beyond words. They have a child here, I implore you. The kid is too young to work in factories or mines. It is why I have lost hope in them. Even if they do everything, they can loan some money to make up for this month's rent, what next month? At the same time, they will not be able to repay the money they owe. And if money owed is not repaid, creditors will come knocking on the door again. It will surely cause a lot of trouble for my future tenants. The hunchback coldly continued, a family from Wales is interested in this house. There are 2 adult men in their families. The husband and the elder son are both very strong. Although the younger son is thin, he could fit into chimneys and clean them. On the other hand, the man's wife would sell flowers during the day and entertain guests at night. It won't be long before they can save enough to buy this house. How would you choose if you were me? This time, the gypsy busker was at a loss for words. The hunchback man glanced at him again. Why, are you new here? You have to be new here. You wouldn't have been so nosy otherwise. Look at their neighbors. Is anyone willing to defend them? Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to survive here, better mind your own business. No, since I see it, I will not leave it alone. The gypsy busker opened his wallet and took out 8 shillings from it. Here you go, this is 2 months' rent. I will help them out this time. After that, she pointed at the man of the family, he can work again after 2 months, and naturally, he can continue paying the rent. It was the hunchback's turn to be startled this time. He seemed to be caught in hesitation, and he stood there for a while with his twitching. After a while, he collected the money from the gypsy. Consider yourself lucky this time. Let's go, he scowled at the lame man. After they left, the Jewish family thanked the gypsy busker with every last breath. They just met, and they were not even friends. It was hard for them to imagine how a stranger would pay the rent for them. The gypsy busker thought for a while, took out a gold coin worth £1.50 from his wallet, and put it in the little girl's hand. Don't worry, your father's leg will soon be better. And your life will be better too, he said, winking at her. This? The man's wife was utterly stunned. She couldn't fathom how the gypsy busker would give them such a massive amount of money. Before he could say anything to her, the kind gypsy busker had left with the organ on his back. Soon, he disappeared amid the crowd on the street. Jong-hung witnessed everything that happened, and after giving it some thought, he decided to follow the gypsy busker. He saw the gypsy weaving briskly in and out amid the crowd, appearing and disappearing from time to time. He stopped in front of the salmon stall to have a quick chat with the boss before squatting in front of a drunk man, flailing his arms akimbo as he cursed the unscrupulous factory owner and greedy woman. That was the last time Jong-hung saw him. He lost trace of the gypsy busker after that. Jong-hung stood in front of a crossroads and raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that the haphazard layout of the London's East End was indeed an excellent place to slip away unnoticed. Jong-hung wasn't mad after realizing that he'd lost the busker. He just wanted to remind him that someone was watching him. Now that he was gone, it saved Jong-hung the trouble. Jong-hung had turned around to leave when he saw the gypsy busker not far behind him. He was walking to him and had his eyes fixed on Jong-hung. Are you following me? I'll speak plainly. I just wish to remind you that someone is targeting you, said Jong-hung. Why should I believe you? The gypsy busker shrugged. This rat is filled of thieves and crooks, and it's a cesspool for those with the worst of intentions. Jong-hung didn't bother to explain himself. Instead, he just made a pleased gesture. The gypsy, however, did not leave immediately and rolled his eyes instead. Oh? Any suggestions, then? My advice is, don't get caught, replied Jong-hung. You've revealed that you are rich by solving the family's difficulties. They have eyes on you now. I knew it. The guy who collected the rent is not a good person. He might not be the one after you. He is very familiar with this area and knows a lot of people. Perhaps you caught the eye of his friend or someone else. This is so troublesome. I only carried £1 with me this time. The rest of the money is for my dinner and carriage fee. A group of strangers suddenly emerged from a small alley on the other side of the street. One of them then pointed at him. Don't run, you pesky thief. Give me back the wallet you stole. The gypsy was exasperated when he heard what they said. This gang of ruffians was good at twisting the truth. They were actually here to rob his wallet. By saying that, it was an indication for others not to intervene in this matter. Seeing that they had surrounded him, he nervously said to Jong-hung, your advice seems to have come a little late. Do you have other suggestions now? Yes, Jong-hung said while taking off his coat and handing it to the gypsy. Hold it for me. The latter frowned and took the coat that Jong-hung had bought for 10 pence from the used clothes shop. Since I see no police around here, I will knock them out one by one. Jong-hung loosened his wrists. Chapter 498. Does Mr. Holmes live here? There were a total of 5 men running after them. Outnumbered, Jong-hung ran to the assailants instead of waiting for them to get to him. The leader of the group and the one at the back were about 5 or 6 meters apart. Since they were all fixated on the gypsy, they were unable to react in time when Jong-hung came for them. The person leading the band of pursuers was about to shout, attempting to scare the Asian man, but the Easterner made the first move, punching him in the trachea. A sharp pain shot up the man's neck, and the leader of the group crumpled on the ground, clutching his neck and wheezing as he struggled for breath. Jong-hung didn't stop there. With a violent kick, he sent the person behind the leader crashing into a fish stall. The unlucky bastard overturned the cart of salmon and was buried under a pile of smoked fish. When the other 3 assailants saw what had happened to their friends, they came to a halt, looking as if they had seen the devil. These troublemakers were not unfamiliar with fistfights, but they often targeted those weaker than them. They had only stolen crowded places before and had only been involved in a few serious fights. This was completely new to them. Both their accomplices didn't even get the chance to swing a fist before they were pummeled to the ground. The 3 men looked at each other in dismay. Jong-hung lowered his body as if to make chase, and the 3 remaining assailants turned around and fled. Ha! The Busker's eyes were as round as marbles. It was quite a hilarious scene, 3 attackers armed with wooden sticks running helter-skelter from a barehanded man. Jong-hung walked past the man, still gasping for dear breath, and retrieved his coat from the Busker. He gave it a little pat and draped it back over his shoulders. It's all good now. But here's my advice to you, leave this place as soon as you can. Jong-hung turned around and left without waiting for a reply. He helped the gypsy only because he happened to be there. The latter had shown kindness to the Jewish, and since he was present at the scene, he did not mind helping out. As he was walking away, the Busker came up to him, asking, "You're really quite an interesting character. How long have you been here in London? What's your name? Where do you live?" Jong-hung then openly revealed his name and address. "Oh, you're not an East Ender. Why are you here, then?" asked the gypsy. "Well, you're not an East Ender either, yet here you are," Jong-hung retorted. I have my own reasons, of course." The gypsy Busker answered. "Whatever it is, thank you. When I have time, I will visit your place." Jong-hung nodded, not taking the last statement seriously. The 2 parted ways at an intersection and returned to their respective homes. When he returned to his apartment on Baker Street, Mrs. Hudson had just finished preparing a warm dinner consisting of bacon, potatoes, and pumpkin soup. Much to Jong-hung's surprise, the detective wasn't in his room playing dead. Mrs. Hudson said that Holmes had received a letter earlier and had left the house since noon. Jong-hung could not help but wonder what case Holmes must have come across this time. Just this morning, he was still curled up in his armchair, thinking about ways to end his life. Yet, in the afternoon, he suddenly slipped into work mode again, completely unaffected. Mrs. Hudson was setting the table when there was a knock on the door. When Zhongheng opened it, he found a bearded coachman standing there. In a gruff voice, he asked, "Is this Mr. Holmes's residence?" "That's right. But he's not home at the moment." "But my master has something urgent, and he needs a consultation," the coachman insisted, dissatisfied. "I don't know why he left, but if you're in a hurry, you can wait for him inside." Zhongheng's voice trailed off. "Holmes." The bearded man burst into laughter, and he spoke in his regular voice. "Not bad. You were able to see through my disguise," Holmes remarked, removing the wig, beard, eyebrows, and a whole bunch of miscellaneous things. Now, he looked like himself again. "Your disguise is good. Not only did you look like a coachman, but you also acted like one. You even changed your accent, lowered your tone, and used a different dialect. Even your figure had changed. But it couldn't get past you," Holmes sighed. "How did you know it was me? You've cleaned and removed all the ink stains from your hands, but there are still remnants of chemical reagents. And your shoes are a little new. It doesn't look like something a coach driver would wear." Zhongheng stopped as if he thought of something but gave up when he could not recall it. Holmes looked a little annoyed. "Ha! It seems you've learned a lot this afternoon. I deliberately soiled my hands. Could you tell me? As for the shoes, I was careless. I had a pair of old shoes I kept for situations like this, but it was damaged during one of my experiments some time ago, and I had yet had the time to replace it. In the end, I had to relent and got a pair of unremarkable ones. Fortunately, not everyone in this world has excellent observation skills like you and me. It looks like your trip went well." Zhongheng couldn't remember what he wanted initially to talk about, so he set it aside for the moment. It was worthwhile. Holmes sniffed the air. "Has Mrs. Hudson prepared dinner? Then let's talk over dinner." At the table, Holmes briefly described the job he took in the afternoon to track a prominent Congress member and look into his relationship with a young woman without alerting anyone. The congressman is an important member of the Conservative Party and has many allies in the party. But some conservatives suspect that he has fallen over to the opponent, the Liberal Party. After preliminary investigations, they ruled out the possibility that the congressman was involved in bribery or was under threat. But recently, he struck up an intimate relationship with a young woman. Worried that this may be a trick up the Liberal Party's sleeve, and since they were unable to find out the relationship between the two without being found out, they've asked me for help. So, what have you found? How should I put it? It was rather intriguing. Holmes leaned back against the chair. Under the disguise of a coachman, I went to the young lady's place and found out she had a boyfriend she was very fond of. They were an inseparable pair, so I can ascertain that her relationship with the congressman is not what everyone thinks it is. But, at the same time, I could see that the congressman really likes her. He had gifted her with many expensive clothes and jewelry. Considering their age difference, the answer is obvious. Who? She's the congressman's bastard daughter. Chapter 499. Gentleman Thief. I sneaked into the bedroom later, spending some time finding relevant evidence. I've also heard rumors that the congressman is good at everything, except he is afraid of his wife. It's probably why he only dared to meet his illegitimate daughter secretly. Holmes used a knife and fork to cut the potato and stuffed it with bacon into his mouth as he talked. Zhongheng could see that he was famished. He didn't have a bite of breakfast, and during lunch, he only a few bites from the meal Mrs. Hudson prepared for him. It was most probably the remnants of the drugs, where its effects hadn't completely worn off. To make matters worse, he had been focusing on his work all the while. It was a miracle he lasted until now. If it were not for the earlier incident, Zhongheng would have almost forgotten about it. In addition to Holmes's extraordinary observation and reasoning ability, he was excellent at disguising as well. It wasn't easy to look through Sherlock Holmes, but mostly after Watson wrote an article about what he did, his popularity had begun to rise to the point he had to put on some makeup in order not to be recognized. He had the uncanny ability to masquerade as a coachman, an older man, a beggar, an officer, or even a woman. If given a chance, Zhongheng yearned to learn a little of those makeup skills from him. With lightning speed, Holmes devoured the food before him like a starving animal. When the food had all been gobbled up, he put the knife and fork aside and let out a contented sigh. "Tomorrow, I have a friend coming from France. Want to come with me to meet him?" "Well, what does he do?" "He is a detective like me. His name is Francois Levillard. He is a fledgling rookie. As of now, he is not very famous. Last year, I worked a case with him in France, and he's a fascinating young man. Although he can be careless at the time, he actually has great potential. He didn't say anything in the telegram, but I believe he didn't come all the way to London just for a vacation. Let's see why he will be visiting this time." Sherlock Holmes and Zhongheng arrived at the pier early the next morning, waiting amid the thick fog for the steamer Seagull to drop anchor. "It's interesting, isn't it?" Holmes stated, holding up his cane. Before what invented the steam engine, no one thought that ships could sail on the water without sails and oars. This magical machine did indeed change a lot of things. Now, factories to ships, or trains, are inseparable from the power of steam. Such is the charm of science. The world changes rapidly every day. Change is the only constant, and no matter what industry you're in, if you don't acknowledge the change, you will soon be eliminated by it. For example, alkaloids. This highly toxic substance had only been discovered decades ago, but I have noticed its appearance at a more frequent rate in recent cases I've investigated. Compared to traditional methods of murder, alkaloids can't be easily detected. "I can't agree more," Zhongheng said. Sherlock was in the era of the information boom, where all kinds of new and fantastic crimes had been emerging in an endless stream. Both criminal investigators and the criminals themselves continuously learned and improved their craft. Sherlock Holmes could become the best detective in Great Britain or even Europe. He had never allowed himself to be complacent, though his research and essays played an essential role. In fact, several experimental studies that he'd conducted had yet to demonstrate its safety and morality. A quarter of an hour later, Villard walked out of the Seagull. He had red hair and a face full of freckles. Seeing Holmes, he was like a little fan that got to meet his idol, feeling excited and slightly abashed at the same time. "I can finally see you again, Mr. Holmes," Villard exclaimed excitedly as he shook hands. "I'm glad to meet you too, Villard," Holmes replied, before introducing him to Zhongheng. After shaking hands with Zhongheng, Villard continued, "I'm here to follow someone in London this time, and I wanted to visit you while I'm here." "Who are you tailing?" Sherlock Holmes wasn't one for the niceties like the ordinary Joe. He skipped the polite words and went straight to the point. "A thief. He has committed several crimes so far, but few know of his existence." "Oh, why is that?" "Because he is different from other thieves. He doesn't target valuable things such as jewelry, relics, or art pieces. Instead, he pays attention to the value behind the items he wants to steal," Villard explained. "He usually targets reputable people in society. I must say that he is rather bold because he actually went for some European royal families. Once he locks onto his target, he will start to unearth all the dark secrets behind them. It could be a shameful affair, perhaps a murder the target committed years ago. These are all things they wish dearly that they could hide away. Once he steals something that can be used as evidence, the owner will be left miserable, looking at an obscene extortion fee. The worst part is they can't go to the authorities for help." "Is he a gentleman thief? Or is it more appropriate to call him a blackmailer? What did your client lose?" Holmes asked with interest. Villard hesitated and said, "If it was someone else, I couldn't tell you anything due to the agreement I made with my client. However, I believe in you and your friends. All of you are gentlemen of high moral character. That's enough. Just skip the praising part and talk about the key points." Holmes waved his hand. "My client is a viscount. He likes Canaletto's oil paintings very much. About 9 years ago, a well-known collector's house had been robbed, and he lost a lot of things, including a Canaletto oil painting. 2 years later, someone approached my client and asked him if he wanted to buy something good. My instant client recognized that the person was holding the missing Canaletto painting. He knew that people of his stature should never get his hands on stolen goods, but he lusted so badly for the painting. So, he approached the collector and asked to buy it. However, the collector rejected his offer. Now that he has the chance to take it into his possession, he would definitely not let it go. So, he chose an indirect way to purchase the painting. On the surface, he refused to buy it, even asking him not to step into his mansion again. Once they left, he secretly found an unrelated person to buy the painting from him. All these years, he never took the painting out for the exhibition. He left it at his residence and indulged its marvel alone. Somehow, it was discovered by that seller later. And this is why I came to London. Villard explained it all in one breath. However, it is more important for me to visit you first, he added. Chapter 500. The Stolen Oil Painting. After spending the whole morning together, Zhongheng knew that Mr. Villard was indeed, if not, Sherlock's biggest fan. His words and the way he looked at Holmes confirmed his thoughts about him. On the other hand, although Sherlock Holmes said nothing about the flattery, he secretly enjoyed such admiration towards him. No matter how lonely and noble artists were, they truly wished deep inside their hearts and minds that the world would accept their works. Based on how one defined an artist, Holmes couldn't be considered one, though his attainments in the criminal investigation did earn him a Victorian artist title. Of course, Holmes would pay more attention to the case that Villard told about rather than the compliments. Holmes appeared to be extremely interested in this gentleman thief. In the carriage, he asked Villard, "How much information do you have about him now?" When posed with the question, a look of embarrassment flashed across Villard's face. "I tried my best to investigate this matter, but unfortunately, I haven't gotten much information about it. Mainly because it's not that easy to find the victims. Most people refuse to talk about these embarrassing matters that took place in the past." That thief? How should I put it? In a sense, he is a gentleman. As long as you pay the ransom, he will keep his promise and return whatever he stole. He will also not harass his target again. Because of that, most of his victims obediently pay the ransom with no further questions. Not bad. So, he is a thief that knows how to manage his reputation, Holmes commended. It seems that our friend regards this business as his life's work. How can we not meet such an interesting person? Shall we? Villard was elated, rubbing his palms as he exclaimed, "So, this time, are you planning to make a move? This is wonderful. As long as you are willing to work this case, I'm pretty sure that it will be the end of this gentleman thief. I don't think he knows you are in London. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here." Come. My friend, you exalt me too much, Holmes smiled. Let's talk about the case first. Don't worry. I know how inconvenient it is for you to go to France. I have surveyed the scene and collected all the seemingly useful and useless information for your reference. As he spoke, Villard took out a small notebook from the suitcase. Zhongheng took a look at it. Almost every page was filled with dense notes, and carefully drawn pictures even accompanied them. Even Holmes was impressed. "Your notes are of the most careful detail, Villard. I firmly believe you have surpassed most of your peers." He. It's nothing. I believe that hard work can make up for my shortcomings. Villard scratched his head, overjoyed to be complimented by his heartthrob. Sherlock Holmes did a speed read on the notebook, then took another half an hour to read it from beginning to end. After that, he handed it to Zhongheng. "Read it. It's fascinating." Zhongheng took the notebook and roughly scanned through its contents. Viscount Canaletto's oil painting had gone missing half a month ago. Because of the painting's special nature, he did not put it in the collection room like his other collections, storing it in a small, inconspicuous room. There was also a large and exquisite porcelain vase from China in there as well. Although the vase carried a much higher value, the thief had no interest in it, taking only the painting with him. Clearly, he knows a lot about my client. What do you think? Holmes asked Jong-hung. The latter thought for a moment before giving his thought on the matter. There are several problems here. First, even if the painting goes missing, no one can prove that the Viscount once possessed it. Oh, yes, the Viscount has a little quirk. He likes to leave his signature on the back of the oil paintings he collects. Even if he knew it was stolen, he still had to sign his name on it, Villard confessed helplessly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to come all the way from Paris to London. The second question, how many people knew that he had purchased the piece? You are asking the right question here, Holmes nodded. It is also the most interesting part of this case. You mentioned that the Viscount completed the transaction secretly through an intermediary. How did the gentleman thief find out about it after so many years? Since he is dedicated to unraveling the most unbearable secrets of the heart, he should have revealed this secret before anything else. This is also the part that baffles me the most, Villard said. I can't figure him out either. Just imagine, even if he learns a person's secret by chance, it's impossible he would discover the darkest secrets of people he never targeted. Perhaps he indulges in dark magic that allows him to see what people are thinking? He might be against someone formidable this time. I don't believe in the black magic of witch doctors, Holmes snorted. Among the myriad cases I have dealt with, everything that seemed mysterious and counterintuitive on the surface would eventually have a reasonable explanation to it, as long as you are patient enough to study the subject, of course. Once all the bad outcomes have been eliminated, you would end up with the truth. You are right. I have learned something new, Villard digressed humbly. He looked like a pupil in class, obediently absorbing his teacher's advice. It humored certainly Holmes a bit. Carry on, my Oriental friend, he told Jong-hung. Thirdly, it involves the modus operandi, Jong-hung continued. The Viscount went to see the oil painting the night before it was gone. Early the next morning, the maid who cleaned the house found it missing. In other words, the painting must have been stolen at night. However, the Viscount's mansion was heavily guarded, not to mention the presence of a few hounds patrolling the grounds. During that night, the hounds did not bark. The note stated that no other visitors came to visit the Viscount during that time. Behind the house is a small garden. There was some light rain in the morning, and the soil was loose. There were no footprints, and the front door was facing the housekeeper's room. He didn't hear any unusual noises at night, so how did the gentleman thief enter the Viscount's mansion and leave with the oil painting before dawn? Villard was also annoyed. You are right. That guy is perfect. He came and went without a trace. The maid cleaned up in the morning and found that the frame was still there, and only the painting was missing. The gentleman thief even left a letter with the signature, Mr. M, on the ground. He triumphantly commented on the decoration of the Viscount's mansion. He's treated it as if it was his property. How annoying it was.